Hello and welcome one and all to the ESL Collegiate 2020 Spring Big East regular season, where 8 teams from the Big East Conference have an opportunity to play in a double round robin to make it to the playoffs and then hopes of that championship title. I will be your host and play-by-play caster for the day, Steve Kangas, and joining me is the always enigmatic Aiden Zyrene Moon. It's my first time seeing you since the preseason, Zyrene, so how's 2020 treating you so far?
It's actually been pretty good. You're saying enigma. I am an enigma. Enigmatic. Yeah, I have been a little bit undercover for a bit. I've been working on some stuff, but yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah, happy to have you in the studio with us again today. It's always fun. 2020, new year, new season here for the Big East. I'm excited to see all these teams take to the Rift yet again. So let's take a look at the standings and how things shaped up for that day one. Yesterday, we saw 3 teams take early leads: DePaul, Seton Hall, and Villanova. No surprise, as these were the top 3 teams from the preseason in the fall. Then we have a clump of those 1-1 teams, and Providence, unfortunately, starting off at a slow start, 0-2.
Yeah, and it's honestly looking a little bit like the way that the season ended last year, almost exactly the same in terms of like the preseason. So it's really interesting to see that it's already started to differentiate the top from the bottom, but we'll see if anything shakes up towards the middle, because that's where a lot of the movement will happen. Because in collegiate esports, people graduate, they move on. Sometimes they end up having to role swap because one person graduates and they have to move like their captain into a different spot. So it really is kind of a limited pool of players that go to your college and picking up the right ones. So it can change, not drastically, but mostly in that middle area.
I think flexibility in players is something that we don't touch on enough in collegiate esports, and that you're right, they don't have these deep rosters or necessarily the recruiting there. They can bring in somebody new to replace a senior who's leaving. Sometimes it does come down to switching around those positions. But still, some of those teams towards the bottom, they have a chance. We got plenty more League of Legends ahead of us throughout the season. So to take a closer look, let's dive into the format of the tournament.
The ESL Collegiate 2020 spring season presents the opportunity for players to showcase their skills and strategies heading into this new CLOL season. Players will go head-to-head against rivals and see their games brought to life on the big screen. The Big East League of Legends regular season starts with a double round-robin stage. Each team will play all other teams twice during this stage, and all matches will best of 1. Each team's record during the round-robin stage will determine who qualifies for the playoffs. The top 4 teams in the conference will meet in a single elimination bracket in the playoffs. The top 2 teams will play a best-of-5 grand finals for the chance to compete in the CLOL 2020 postseason tournament.
That was the beautiful voice of Paul Invrim. I just want that guy to commentate my life. If he could just be my hype man at all times, I feel like everything would be better. Everything would go better. My Clash games yesterday would have gone better.
Kangas logs into the game. He goes for the Clash. He has no friends to cue.
He locks in Soraka and gets hard ganked by a Twitch over and over and over again.
Really?
Outside. Yeah, Twitch jungle, man. Don't get it out of my games. I hate seeing stuff.
I don't know, man. It's pretty cheesy. You just got to know that the Gouda is on the plate.
The Gouda. That's the go-to cheese for you.
Yeah.
Go-to cheese. All right, Gouda. We're learning more about Zyrene, but let's take a look at the match ahead of us today as we got St. John's taking on Georgetown. Now, St. John's starting off 1-1. They've already picked up their first win of the season. That always feels good as a team to just get that out of the way. And last time these two teams faced up against each other, it was St. John's favored. So when we talk about favorites here in this game, it's got to be St. John's.
Yeah, and we're talking about Basham because he's one of the returning members, but we'll focus on that a little bit more later. And St. John's, they've actually had themselves kind of a roster mix-up here, having some new members on it. The bottom lane coming back with Basham and Reborn, but the rest of the squad kind of looking to be more newer faces to the roster.
Even from the preseason, which is interesting to note. So St. John's, they raised a couple eyebrows at the beginning of the preseason. They were doing well. They had a streak going for them, and then they fizzled out towards the end, not making top 4. A lot of that around this player, Basham. But now with new players on the roster, I'm excited to see what they're able to do in the regular season here. But Basham, as a freshman, impressed us a lot over that preseason, and that's exactly the type of talent that you can start to build a roster around and plan ahead for if you're St. John's.
I think that's the real thing to emphasize here, is planning ahead, because when you have a freshman on the roster, it's so easy to kind of groom them to be the leader later on, but also kind of have much longer time with them as a captain, as a coach. So I think it's really good, especially with the way collegiate esports is right now, to start with some seniors, but then they will move on, and then you'll have the freshmen kind of carry the torch from there all the way up. And I think that's a good system.
You always need somebody to fill the shoes of the players that are leaving the team. But they're up against Georgetown on the other side of the rift. Georgetown yet to pick up their first win, 0-1, and that was a rough loss to Seton Hall yesterday. But taking a look at their roster, Hyungmin Kim in the top lane, Persepolis jungle with Vanilla Ice Cream, who actually role swapped to top lane yesterday. So I'm curious if they're going to have this roster. These are their starting 5 players. Ideally, they will get all 5 on the rift today.
And are you not going to say
I'm
the
not.
AD carry?
You noticed I skipped over one of those names. Hey, here he is again.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna give it a try, Zyrene. Sonia Semyonovna. I think I actually got that pretty well.
Actually,
that did not go that well during the prep. But grad student, one of the only grad students in the tournament, I believe. And if you note, favorite champions, none of them 80 carries. So by playing the bot side, probably off roll, I would have to guess.
Or you're just really liking mages in the bottom lane. But yeah,
really an 80 carry. Talk me through that one, Zyrene.
Man, it's a combo lane. You just gotta have you gotta have a pike. You speed him up. He goes zooming right in, and then he blasts people. And if he ever gets caught, you just resurrect him. Easy.
But it's still Zillion taking the CS, taking all the farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, hey, you know what? The more you learn, the more you know. We are on 10.4, though. It's not necessarily conducive to those mages in the bot lane anymore. True. We saw a lot of that, especially in the preseason. Even some players were breaking that out. But now, what do you think these teams should be focusing on this current patch?
I think a lot of what 10.4 brought was tanks are quite powerful again, so I think having 80 carries, like you said, it's not conducive to the meta to kind of have mages there. And I think a lot of the bot lane now is you really want to have those 80s that turn on very early. So like Aphelios, Senna, especially with the scaling that Senna and Aphelios both bring. But you also want to have like front-to-back team fights a lot of the time. Assassins will maybe disrupt that from time to time, and you can draft that, but it's a lot riskier. But I think tanks like Ornn really take center stage here, and I think that you might see some jungle picks if people are on the tankier side of things that can actually find success with that. So 80s, they feel pretty good about having beef balls back in front of them.
Yeah, tank balls definitely in the meta right now, but we're ready to hop into pick and ban for game number 1. So we'll see what the teams decide to prioritize. Something that we always want to remind everyone of. Doesn't matter what the meta says, doesn't matter what the patch notes say, it matters what these players are comfortable playing. Compared to something like professional play, LCS, LEC, you expect those players to have deep champion pools and be able to play pretty much anything that their team needs. When it's about collegiate, it's all about the comfort pick and what they have practiced and what they feel confident in. So I'm not surprised to see things like Vel'Koz and Graves banned out here, despite the fact that they might be a little off kilter when you look at what the pros have been doing lately.
Yeah, you really want to take off the cream of the crop for the person that you're targeting, and especially when it's something that you don't really share a champion pool with them either, so you can't really take that away. So if it's a really kind of niche pick, that's usually what you'll see, is instead of like heavy meta champions banned out, you'll see champions that you don't play yourself, but you're really afraid of.
And things like Ornn still, though,
yes,
even though it's meta, it's so strong, it is taken off the table. And there's a Zillion ban against Sonia. I'm just going to call him Sonia from now on. Sonia Semyonovna. I got it again. There we go. 2 for 2. And Fizz being the final ban here for Georgetown. So again, a lot of focus on those pocket picks, on those target bans here, but it is St. John's on the blue side. They will get to lock in their first champion here. So we'll get insight into what they value highest. It's going to be Lee Sin.
Interesting. With all the junglers up, you go for the Lee Sin. They took away the Kindred and they took away the Zillion, 2 really annoying resurrection champions, and trying to, I think, take away some of that range and really zone control too with the Vel'Koz. So I think St. John's is going to be looking for more of a brawly comp or something that wants to I wouldn't say hard engage, but like you have that medium amount of engage and high damage. So even if like something like a Fiora would fit into comps like that, right, where you aren't really engaging, but you're fighting, and you really hate things that can keep you at arm's distance and keep you away, like Zillion, like the Vel'Koz. So
yes.
I feel like the composition is going to move more towards that as we see St. John's kind of flesh itself out.
St. John's, they locked in that Lee Sin, as opposed to the tanky ones like Sejuani, say, or Gragas that have been in meta, so expecting some action early on from that jungler. But answer from Georgetown, it's going to be the Misfortune and the Morgana locked in. Morgana provides a lot of lockdown, and if you're locked down, Misfortune can output a ton of damage on you.
Yeah, and the builds that people have been going are just the Infinity Edge into the Essence Reaver, the Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge is really, really powerful, mostly because she gets attack speed, steroid, and movement speed from her W. So she doesn't need that. She needs damage and critical strike. So she basically creates the third stat from Zeal items that you would want to have. So she really doesn't have to buy any of those.
It's all about each wave of that ultimate applying a crit, so making sure that those crits hit as hard as they can. St. John's answering was something that I'm actually not too surprised to see, but it's the first time I'm seeing it, an Enchanter support. We heard rumblings that maybe Enchanters would come back into the meta, and keep in mind, it still could be a mid lane, could be a solo lane Lulu with set in the top lane. But where do you feel Enchanters are in the meta right now compared to things like the Nautiluses and the Pikes that we've been seeing?
Well, what happened was there were a lot of Nautilus and Pike because who's going to engage? But now if there's tanks, you really do have people who can just hold the front line and you want to make them tankier. So I think that Enchanters are perfectly fine right now. I think like Nami, even Sona, like she was being played in solo lanes because Enchanters were so powerful, right, with the poke and stuff. So Soraka, same thing. I think that Enchanters are actually in a really good spot personally.
And especially when you're one of those AD carries that doesn't have a lot of mobility, it's great to have an Enchanter on top of you to keep you alive during those team fights. So St. John's composition, they don't have the biggest front line right now, but Set can be a front line for a team if need be. And they have one counter pick at least, because Georgetown will have to lock in one of their solo laners here. They opted for a bot lane and jungle to start things off, but now we'll get our first insight. It's going to be Malphite. They want hard engage for themselves as well, and that is a hell of a lot of engage, J4 and the Malphite.
Yeah, and it kind of is looking more and more like what I thought would happen, where Georgetown, they like zones of control, and then the hard engage is something I wasn't quite expecting from them with the Malphite, but I feel like they've just been saying, St. John's, you're not going to go for team fight. You're going for just kind of skirmish compositions. And based off their bans, I think that they really didn't like zone control. We talked about the first 3 bans, but then the Veigar and the Rumble on top of it, like they 100% want to go skirmish here on St. John's side. Yeah,
St. John's even locking in an illusion very strong in the early game. And Georgetown, they felt confident locking in that Malphite because they understood what they expected this top laner to be. It should be that set, and they feel confident, okay, Malphite can just build full armor. He's dealing with a Lee Sin jungle and a set top lane, which is all AD damage, so should be able to survive through that lane phase. Typically, the weakness of Malphite is you can get bullied out in the early laning phase, but St. John's will see what they're able to do about that as they lock in Zoe, a mid laner who theoretically can get a push and maybe look to impact topside as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the last pick here with the Zoe really, I feel, rounds the composition out to just be pick focused with the Lee Sin on top of that, and not much team fighting. It's a lot of skirmishing. It's a lot of kind of abusing Fog of War instead of abusing lanes and pushes. So I think that they kind of gave away what they wanted to play very, very early with their bans and what they targeted. And then on Georgetown's side, they are just going for, interestingly enough, Akali, because she got nerfed and then kind of buffed and then like changes.
Yeah.
She's been all over the place, and she's kind of been a free win whenever I see her in solo queue. So.
The way I describe her is that she has less of a skill ceiling as she did before with her ult now being targeted, but she just has more raw stats. They gave her more damage in her kit at the exchange of not being able to ult any direction and get that extra mobility. At least that's what the initial change was. So when I think of the level of play of Collegiate, I think that can actually favor players, especially somebody like Vanilla Ice Cream, who played Darius last time, likes to play aggressive, likes to really fight people, and could potentially be the pick that Georgetown needs here.
So you call it like skill? Talk about the skill ceiling. I call her kneecapped, where they just took her out, like busted her up. No skating for her. No, she can't skate all around the rift anymore. And
yeah,
I feel like that was the biggest thing that she had going for her, was just her mobility. And now it's kind of like you're going back to a little bit of the old Akali, where you could just no free targeted dash. You could just click on somebody and that would make it so that you could go there. But you have to have somebody to click on.
Exactly. But you have the extra stats nowadays to get that damage, so potentially it can work out. But let's think about, I mean, looking at the compositions against each other, it really feels like a pure teamfight composition with a lot of clear engage and DPS threats against, like you were mentioning, a Fog of War style of play where St. John's wants to be a little more creative and find picks rather than the necessary 5v5. So when I'm thinking of who I favor in that, I'm going to be giving it to Georgetown. I think at the collegiate level, I will almost always favor the team that is easier to execute composition. And I feel like Malphite, you press R, J4, you go and engage, press R. It's just a little easier to pull off what they're trying to do.
I actually 100% agree with you, which is very rare. So
I'm not used to this, everybody. Did we have this recorded?
I'm also going to go with Georgetown. It is actually recorded. It's live right now.
Oh,
Did you not
really?
know?
Look at that.
So I 100% agree. I think they really understood what they wanted to get off the table with their bands, and then they really did make it so that they've set themselves up for success, because it's so easy. Playing collegiate myself, like many years ago, it was always just play what's going to have a good team fight, and that's going to get you through the early stages. When you get to the harder opponents, you really do have to kind of figure out your micro game as you're kind of getting those intricacies down between teammates over like the whole entire semester. But right now, first week, you just got to play something that just smashes your opponent as a team.
Especially when you're chasing that first win as Georgetown. St. John's are 1-1. They did pick up a victory earlier yesterday, but they're still in that clump of other teams that are 1-1 right now. They're looking for that 2-1. That is really their end goal for the day, so they can differentiate themselves a little bit from the pack, feel better about their standings. And on paper, you're thinking, okay, you're playing against a team that just got smashed yesterday, hasn't picked up a win yet. So this could be a little bit of maybe ego from St. John's. I don't want to call it too early, but they're feeling good about themselves, at least thinking, okay, this should be one of our better matchups for the season. So they're trying out something that is a little harder to execute. Let's think best case scenario for them. If they are able to pull it off, should this be a composition that can punish what Georgetown was able to draft?
I think it does have the tools to do that. The Zoe can make it so that the Akali has a hard time getting off the ground, basically abusing her in lane. And the Lucian Lulu is a combination that harkens back to even just, I believe, like right after the release of Lucian, where people were pairing them together and realizing that just the picks damage is insane when you're able to just dash around and get a lot of basic attacks in. So I think that would be kind of where they would focus, is that bottom side of the map, potentially using the mid lane to do that. I don't feel like the set Malphite matchup is one that you will visit very frequently. And I feel like it's one where you don't really care too much about what happens to the Malphite. He's going to R no matter what. And I don't think he's going to get too much back from the set either. I think that one's kind of a wash, and they'll show up for team fights.
So the Malphite, and that's just what Malphite is as a champion. Yeah. When you play it in solo queue, when you play it in collegiate, it doesn't matter. You have that ability no matter what stage of the game it is. So in this current meta right now, 10.4, we got the Dragon Souls. Elemental Drakes have hit the Rift, and we see all these skirmishes and fights around early game Dragons, but also the Rift Herald with 2 of those spawning. So in general, I think just a higher chance of these team fights happening, which still, again, I'm valuing Georgetown's composition more in those situations, but they have to set themselves up for success in that it's not as simple as, okay, we have the team that can win the 5v5, so we just by default do it. You still got to hit the keys on your keyboard and set up that vision. So when you're talking about that bot side and expecting action there early as opposed to maybe the set Malphite, the Lucian Lulu, I want to bring it back to that. Lucian loves any support that can give him extra move speed and extra damage. That Lulu E and W, you get that little burst of speed, you get that extra damage on each of your autos. Lucian can really play around with that a lot. And the Misfortune Morgana, that Black Shield's not going to be doing too much in this lane.
Yeah, and there isn't really much either that breaks it. It would just be Zoe, which does make it actually a really good pick against the Zoe, because the person would not fall asleep if they get hit with the bubble when you put it on. So I think it's actually like, you almost kind of counterpicked yourself a little bit with the Zoe, and that's really why I'm not too sold on the composition. They kind of felt like they were like, well, we're going to play something here in the mid lane. What are we going to go? They hovered Katarina. They weren't quite sure. It felt like maybe too many interrupts for that. And then they went for the Zoe, and I'm like, I still don't feel like that saves you in this situation. You really just gave yourself a hard composition to execute, and you made it even harder now, where you somehow have to hope the Morgana is not paying attention in like skirmishes at all, and that the Black Shield is not landing on the right person.
Especially as you get later into the game. But the teams are ready and loaded onto the Rift, so let's send it over to the action for game number 1 of our Day 2, St. John's versus Georgetown. St. John's, again, looking to end their weekend 2-1, differentiating themselves from the pack, whereas Georgetown, they just want to grab their first victory here. It was such a crushing defeat against Seton Hall yesterday. Not to anyone's big surprise, that Seton Hall is one of the heavy hitters of the tournament, but still Georgetown looking to reverse their fortunes from yesterday and prove that they do have their medal here. The Akali pick, a little out of left field as their last one, but they did save it till the end. It is the counter pick. Do you like this counter? You talked about the Zoe counter picking itself into the Morgana, but what about the Akali into that Zoe? How should we expect this early laning phase to play out here?
So a lot of it will be Zoe just kind of bullying the Akali around. You can see he's even prepared for it with the Doran's shield. Kind of the typical buy there. You can go for something like a Dark Seal refillable and then go back and get like a Corrupting, or even just, you know, sit on the Dark Seal and hope you can get stacks. But this is to kind of weather the storm. And I gotta say, Zoe's like a box of chocolates in the laning phase. Like,
I'm really excited for this.
You asked me what to expect here, and I expect the unexpected. It's a Zoe.
Maybe
She
it's
may
hazelnut cream.
she may get a redemption.
Oh,
She may get an activatable item really early. She may get a flash, right? You don't know what's exactly going to happen with that Zoe, and that's why I always find it so frustrating to play against her. Well, I do like boxes of chocolates, but so I guess this is kind of falling apart now. Like,
what's your favorite chocolate?
ooh, okay, so
I'm a caramel fan personally.
really.
Oh yeah.
I'm like a, so I always thought my parents were crazy when I was a kid, and I was like, it's milk chocolate all the time. Now I actually really like dark chocolate.
Oh yeah. I mean, of course. That's the Smurf chocolate.
Yeah. It's
People
like,
always think milk chocolate is the best. When you're like 5, white chocolate's okay to like, but I mean, come on.
I still like white chocolate, actually.
All right.
It's
Well,
not actually a chocolate. It's a fungi.
what?
Yeah, I believe it's a fungi.
All right, I just don't believe that. But let's bring our attention back to the game as what's been happening early on here. We have advantage on the bottom side. Basham and Reborn getting a nice push here, and they're hitting level 2 way early. So you watch Hyungmin Kim and Sonya back all the way off. Be very respectful of that.
Yeah, that's what they have to watch out for.
Oh, and also an invade. Pikey catch out Patebs. Flash is used. Can Pikey follow him up? He's got flash available as well. Might just wait for that Q to come off cooldown, but
He's gotta
I
get
think
behind the
Patebs is
minions.
out. There's the flag and drag. Oh, Pikey, are you
No!
going for it? Oh, flash Q! He takes it and gets the first blood. Beautiful.
Oh, I don't know what Seeker's doing. Seeker's got to help his buddy out, like get in front of it, you know, just wait a second. I don't know what that was, but Pikey coming up with a good kill there, right under the turret. Real easy.
Smart jungle sense as well, reading where Patebs was going to be and understanding, okay, I'm Lee Sin, he's J4. Typically, J4 is pretty comfortable in the early game, but Lee Sin is one of the junglers that can really bully out other junglers early on, so he reads the correct invade. Oh, he might just look for more here. He's going mid lane. Vanilla Ice Cream's just going to die to the solo. Hi, I'm Cuz, getting the solo kill on the Zoe.
Look at that box of chocolates. This is where you get that, you know, he's going to be
That was
overwhelmed with
hot
chocolate.
tamale topic.
I mean,
chocolate right there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because, like, it's right after Valentine's. There's 50% off. They're trying to get all the chocolate off the shelves. He's going to be overwhelmed. There's going to be too much chocolate for him there. He's going to have to watch his figure for a little bit, you know, going 0-1 now, but that's a slippery slope. You know, you get one bite, you're going to keep going back
Yeah,
to that.
it's
So
just, you can't control yourself after that. It's like Girl Scout cookies, man.
Oh.
You can't stop at one. Fun fact, by the way.
Oh, go ahead.
I respect Girl Scout cookies so much more after I learned that their serving size on the nutrition facts is 2 cookies. I respect them so much for that, for just admitting you should have 2. That is what we recommend.
Yeah.
We're on all these tangents right now.
They recommend that. Why do they sell me a whole box? Like,
I think they expect self-control at some point.
oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
Or
It's-
sharing.
it's-
Or sharing.
Or share it. Hey, there we go. I like that more. Pateb spotted off on a ward. Now Pikey's going to see him again. Misses the Sonic Wave, so not able to follow up. Patebs does walk to safety, but this is just what Pikey can do early on in the game, constantly looking to bully out Patebs.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is interesting to note about the jungle was that the changes to the experience made it that you really only want to kind of clear 3 camps as fast as possible, and then either double back on your camps or clear from there, because what ended up happening is Pikey did the route that I actually think is the best right now, and it's either you do a full red side clear, which is red and then Krugs and then Raptors, or, you know, vice versa on the Raptors.
I'll
Krugs.
let you get back to that point, Zyrene, as there is some action in the mid lane here. Vanilla Ice Cream and Patebs trying to get some damage back into Hi, I'm Cuz, but just not able to. Cuz not having to burn the flash and just walks away.
Yeah, takes a lot of damage there. Is Vanilla Ice Cream going to stay in the lane? It looks like he's going to stay for a bit. But yeah, so I'll try to sum this up pretty quickly. There's 2 routes I think are really good. It's full red side clear into gank, or you go blue Gromp, and that's it.
Red, blue, Gromp.
Red, blue Gromp. You kill all the single...
So the highest XP camp,
yeah,
essentially.
you kill the single target ones. So if you're something like a Lee Sin, and you start with Machete, boom, boom, boom. You just hit it very, very quick to get rid of all the HP. It's the fastest clear, and it gets you level 3. And a lot of champions, it's very good for them.
Oh, look at this. Level 6 hit by 7 swords early on.
Ooh.
Seeker 296 goes down.
It's that early level 6 for him. So because he hit 6 first, there's no way to really escape there for Seeker, and he just gets dunked.
And that is a terrible position to be in for Seeker 296. It was already down half CS to 7 swords. Even burns the flash when no flash was used on the enemy team. But look at the bot side. Youngmin Kim almost taken down, has to use both summoner spells there as well. Almost trading back into Reborn, but not quite.
Yep, and they gotta actually disengage there. This means that Basham has the flash available, so he can actually go make a play here.
They want to go for this flash forward. It has the damage, easy enough, as now Sonya has to retreat under turret as well. You called it, Cyrene. They were looking for the kill.
Yeah, the issue was they felt like they were gonna get frozen on, and so they had to do something about it. And right here, this lane's actually gonna...
Does it make it?
No,
Can it make it? Reborn!
Oh,
Back to the minions.
Oh. But yeah, so I guess I'll summarize very, very quickly what happened at the beginning of the game. Is that Pyke, he went for the 3 camp clear that I highly recommend, that you do those both buffs and Gromp. Doesn't matter if you start blue or red, but make sure you kill those 3, and then you go. But what happened is Patebs, he actually did his full blue side and then red. So he actually did 1 extra camp with the wolves, which I don't think is good or optimal anymore at all, because it takes so long to get 4 that it's not worth it to do that. It's better to get out on the map, and he got caught there. So if he had just done a 3 camp clear, he would have been completely fine.
And Pyke, one of those junglers that likes to make action happen early, not wasting any time on those long clear camps. We saw that stat, 10.3 KDA. I believe that's from this season so far in their first 2 games. But regardless, that is an insane KDA. Speaking of KDA, you know, I already said it. I wasn't going to bring it up, but fun fact for you, Cyrene. What do you think Sonya's KDA was in that first game against Seton Hall?
0?
Yeah, 0. 0-5-0 on Soraka. Hasn't picked up a kill or an assist yet, but I'm calling it. This game, Georgetown will get one. Hi, I'm Cuz. Oh, solo killed by Vanilla Ice Cream. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. Feels good for the Akali in that situation. At least you made something happen.
I mean, he used both summoner spells. He barely got the kill, and the minion wave is equal, so it is actually quite good. But this is level 6 advantage here for both the Lulu and the Lucian to a level 4 Morgana. This is where you bring out the question mark pings.
Yeah, and now they have the push on the bot side, so they should be able to get this dragon. Doesn't matter that Georgetown has vision on this. They don't even have their J4 nearby. Akali had just died, so this is a free objective for St. John's. They grab that, and now they can look to make their next plan. It looks like an invade here from Pyke on the bottom jungle. Not going to find anything. Oh, they could go for a dive, though.
Oh, he missed.
As topside Seeker 296 has the ultimate available. Is he going to use it? 7 swords chasing forward, but now here's Patebs. Misses the flag and drag. Goes through with the Cataclysm. Seeker with the damage, but 7 swords gets the shield. Is he going to turn it around? Oh, just barely. Georgetown able to get that, but it's a double kill on the bot side for Basham. I don't know what happened out there, but the dive worked.
Yeah, they got the dive. They brought Pyke over, and they've just used the Fed members on the bottom side to just absolutely obliterate him. It seems like it would be quite easy there. And you know what? When I said I 100% agreed with you, that's why it was a bad sign, is because you were wrong.
See, I baited you. That was it. You can't trust me. I'll tell you something. I've only ever gotten my predictions correct when the analyst disagrees with me. So you basically you jinxed us both by doing that, because
that means
you're in a lose-lose.
Wait, say that one more time?
I'm only correct when my analyst disagrees with me. So if you agree with me, we're both wrong.
Every time I've gone the same way as you, you've been wrong.
Yes, exactly. But let's take a look at this.
Trust you and take your. Okay,
I think you're reading into this way more than I expected you to.
It's the opposite side of the same coin, you know.
Essentially, is you're doomed either way, because if you agree with me, we're both wrong. If you disagree with me, I'm right, you're wrong. So,
I mean,
it's rough.
That just means I'm always wrong if that's the case, which is not the case.
Rough position to be in. But I mean, beautiful dive on the bot side. We're looking at Basham's stats here. That's a lot of damage. Average damage per game, 13,000. I believe average is around 10K, if I'm correct. Depends on the length of the game. Damage per minute would be helpful to know there as well. But
yeah,
The dive goes through, and that gives him 3 kills, sitting on that Essence Reaver to Hyungmin Kim's just components. Not even close to that.
Yeah, we got some CS differences here. Everybody is actually outmatched here on the Georgetown side. St. John's, they have a top laner that has literally twice as much CS. He's actually freezing. He's pulling it off to the side.
Oh, no.
So because Set has such high HP regen, you can actually use your HP as a resource to freeze the wave, which is, something you're supposed to be doing.
Vanilla ice cream.
Tactic.
Do you want it? He's drowsy. He's asleep.
Uh-oh.
Can Cuz get it? He does! The auto to finish it off. And he knew exactly where that guy was. Oh, look at the top side also. So you guys to get out. But Cuz, Gray's under pressure, throws out that Q and lands it.
Yep, and so what they do is they freeze the wave, which makes you very vulnerable to ganks, and he's too weak to actually... Oh, wait a second.
Ebs, I don't know if you wanted that.
Yeah, he did not. He wanted to land that.
True.
But yeah, so when somebody freezes the wave on you and you're behind, you are actually just kind of screwed at that point, because you have to call your jungler up, or you have to extend, which makes you vulnerable to ganks, or if the person's already more powerful than you, which we saw that Seven Swords was, you get chased down a longer lane. What?
Oh, that's all poke coming in from the Lulu right there. Now the speed up on Basham. He has the Colleen, throws it out onto Sonya. Can't quite get the angle, but now maybe Hyungmin Kim. Nope, walks away as Misfortune. But look at the J4 still in the neighborhood. Patebs could find this. All summoner spells available. He throws out the Flagging Drag, gets interrupted with a knock-up. There's the binding, but it misses. Reborn gets the kill, but Sham once more, chasing down Sonya without flash or heal available. There's the dashboard. A few more autos should get it. There's the kill. Can they get Hyungmin Kim? Very low health bars now on the side of St. John's, but with 7 swords here, completed the TP. That's an easy pickup for Basham. And a double kill, 5-0.
It's so easy for him. It just looks so fluid. The way that he dodged both the Jarvan EQ and then went back and got distance from them, so he wasn't even just right in front of the entire team at the bottom side of the map. It was actually really cool.
Oh, flash, kick. Misses the Sonic Wave, Vanilla Ice Cream in the shadow. Can he get out? He's running away. Pyke might chase this down. Hits the Sonic Strike, or Sonic Wave, Resident Strike to get the kill. 12-2 right now. St. John's is slaughtering Georgetown.
Yeah. I don't know if we could have been more wrong. So that's the thing, is when you have a team fighting composition, you have to make it the team fighting phase. That's
an important step in the process.
Because otherwise, your team comp doesn't get to do anything. You're just a comp.
You are a comp indeed. Maybe Seeker can get to that phase where he just uses ult and gets kills, but maybe he just dies Cuz that auto almost doing enough. Here's though, Patebs gets a flash out of Zoe. Cuz playing very, very far forward, but honestly not punished that much for it. The summoner spell, I think you're fine.
It's Drake time.
Drake time. Here's another fight happening. This could be the 5v5 that Georgetown has been looking for. They got Seeker here over the wall with the ultimate, but there's just no follow-up. Yes. Colleen's.
One of them is a lot more of a concentrated stream of fire.
Oh, wait, Vanilla Ice Cream. He might be able to turn this one around. Ult forward, trying to get reborn. Gets Cuz instead. Is this the turnaround? A triple kill for Vanilla Ice Cream, as unfortunately Patebs will fall in the 1v2 to Pyke and Swords. Hey, at least Vanilla Ice Cream was able to get something there.
Yeah, Pyke and Swords were really late to that fight. It was actually a 3v5 to start it off. And the fact that they went, I believe, 3 for 3 overall is still pretty good for Georgetown. It's kind of the best that they could hope for in that situation. They got some shutdowns, but ultimately they're still going to lose the Dragon. It's still going to go over to Pyke, and they have to kind of watch this because he's got, I believe he also has the Rift Herald too, so they've just been getting all the neutral objectives. And,
maybe it's another kill though. Vanilla Ice Cream looking for it. That's a huge shield on the 7 swords, but a beautiful layer of CC means another kill over to the Akali player. Now 5-4. Yeah. Just moments ago it was 1-4.
Yeah, and he's doing all right, but the CS is just, there's such a huge difference between it, which is going to make a larger gold gap here. And that's really where you're going to see is, even though there are a lot of kills on the side of St. John's, just the CS difference and the basics that they're showing in this laning phase will give them such a large advantage that they should be able to crush this game.
They have the pieces necessary to close it out. Let's see how long it takes them to do so. Georgetown, they've shown signs of fighting back, but they just lost their bottom turret. And look at that damage from Basham. The Colleen comes out. Sonya goes down. Kills in the mid lane as well for Cuz as Hyungmin Kim trying to run for his life, but there's just nowhere to go. That's a double kill. I think this might be an ace. No, Seekers is too far away.
Yep. And it's just, he's so fed right now. It's actually ridiculous how fed Basham is.
9-1. That's an 11 KDA. That's higher than the KDA that Pikey's been sporting, but 402, that's about to go up as well.
Yep.
St. John's University putting on a tutorial on how to punish in League of Legends right now. They're playing the hard to execute comp beautifully as Pikey just bullying out Seeker 296.
It's so funny because
Oh, Basham. Is this another one? Is this another one? Is this another kill? Pikey goes forward. He's going to lose a little bit of that KD as he does fall down, but Basham does so much damage, has the Lulu ultimate, but there's the bullet time coming in from Young Minkim. They still don't have the damage. Basham still alive, and that was some poke out of Young Minkim. Almost one shot by the Zoe. Is the accuracy there? It's not, but Vanilla Ice Cream goes in. He gets reborn, will fall for the effort. Going deep for those kills.
And it was just tickling him. The ulti was just tickling him. There's a whole he was like, oh, it's time to have a bullet time. He's like, no, it's actually shower time. You know, I think I can take a bath in this, you know? So, oh, yeah, clean
Just
myself
rinse off that, that dive from earlier.
He's got so much gold. He's got to, bathe in it for a bit.
Let's take a replay of what exactly happened here. They could just do this.
Yeah, the kick through, and then it's the Malphite ultimate onto a single person, but then you can see Basham. He eats the first part of the Akali ultimate. The second part, I think, also does damage, but he's not low. And then it's just, he just gets ultied. There's a heal that comes out as well in there to keep him up, so it looks like he doesn't take that much damage. And oof. We're getting to one-shot territory here. He wasn't even asleep. If he was asleep, he would have never waken up.
Oh, that was, I felt that physically. That was painful to watch. Young Minkim has not completed a singular item, whereas Basham is sitting on 2 completed items. Just a reminder of the gold disparity between these 80 carries, and that wasn't necessarily because of what we expected from the beginning, thinking, okay, Pikey is going to be really putting aggression bot side and getting this bot lane ahead. No, most of that was just from the 2v2. Basham and Reborn have had a beautiful game, just winning that 2v2 straight.
Yeah. And we talked about it when you asked me about St. John's, how do they win this? It's like they really don't focus too much on the top lane. You go to the bottom side of the map, you use the Zoe, you go to the bottom side with the Lee Sin, and you focus on that Lulu Lucian just to try and just get as much of an advantage early as possible. And this is one that's basically, I would say, it's very close to insurmountable. It's a 11,002 Drake lead right now.
19 minutes in, just under.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing that Georgetown can do. Their whole jungle is being taken away by St. John's, and St. John's are putting the final grip around the neck of Georgetown, squeezing out the life of this team that was trying to pick up their first win. And St. John's, they're showing that, yes, they're in that clump right now of 1-1 teams, but trying to prove that they are at the top end of that. Ending 2-1 would feel great in the first week. Huh?
You know how I can tell that Basham is a good player? Is his boot choice.
The Merc Treads is interesting.
Yeah. He went for the Merc Treads when the only real CC that's going to just remove is the Morganas, the Q and also the R. It'll reduce that duration. It can reduce the duration of things like, I believe, the Malphite attack speed slow.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because it doesn't, like, slow resistance.
One of those hidden little stats there.
I mean, it's any type of CC, right? So a save for knockups. So the duration would be reduced. You get out of it a little faster. The Malphite slow, you're out of it a little faster. So I actually think that boot choice, though, is quite good because it's going to defend you against the Morgana, and then also if the Malphite went for burst, and some of the Akali damage, too.
Also just helps your mobility. Stay mobile in these fights, but now, okay, easy enough for Pikey right there. Now he wants more. He says 1 was not enough. Sonya gonna feel the wrath here, but maybe Pikey's a little too far forward. Bullet time's out. Again, just tickling. It's the bullet shower, everybody. Reborn flash over the wall, tries to get the knockup. Can he 1v1? Young Minkim does get the kill, but Pikey just barely survives Vanilla Ice Cream. Flash completed, or teleport completed by 7 Swords, flashes the wall to get the kill. And that's just simple enough for St. John's. They should claim this inhibitor.
Yep, they're just going to be able to push this one down right down that mid lane. They are just so far ahead. 13K, and it's 20 minutes. That's so fast.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot.
That's a lot.
That is the expert analysis.
You heard it here. February 23rd, 2020. Steve Kangas, it's a lot.
I still can't get used to saying 2020, and we're almost 3 months in.
We're a few months into it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still feels wrong.
You gotten your vision checked out yet?
No.
That joke was funny in like 2018 when I saw a meme like, hey, in 2020 we can make this joke, and I was
Exactly.
like, ah, great. And then it came around. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, it took 2 years.
Let's not.
It's no longer a cool joke because it had 2 years to die.
Yeah.
Right.
But 2020 vision on the Rift right now is St. John's University are dominating Georgetown 27-9. 3 Dragons picked up here, and with Baron on the map, that's really the only objective left for them to claim. They didn't take down the full inhibitor from Georgetown. Georgetown were able to hold on to that, but I don't know if they can hold on to much else here. Do they want to take a fight right now? Drowsy lands on a secret, but there's that black shield you were talking about. Patab on the flank, trying to take down Reboard and losing the fight. There's Basham able to pick up that kill. Now it's a 5v4. Look at the bubble, lands onto Young Minkim, and just decimation for St. John's. Georgetown has no chance here. Pikey, oh, that's such a long route.
That's why you get the Merc Treads. He went for the Ninja Tabi, but
who's that Ninja Tabi for?
The 1 and 7 Misfortune.
I suppose.
I
sure.
do like to buy those.
Oh, here's the final fight though of the game. It's just St. John's running it down at mid lane. All members up. Low health bars on high on Cuz, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be game going over to St. John's. They will end their weekend 2-1 and differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack. Just patting the stats a little bit. Please, just hit the Nexus. It's over. It's over, St. John's. You win.
They're already dead.
They're already dead, guys. Okay.
Wow.
Let's just end this amicably.
Yeah, it was really fast, about 22 minutes, round 23. Very, very quick game for them. And I feel like that's exactly what you wanted to see out of St. John's here against Georgetown. St. John's now moving to 2-1, and Georgetown starting off very slowly at 0-2.
Yeah.
But that performance right there, for me, didn't bode a lot of confidence at all. I'm sitting here going, that team looks like, even when they're playing a team fighting composition, they never really even had that aha moment where they all got to do what they wanted to do at some point, and the skirmish composition took over. So if you do feel like you are better than the opponent pound for pound, 100% skirmish, early game pressure is going to win you the game, and that was the name of this one.
And I was giving Georgetown the benefit of the doubt early on, saying, okay, you got destroyed in your first game against Seton Hall, but Seton Hall is also one of the best teams in the tournament. So that doesn't speak to me too much of what Georgetown would be able to do against the likes of St. John's. But now this is twice where they've just been completely disseminated on the map. This is, I don't want to call the alarm bells too early, as it's still the first weekend and they have a game against Marquette later on today. But I think after that game, we'll be able to definitively say if Georgetown is off to a bad start or not. If they pick up that win against Marquette, that's a way to turn it around early on. But so far, they're not, impressing too much right now at 0-2, but they got the rest of the season to improve. They got to be looking forward. They got to be thinking that next step and trying to reset mentally after that game when they're facing Marquette at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I do have to say that St. John's, even though they played extraordinarily well as players and they really used what advantages they had, I actually think their draft was really good, and that's something to keep an eye on moving forward. Is they banned out the things that would give them a hard time and would kind of give Georgetown a crutch to lean on, and they made sure that they were allowed to kill people when they wanted to. So no Kindreds, no none of that stuff that zones, no Vagars, none of it. Like even the Zillions. So I feel like they really knew what they wanted to do. They wanted to smash Georgetown into the ground, and they were able to do that without them having any walls of resistance that they normally get through some of these champion picks. So I think their pick and ban was actually exactly what got them off on the right foot and why they were able to show how good they were.
And we're also seeing why they prioritized that least in so early on in the pick and bans. Pikey having an amazing game on that champion. Basham also impressing on the Lucian. So key players to focus on going forward into the season. But for everybody at home, make sure that you join in on the fun by following us on social media. Hop on Twitter to ESL Collegiate. You can keep up to date on all the action, all the news, and all the standings and schedule going forward so that you never miss a single game in the Big East. That's it for Game 1. We're going to take a short break as we send it over and get ready for Game number 2. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Collegiate 2020 Spring Big East regular season. We just saw St. John's take down Georgetown in commanding fashion and be the first team to get 2 wins under their belt here in the regular season on day 2. 2-1 right now, differentiating themselves from the rest of the pack. Georgetown still struggling to get that win. Final thoughts on that game, Zyrene. What can St. John's be happy about going forward here?
Smashing their opponents, because that was an utter obliteration. Like, they actually didn't really get to play League of Legends on the other side, and it felt like it was not even just a victory, it was a moral victory too. There was so much morale there afterwards. They were like, all right, you dive the tower, I don't care if you die. There's no way that they were so far ahead that they could have thrown 3 times and they still would have been fine. Well,
the moral victory over to St. John's. You heard it from Zyrene first. So let's take a look at the current standings right now as St. John's find themselves at the top, 2-1 compared to Butler, Marquette. Everyone else only having 1 win, and then Georgetown and Providence both at the bottom, struggling at 0-2. So St. John's, off to a great start so far here. But we got our next match ahead of us, which will be DePaul versus Villanova, 2 teams that are 1-0 right now. One of them will be joining St. John's with 2 victories, and one of them will be joining that other clump with Butler and Marquette at 1-1. So this is such an exciting match because it's got so much history to it. Villanova, 2-time reigning champions of the regular season, but DePaul really impressed us in the preseason and were able to win there. So, Zyrene, what are you thinking about this match coming up ahead of us here?
Well, it's also the team that ended up being first and second. Like you said, DePaul, though, they did win in that preseason, and Villanova didn't make it to top 2, but before, these were the top 2 teams. DePaul was number 2, and so this is something that's going to be a bit of a treat for people at home because it's going to be much closer than the previous game was, and it's going to give you a much better idea of kind of the level that Collegiate League of Legends is at, and I would say just a taste of that too, because these teams are the ones that will be shooting for that championship again, and we know that Villanova, they're going for that 3-peat.
Yeah, for sure. That's what they're aiming for, and they're already a bit of a rivalry between these 2 teams based on how things have gone before. And anybody, if you got rivals at home, you know how hard it can be to keep things civil and keep the toxicity out of the game. So to help you out, we're giving you a chance to join the GLHF Good Luck and Have Fun Pledge with any key. Make sure that you go online and take the pledge. You'll get a fun little Twitch logo next to your name. I did it. I got the pin and everything. We're trying to help fight against online toxicity in our games. We don't want any of that, especially in Collegiate. So make sure that you go take the pledge and join in. And to hear more, we actually talked to some of our friends about it.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face to face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
GLHF indeed. Thank you everybody for joining in on the pledge. And again, at home, make sure that you go and sign up too. Have you signed up, Zyrene?
Yeah, I actually did.
Absolutely. Happy to hear, man. Let's fight toxicity together. And let's talk about the game. We already mentioned earlier Villanova versus DePaul. Monumental matchup here early on in the season. It's so exciting to see these 2 teams face off this early, right off the bat. No matter who wins, there's going to be blood next time they play each other later in the season. So we already get kind of a preview of that. But last time they played, it was DePaul favored.
Yeah, and this is kind of, I think, in the regular season as well, where DePaul kind of had Villanova's number in the first week, but as time went on, we saw that it really was going to be Villanova that came out on top. They were the team that I feel like had a lot of momentum, and then as the season changed and they hadn't really played too much league during the off season for them, they kind of, like from what I heard, allowed DePaul to kind of win in a sense. So we'll see if all that talk is really backed up here, but I'm really interested to see what this team looks like here in this season, especially to open it against one of the strongest teams.
Yeah, they have to show up here as DePaul's roster is looking scary. But first, let's focus on Villanova. Whimsical Melody in the top lane, returning Pixel Drum. And the player we want to highlight the most, Native 192, their bot laner. Used to be a Yasuo main. He talked about this with us a little earlier today. A role-swapping player.
Yeah, you would have thought that some of the people in the last game were Yasuo mains with their 0-7 scoreline, but no, this is the one who's the Yasuo main here in the bottom lane. And so that gives him some flexibility. If Yasuo ever becomes meta as time goes on, you can maybe play him in the bottom lane as well. We checked his solo queue. Not really a good... Win rate's good. KDA is not good, but that is typically what you see from the Yasuo players. The KDA department, probably gray.
Well, we'll see. We actually had a chance to sit down with a Native 192 earlier today and get his thoughts on the matchup ahead and also his thoughts on Yasuo. So let's take a look. All right. Thank you, Thomas, the Native Ebinger. Am I saying that right? Ebinger?
Yep.
All right, thank you for taking the time to chat with us today. Really appreciate it. You got a big match ahead of you, but first I want to get to know you a little bit as a player. Now, we were talking slightly before we started, and you've actually gone through a lane swap throughout your career. You're now playing AD carry for Villanova, but how did you get to that position?
Well, so last year we had a really, really good ADC, and he graduated, and I was originally the mid laner, and we had someone else who was interested in playing mid. So over like this season, I started to actually go to my secondary role, which was ADC. And then ultimately I got much better at that and climbed a lot higher. And so I officially swapped ADC. Actually last year, or like last semester in the beginning, I was originally starting mid. And then I swapped back to ADC and we had a lot more success. So it's been kind of an adjustment period.
So with that adjustment period in mind, what do you think of the chances of this team this year for your squad? Because you guys had a pretty good run last time getting second place, or first place, actually.
Yeah, so last year, I think we have like this advantage in that we're a lot smarter than other teams in terms of like, if we get together and we're stronger than the other team or equal to them, we'll just win. Just because I think we're better in tight team fighting. I think we're better in strategy. The main thing is that our issue is we'll fall behind early. And I feel like if we don't fall behind early, we'll just be able to take any team. DePaul obviously looks scarier this year because Brian Mandarius came back. But one of the things that was interesting is now he's going to be taking some resources away. And I think their mid laner is extremely weak. And their bot lane, if we can go even with them, I think we'll be able to win. And the other only scary team, in my opinion, was probably Seton Hall. And they lost their ADC, so it's kind of pretty bad for them. So I think we have a very solid chance of winning and three-peating.
So you've had a lot of success during the regular season in the past, but when we take a look at the preseason, what happened there, Villanova didn't make it to the finals. It was DePaul versus Seton Hall. So what have you been doing between the preseason tournament and now the regular season to get back into form?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it came down to just not playing the game very much. And we didn't practice as a team, and a lot of other teams were putting in a lot more practice than we were. And I think that had to do with just the timing of it. A lot of our players couldn't play that late. A lot of our players weren't getting into practice, and the players who were able to practice weren't able to play at the time. That, with the time changes to this season, I think has helped us a lot. And I think that will allow us to be more focused and be able to take on some of these other teams. I really think that it's going to come down to us and DePaul. And I think that the second race is just going to be Butler and Seton Hall.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about the game itself, because it has changed drastically since even just last year with the introduction of the elemental drakes. So what's your opinion on bot lane's role right now in the game, and how do you plan to affect it in your games in particular?
Yeah, so I think the game's in an interesting spot. I think it's definitely gone gotten better for ADC. I think one of the main problems that like happens in League is certain roles will have impact at certain times in the game, and other roles will have impact at other times in the game. And that makes it a little weird because, for example, jungler has the most impact in the early game, and the ADC usually has later impact in the past 20 minutes. And so the important thing is if you're really behind and your team's given up, it's really hard to be like a successful ADC. But when you look at a competitive scene, I think that like ADC is in general is very, very important, and it can have this massive impact if you're not having this huge discrepancy in really far behind. Obviously, there's the 2v2 in the bot lane, but I think that the ADC role is really important and competitive. And I think that really it's about using junglers in competitive to kind of gain advantages around the map. And that's why I think that we have a really good chance because we have the best jungler by far in the league.
Well, I like your mindset, Thomas. It's rare that we hear of a mid laner switching to AD carry and still being happy and feeling good about how their role feels.
Perks and caps.
True, perks and caps. That's one example. All right, we'll give it that one. Thank you so much, Thomas, for taking the time today, and good luck with your game ahead.
Of course. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
Take care. Always fun to get the insight of players, especially their thoughts on other teams. Not only Villanova respecting DePaul, but also thinking that the likes of Seton and Butler are going to be those other two teams kind of punching up towards them. But let's take a look at DePaul on the other side of the rift. Their roster is looking scary, Zyrene. Brown Mandarius returning from scouting grounds. Don't believe he was in the preseason tournament because of that, but took first place at scouting grounds.
Yeah, I believe his name was BMD to kind of stand for Brown Mandarius. So if you don't recognize the name, you probably recognize BMD. Pretty good top laner, pretty much the heart of the team. I know that he was out during the preseason, so we didn't get to see much of him recently, but the scouting grounds is where you would have caught him.
And it's interesting to think that Kamcha was the player that the native 192 was saying their mid laner is their weakest. This guy puts up some crazy KDA stats in their games from the preseason, and especially the last time they played against Villanova in particular. But he's the player we want to focus on here, sophomore in neuroscience. Favorite team is G2. Is that just like, are you excited to see people say that their favorite team is G2? I feel like that's just like the obvious choice in EU right now. It's like G2 or Fnatic.
But he's in NA.
He's in NA. True. So he's a traitor. Where are all the TL fans at? Where are the CLG? Okay, CLG's maybe not as relevant at this stage.
CLG has fans? No, I'm just kidding.
There's dozens of us.
I actually used to be a CLG fan back in the day.
Really?
But yeah. So
that's.
But yeah, you'd be like, oh, the TSM, right? It's like, yeah, favorite team is G2. I think most people would say like, oh, SKT, or they would go for like the recent world champion. But I like that he went for
the runners
G2 because you also get to pick two mid laners. You're gonna be like, it's caps.
That's probably
and
why.
Perks,
Yeah,
right?
there we go.
And he's as a mid laner, he's like, G2's my inspiration because you can just swap roles and play the two most damaging roles in the game.
Well, he's going to be up against Magstum from Villanova's side. We'll see if Kamcha's able to put up the numbers that the likes of Perks is able to put up in the LEC.
Well, I also think that G2 kind of makes people think mid laners have a lot of job security because if you can't play mid, you can just go play a different role. Now, that doesn't always happen because, you see who he go to support sometimes and it doesn't work out at the beginning. But
worked out for the native.
Tried.
It worked out for the, in our small sample size of 2 players that we are choosing to look at, it has been successful. Let's bring our attention to what's been happening in the Pink Command so far. DePaul focusing out these solo laners. Yasuo and Riven taken off the table. And I mean, Yasuo could also be the bot lane focus for the native being taken away. And then Kha'Zix as well. Villanova taking away Brown Mandarius' signature champion in Darius. No surprise there.
Yeah, making sure that he doesn't pick that one up. Then the Aphelios, pretty standard ban. I wonder if the Ornn will come out. And then there's also Senna. Senna not like as potent right now. People kind of realize that she takes a lot of scaling, so Misfortune's the one who took her place as like the top 2. It's funny because like North America, LCS really didn't seem to like Misfortune at first, and it was just like, oh wait, it's just Aphelios Senna. And then Korea was like, Misfortune, by the way. This champion's really good.
Yeah, we heard rumblings in solo queue of Misfortune having a very high win rate.
Which was so strange, because I thought she was just like a low elo, like, pub stomper.
She does a lot of damage, and that's what can get you those wins in low elo.
Yeah.
But turns out also translates to professional play. Taking off the table here, though, as Villanova don't want to deal with that. You're right. And a second time today, we see Lee Sin first picked here for blue side. So a lot of teams prioritizing this champion very highly in their draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a good jungle meta when you can play Lee Sin, is what I always say, because he only has to clear single target camps first, right? So he doesn't have to worry too much about the AoE camps, kind of taking some extra time, farming. He gets to strike that balance between farming, ganking, and making sure that he's tracking the enemy jungler too. So I really think that, well, as you see more tank junglers, you can try to abuse them early, and that's exactly what he's going to try to do here. So you should expect shoving lanes or pushing lanes here for DePaul.
I do want to point out, when we talked earlier about the win strategy here from Native, he said top lane is going to be taking a lot of resources. We're going to put our attention elsewhere, and they get the Ornn. I love this for Villanova right now. It made its way through the draft. Villanova grabs it. I think that's probably their best case scenario. He's such a strong champion right now. It just enables the rest of your team to do so much, and it's really going to make it harder for Brown Mandarius to grab anything that can actually shut this thing down in lane. It's so difficult to really win that 1v1. So Villanova so far, yeah, they have the Zac who might get punished by the Lee Sin in the jungle like you were talking about earlier. Lee Sin has that high tempo, but I still feel like overall their draft feels very strong. DePaul grab a Vayne.
Yeah, and I think the Vayne is actually going to become meta. And stay with me. It's because tank busting. Because the buffs to the Immolation and Sunfire and just increasing jungle clear speed of that, and also just making tanks more potent in general, makes it so that Kog'Maw and Vayne, the value of them has gone up relative to other AD carries where they've kind of stayed the same. Not a lot of them are really that powerful against tanks, but having these ones in particular.
I have to just vibe check myself real quick there. That's a Twitch, right?
Yes, that is
That is a Twitch locked in for. We're about to see a Vayne versus Twitch. When's the last time we saw Vayne versus Twitch? Although it could be Vayne mid lane, I suppose.
Like season 5.
That's, yeah,
Season
it's been
4,
a long time.
Twitch was like pretty popular back then, and it was like Twitch Lucian because Lucian countered Twitch early, Twitch countered Lucian later. So it was like, it's because the range advantage at level 6, right? But the way that this matchup works is Vayne kind of just gets destroyed in the mid game. Early game, it goes to the Vayne if she can get some auto cancels off or roll against walls and stuff.
Also depends on the supports, of course.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the supports. But then late game, it's really fun to watch because the Vayne just tumbles around in invisibility, and the Twitch gets one chance to just open up and just try to destroy her. So yeah, I think the landing of the cask is actually one of the most important parts of that matchup, is if you can actually hit her with it. So normally you either pre-cast it right as you come out and you try to hit her with it so that she's slowed, or you wait for her to tumble once and throw it to that location.
Yeah.
And that's the difference, is you kind of have to find that one spot.
But you need to slow her down.
Yeah.
You can't let her just have that high mobility and tumble around. We see the focus from DePaul here. They want to take away the Nautilus, so no other additional frontline beefy tanky boy. And then the Lulu, which is so strong with the Twitch. So Villanova answer with a Thresh. A little bit of pick potential and giving some more mobility to that Twitch as well.
Exactly, and I think that's the name of the game here, is when you encounter a situation where the Twitch is getting run down in a side lane, you have to have some type of defense for him. The Vayne will just trail people down and make sure that they end up dying. It's what the passive is just made for. So having an escape of some kind given to him is exactly what the doctor orders.
Especially with the likes of a Leona, provides a lot of lockdown CC. But when I think about the support matchup in lane in that 2v2, I highly value the Thresh over the Leona in this instance. If she lands a Zenith Blade and you time your play at the right time, that stops the entire engage of that champion. So DePaul picking the Leona into Thresh is something interesting to me. I'm curious how comfortable Hunky Hank is going to be on this, but they lock in their last pick. We see the full composition here from DePaul. Silas is the last choice.
Yeah, and the Silas is actually quite good here because the ultimate from Ornn is super good.
That's really the only ult he can take at this point in time, right?
No, he can take the Ornn ultimate. He can take the Zac ultimate, which has a really good AP ratio on it.
True.
And you can. Oh, I mean, now you can take the Vladimir one, but the box is the Thresh ultimate is actually really good too. It has a super high AP ratio on it that people don't get to utilize because they don't build AP Thresh ever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of abilities that have just AP ratios on them. I don't know why, because the champion never buys AP. Like
Yeah, sometimes an ARAM
it
it's
has
fun
an
to...
AP ratio on it.
Really?
Yeah, it's just why?
That
Why?
big little slap?
Why?
Well, they knew that, 3 years later they would release Silas. 4 years late?
Yeah.
Nar came out so long ago.
Yeah.
I feel old. All right, well.
I am old.
Yeah, your birthday's in about a week and a half.
Yeah.
We'll have to do something special for you.
Oh, boy.
But before we get to that, let's think about the way that these teams match up against each other. It's gone so far in Villanova's favor when you look historically, when you think about how they've done in past regular seasons. But now you look at the current DePaul. They're coming off hot, having won the preseason without Brand Mandarius. Now they got Brown Mandarius, and he's playing the likes of Set. I definitely think that that's a champion that he should be able to pop off on and hard carry a game. So I'm giving it to DePaul here. I'm going to go based on the recent history of these teams. I feel like they're edging out.
I'm going to go with DePaul.
Ah, Zyrene.
I didn't. What? This
We've
is good
learned.
for you. This is good for you.
No, now we're both going to be wrong.
What?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, wait.
It's it's tough to be in your shoes.
What did you say? You were going with?
I went to Paul.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm also gonna go with. Wait. Now
I psyched you out. See,
now I'm
this
getting-
is
now I'm
my
getting
this is my
confused.
ultimate goal. I
Wait.
try to get in your head.
Who had the Vladimir and the Orn?
That was Villanova.
Okay, so it's Villanova is the one that I want.
Oh, okay.
Backwards in my notes, so that's my.
Ah,
that's my
there
fault.
we go. There. So
Yeah.
you want Villanova. Well, the graphic showed it, but it's all right.
Yeah.
We'll remember Villanova.
I want the opposite of what he had.
the opposite of what I had, and
Chef,
that's what I want
What he had,
too.
I don't want that one. Don't bring me that.
We're ready to get into game. Let's send it over to the Rift as DePaul and Villanova are loaded up for game number 2 of the day.
Yeah, it's just backwards in my notes. So I was like, oh, wait a second. Which one is that? So
Note-taking is important. Everybody at home, all of you college students watching right now,
Well-
make sure you're diligent in your note-taking.
exactly. That's the thing is your notes that you take are only as good as they are accurate. So if you
this
take
is a
bad
true
notes,
statement.
you got bad studies.
I'm pretty sure the professor said the test starts at 7, right? No, not 5.
It's like the whole thing
7
where
p.m.
my teacher always said it was like people were like, "Oh, practice makes perfect. You should do repetition." My acting teacher was always like, "No, practice makes habit. Perfect practice makes perfect." And I was like, it was like if you practice wrong, you make bad habits. So I was always paranoid of practicing.
That's a really strict.
Am I
acting
practicing
teacher.
right? Yeah. Oh
Wow.
yeah.
So how should I apply that to my solo queue games?
Well,
Because I'm definitely not playing perfect.
Well, you should try. Well, that's the thing is if you aren't practicing in a way that's beneficial, then you're not actually getting better.
So
you might be
Teemo
getting
support
worse.
might not be
Probably. You know what? It might be the key, though. You
It might
never
be?
know unless like
Honestly, I think I'm ahead of the meta
you.
on this one.
If you want to be the perfect practicing Teemo support player in the world, you got to look at them guides. You got to get all that stuff good.
I might be one of the best Teemos in the world. Not confirmed, but I feel like it. But Brown Mandarius is definitely one of the best Dariuses in the world. Number 10. That is an incredible stat. Challenger currently on the NA servers at rank 199. And again, this player coming off of a victory at Scouting Grounds. Not only did he attend, his team won. So this is definitely the player that we want to watch here as he's getting a really good trade onto Whimsical Melody. It's good that the observers are checking this guy out. I feel like we're going to be watching him a lot in this game.
Yeah, and even though I mixed him up at first because of the notes, I do want to give the explanation here for Villanova is I think that the Ornn is just such a potent top laner that he'll just be able to stand up against Brown Mandarius for the lane phase. I don't expect him to kind of get bashed at all.
Yeah.
And then I really value the scaling because there's so much peel here with Whimsical Melody and Pixel Drum to guard the native 192, who's pretty much the heart of the team, with Mag's TM in the mid lane. And that's such a good combo and mixed damage of having the Hemo Plague and having the Rat-Tat-Tat with the Spray and Pray on top of it.
What I will say is that requires them to get to that late game.
Yep.
So the pressure's on DePaul. How quickly can they play here? They have the Lee Sin, which we just saw in game number 1, was able to get a lead early and really run away with it. And also the likes of a Silas set, which in my opinion will spike a little bit earlier than the likes of an Ornn and a Vladimir. So if they can play the early game into the mid game well enough and prevent the scaling threat of Villanova, that seems to be their win condition and should be their focus.
You know what's strange is I see, like, I like to pay attention to item builds a lot, especially recently, because people have been getting more and more creative with them. And one of the item builds that I actually see Orange do, and he didn't do it here, was you start only refillable potion, and you walk to lane with just refillable, not corrupting, nothing like
All right,
refillable.
explain. How come?
After you kill the first wave, you use your passive and you build Doran's shield. So you have Doran's and refillable.
Interesting, but look at the action on the bot side. The
Whoa.
flash play, the pullback on a King Mason. This Vayne should go down. One more auto. First blood to the native 192.
Yeah. And
oh,
now
it's not over though. Kamcha, he gets the push
he's
mid.
got a lot of
He's
HP
roaming
though.
bot side. Pixel Drum still healthy, popping him away, and Native gets another kill. They just get Zac Pass before this will TP be used to
there
keep
it
him
is.
alive. It does come
That's
down,
for Vlad.
and it's from Max TP. Another death sentence. This is disaster for DePaul. They need to use Flash on Reaper to get out.
Wow. So that was actually, he was able to TP down there, and he wasn't going to lose anything for it either because Kamcha died in that roam. So Kamcha roamed, but it was the TP that was able to keep his teammate alive, and that's a 2-0 for Villanova off the team just coming down.
Beautiful early game from Villanova right there. Playing around native 192, the player we interviewed earlier today. Went from mid lane to bot lane, and he said himself, once I made that switch, I actually climbed higher. I got better. And we're seeing it right now, starting with the 2-0 Twitch. Definitely where you want to be. Already gets those upgraded boots and a couple long swords. So going to be outputting a lot of DPS here against King Mason. And I still value their 2v2 better than the 2v2 of DePaul when you just look at an isolated matchup.
And I think that this is a really underrated buy because when you have a champion that needs to have uptime on its basic attacks, completing your boots and some attack speed as soon as possible is basically best in slot early stuff because you really want to have that movement advantage because movement speed is all relative. If I'm the same speed as you, it doesn't matter if we both have 800 speed. Nobody gives a damn. We're never going to catch each other. But if I have a movement speed advantage, however large that is, and you want to have it as large as possible early, especially with something that you stack up, that's going to give you more bang for your buck. And I think that's exactly why you should buy boots too, ASAP on champions like Twitch and champions like Vayne, and sometimes like if you're playing AD Kennen, etc. So having that uptime is so important, and I think you're really seeing that here.
Stat efficient item for sure. As now King Mason getting to push in on the bot side. Reaper showing some love on the bottom half as well, but now a gank in the mid lane here. Zac does go in. Pixel Drum trying to find something difficult onto the legs of Asilas. But now it's a rough position for DePaul's bot lane. Pixel Drum shows mid. Could go towards the bottom half of the map, and they're pushed in.
Yep, they're pushed in, but they knew what was going to happen. They waited for it to bounce. There's just time for them to kind of CS under turret.
Reaper has to stay here, though, because they're in such a dangerous position. Pixel Drum could come down when he's instead clearing his camps, giving a huge CS advantage over Reaper.
Yeah, I feel like they have a lot of it covered, and you can see they see Pixel Drum coming down here. They saw him on a ward.
Now spotted out. Oh. Reaper can't actually catch him.
Well, he's also down a level, too.
Exactly, yeah. Just the threat of Pixel Drum being in the area means that Reaper has to keep his bot lane safe, and they're still push. It will eventually push back here, though, as the wave is grouping up.
So I was talking about builds, and I really want to see what happens here with Brown Man Darius's build, because the set build is typically, if you're going Brainless, you go Trinity Force. But he's up against people who are going to build enough armor that I think it's highly warranted to go for Black Cleaver instead. Even though it's less personal damage, shredding, there's an armor threshold where it's better than Trinity Force, especially for your team, to pick that up. And here comes Reaper.
Get back to that point here as there is a fight on the bot side. Pixel Drum's coming in with the teleport as well. Reaper, do you really want this right now? TV's coming on for both sides. They do get the kill. Please crit will fall down. Beautiful condemnment to the wall. Native 192 shut down to King Mason, and the teleport completes from Whimsical Melody, but he wants out a double kill over to King Mason, and now Pixel Drum should fall as well. Just barely limps away with enough health, but 3 kills to DePaul.
And I have no idea what's going on there because at Pixel Drum, he went into the Dragon Pit and he was just chilling. He was taking damage, and then I don't think he has a short enough cooldown on his E that he was just waiting in the bush, waiting for the cooldown. And he's actually getting chased down through his jungle now, so
yeah.
the silence
Flash and ignited for it. Pixel Drum might go down. Kamcha gets the kill.
Yeah, he just off screen, he went for the E, went for the flash, the ignite, and Pixel Drum has his own flash, but I don't think he was able to really get that thing off. Oh, wait, trying to get a counter kill now.
On the bot side, King Mason pops the ultimate, trying to get that damage on the native 192. Will he have it? No, he doesn't. Another shutdown back over. He can't grab the lantern. Get over here, says Brad Mandarius, and takes the kill.
Oh, my Lord. He just comes right down bottom. It's like, what is the top laner doing here?
Why is there a set?
Oh, my God. So, when Set first came out, I just played him back to back to back as much as I could. And I gotta say,
top lane? In the top lane?
Top lane, jungle, wherever.
Anywhere. All right.
Oh yeah, I played him jungle. He was okay. He was not that great, but he was okay. And my two favorite things about Set. My first one was that I could run around, and if you spam his, I think it's Control 3, he does a sit-up. And the fact
this is where you were going.
Oh yeah, and they made the animation. Have you seen it?
I have, yeah.
And have you seen that like he'll do it really slowly if you just press it once.
I'm also seeing an engage on the bot side here as the Death Sentence lands on the King Mason. He's taking so much damage. Flash forward by Native. He's getting aggressive. And once that kill, Honky Hank has no W shield anymore. Native gets another one, and bot lane goes from bad to worse for DePaul Villanova with a 2v2.
And that's one of those ones where if you're sitting there as Reaper, you're going, I just ganked for you guys. And Brown Mandarius is like, really? Like, I was just there. I just slam dunked him, gave up some of my lane pressure, and you just throw it all away. So I feel like when that happens, you're really dropping the ball because your team just invested in you.
And Native 192 said in that interview earlier, as long as they can go even on the bot lane and win through their mid lane, they feel confident.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually the reverse script. They're dominating through the bot lane, getting multiple turret plates for themselves. They get that first dragon with the control that they earned, and Native 192 sitting at 4-2 on the Twitch.
Yeah, having a 7 KDA over 28 games is actually really good, though.
61% win rate.
Yeah,
that's really good.
That's really good. But back to Set and sit-ups. But you know that you press it once and he'll just do them slowly, right? But they actually made it so the animations, every time you press it, he does one. So if you press it really fast, he just goes, and he just does a ton of sit-ups really quick.
Well, maybe he can sit up in front of this tower. As while we were discussing the action on the bot side, Rift Herald was taken up top for Reaper, so that's more gold in the pocket of Brown Mandarius.
And my second favorite thing about Set is making Set puns the entire game.
Ah.
Yeah.
Like, what a good setup.
Exactly.
For this gank on the bot side. Pixel the drum trying to get in onto Hunky Hank, and that's just easy enough. Your kill goes over to Native 192. Now 5 kills on the Twitch. Oh, what a flash! The Death Sentence. I like the style.
Wait.
Didn't actually pull it off, but maybe the jungler can get this. Reaper goes in onto Native 192. This Twitch has to get away. Teleport coming in. Please crit. Able to zone away Reaper, but now Reaper's in trouble. Has to flash under turret as Mag's TP does come through.
Wow, so they are just blasting this bottom lane here. Pixel Drum has the passive, even though he's really, really tiny, he's got a whole nother just kind of cell division ready to go, a whole nother life.
Reaper's looking around the side though. Comptra's here with full health. Do they actually want this? Sonic Wave misses. Yep, looks like both teams are going to be content to back off and disengage after that one.
Yep, and a lot of items to come through here.
Brown Mandarius with a really good push up top, though.
Yeah.
Whimsical Melody did have to back. Hasn't completed Sunfire Cape, but you're right. Brown Mandarius did go for that Black Cleaver, so the armor shred feeling good for him. But without any jungle help other than that Rift Herald drop, he's able to really get some good chunk onto that top turret, get that solo plate for himself.
Yeah, so like you said, he went for the Black Cleaver, and I'm really curious as to what the follow-up item is from him. Most people, I think they go with the build where they go for Black Cleaver or Trinity Force, and then they build Sterix because his W is HP based. But I actually found, as time goes on, a lot of sets are really favoring Phantom Dancer instead of Sterix.
Really?
Yeah. I know that his W and his true damage is highly based off of his HP, and that's how you get like the extra grit, is the percentage of HP. But and they both provide shields, but it feels like the attack speed and the fact that his second attack comes out much faster based off attack speed, is like 3 or 4 times faster than your attack speed. He just gets rotations of attacks really, really quickly and cycles through that big hit more often. And it gives them some crit chance, which is always nice. But yeah, it seems like that's been the item that I've seen a lot of high elo sets go for.
We'll see if Brown Mandarius decides to go for the same build here. Has that one Ruby Crystal, so that could build in towards that Ceres Gauge, but could always go for something else. You never quite know.
Yeah.
Either way, though, Black Cleaver will be feeling good right now in the 1v1. Even gets that scuttle down bot side. So much vision control around the top lane, keeping BMD safe. But that's not where we've been seeing all the action. It's been on this bottom half of the map, and it's been favored for Villanova. But they got to be careful. Pixel Drum is looking in the neighborhood, but he was spotted off on some wards there.
Yeah, they know that he's coming. They have an idea. Oh.
Yeah,
here come the Alcove
this is so
gamers.
obvious. Reaper's in the area. They can go for a counter gank, and BMD has teleport. Both top laners have teleport. This is going to be a fight. There's no way.
Yeah.
They're set up perfectly for it, but neither team, I mean, DePaul are positioned too far back to really bait this out.
This is going to take a second here because what's got to happen is they got to wait for this to push.
King Mason, he's going for it, but there's the knockup. King Mason tries to start it off. It gets popped immediately, but the teleports are coming down. The hook goes through the champion right there as BMD has joined the fight. Native fighting Hunky Hank on the top. All the rest of his team just CC chains DePaul, and Villanova come out big in this fight. A double kill over to Native 192. Can it be the triple? It is, and the turret will fall as well. Villanova run away with the fight.
And they lose nobody to make it happen. The fact that Pixel Drum aimed exactly where the Vayne was going to panic tumble to was actually perfect. He overshoots it slightly, but then he's close to the wall. And that's one of the best places. I actually love that so much, and I would do a total breakdown on it. But right here, Brown Mandarius, he stops the Ornn from being able to hit the ultimate by using the E, but the fight's already lost because they lost their primary damage dealer of the Vayne, and the Silas isn't there either. So you just have a Leona, a Set, and a Lee Sin running around trying to do damage to these guys, and it's not going to work. You got an Ornn, you got a Zac, a Vladimir. Like, there's no way you're going to be able to actually deal damage to these guys with those champions. And like I was saying, the thing I really want to go into about here is people don't utilize walls enough. One of the best things, like when you talk to people who have mastered Thresh and Morgana, it's you don't want to throw the hook all the time just randomly. The best time to throw it is when the person's actually put themselves next to a wall, because they've actually just eliminated a whole slew of directions that they can dodge.
Yeah.
They can't dodge towards you, because then they're just going to get hit by it. They can't dodge up, because there's a wall there. Diagonally up, diagonally towards you, none of that. They have to walk backwards, and if you've lined it up, then it doesn't matter. That's what the Zac was doing, is going a little bit back, because if he goes back forward, he's in your people. If he goes back, he's going to get hit by you. He can't go up. So the only way that he could possibly react that was optimal was by going down. And that's it. You just use the wall to cut off all the directions and kind of limit their responses. And it's so hard to realize when it happened. And it right there was such a perfect example of it, is you don't go until you see that opportunity.
And also, you got to be thinking as King Amazing, you're the Vayne. You shouldn't be the one up there at the front line trying to start that fight. It looked like Hunky Hank was trying to bait it out, but now a fight around the Rift Herald. This Prelease crit has taken a lot of damage, called the Forge God, chaining the CC. There's Reaper in, Brown Mandarius as well, but they've already lost 2 members. Make it 3 as Villanova just run away with another fight. But Brown Mandarius does so much damage, will finally go down. Almost took a kill on the Freeze crit.
Yeah, so much damage, but not enough damage, and that's going to be the Rift Herald going over to Villanova. Once again, a 4-for-0, and the Lee Sin's the only one who gets to live. And he walked up, he tried to get a kick, did not work. He's trying to reach the Twitch. The native, the guy that we were talking to before the game, was so confident. Form her mid laner.
11-2.
Ridiculous. He's almost got 100% kill participation. He's only missed out on a single kill.
That is absolute domination from this bot laner. Has Blade of the Ruin King with the Rune Dance Hurricane completed. To King Mason with just components building towards an attack speed item secondary. So you're probably going to be that Phantom Dancer on the Vayne if I had to imagine. But Native 192, regardless of what the Vayne builds, he's already got his second. And the PFs. Whew.
Yeah.
Whew. That is elite.
Remember when you were saying that you're right when we disagree?
I did say that. I did make that statement. And you did change your pick. You know what?
Yeah.
If anybody wants to clip the Twitch predictions and just take a screenshot, of it being DePaul under Zyrene,
That is my fault.
Normalcy
That is my fault. Is not productions.
Yeah.
It's my fault. I will. Here's a bus. Throwing myself under it right now.
So technically, if we want to get technical, then you know, my streak is still alive.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
I'm all about the technicalities. But Villanova, it's not going to be a technicality if they win this one. They are dominating with a 6,000 gold lead at just shy of 19 minutes. They have 2 dragons under their belt, so 2 dragons away from that dragon soul. And I believe it's going to be an infernal drake if I saw it correctly when it was spawning. But maybe another fight here. They caught out Reaper yet again, and Reaper's got nowhere to go. Pixel picks up that kill. Hunky Hank could be in trouble as well, as Please Crit is ready for it. A good solar flare onto 2 members. Should be able to take this blast go to safety, but he gets pulled back. Native 192 gets the kill. Now 12-2. Whew.
And honestly, we're talking about the Native a lot here. Please Crit is really the guy setting him up on all this. The hooks in the lane phase were absolutely disgusting. You barely saw any of them go wide, and he was just lining them up over and over again. The flays in their first skirmish, in their second one, were just so good. Honestly, he deserves just as much credit, if not more, to be honest, than the Native.
And Pixel Drum as well, having a fantastic game at 3-1-10. Spotting at 13 KDA. This Zach has been fearless in these engages and finding the right knockups. Could be looking for it here as well. He's stretching his arms. Doesn't want to go for it, though. Whew. Taking a look at the current regular season stats here. It looks like, 5 turrets to 1. That'll put you that gold ahead. Yeah, Villanova feeling very strong.
And it looks like that's the turrets and plates taken in that early part of the game up to this point. So it's just a sizable amount of gold in terms of the difference from just turrets, but most of that gold is from the kills. You look at the gold that the Native has acquired.
God. Great Scott.
That's
other things.
That's end game gold. That's like gold people end the game with at like 30 minutes. That's like 40-minute gold, actually. That's like
this is when I as a caster I like to play a little game.
Okay.
I call it how does DePaul crawl back?
Oh, wow.
I always started off by saying you start with mini games. You know, it's never we kill their nexus. You're way too far away to go for something like that. It's about the mini games. It's about taking that gold shut down onto Native 192. That's 700. That'll feel pretty good into the pocket of a carry, specifically BMD. But even if they pull that off, BMD has not been having the breakout performance that we were expecting.
Yeah, it's kind of been a little bit on the weaker side, but at the same time, I think that the set really is a champion that he doesn't look as comfortable on. Having only a 50% win rate for a champion, it kind of proves to me that you don't have like a full mastery of it, because you want to have above 50%, even if just slightly. But also, you were mentioning it. How do they crawl back to this game? Now, here's a mini game I like to play. And hold on, actually. This is called Mr. Team Fight.
Getting crawled back into the game.
Oh.
Probably involves not getting caught out by the enemy team, but Brown Mandarius did not get that membo. Will go down to Max TM. Easy pickup here for Villanova, taking multiple summoner spells and also getting free access to this Baron.
Yep, and they will probably try to take that Baron. And you know what my favorite minigame is when I find myself 20 minutes in and 8K down?
What is it, Irene?
It's try to convince my team to all kind of condense our base, don't defend anything, except for, the inhibitor turrets and the inhibitors.
Sure.
But give them every dragon. Do not steal a dragon. Do not contest a dragon. Even if they go for Baron and Dragon is up, do not take that dragon.
Really?
Yes. Because I want the Elder to spawn as soon as possible, because that's how I win the game, is I steal Elder. Because if I take a dragon, I delay the Elder spawning by 5 minutes every time I steal a dragon. If I give them the next dragon, then it speeds it up, right? Because so here you're looking at Elder spawning at like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Right?
That's going to be very...
If I stole a dragon, it's 35. If I stole another one, it's 40, right? If we're like 2-to-1 in terms of drakes.
And you don't think that the singular Cloud Drake will really
No,
get that much benefit over those 5 minutes?
Exactly. So I feel like you want to give, when you're in this position, you actually don't want to fight for the drakes. You want to give them the drakes, because I don't feel like I can hold on to this game for 15 minutes. I feel like 7 minutes from now, I'm probably still going to be in this game in 7 minutes.
Ideally.
I will probably be still in this game. Like, that's like, what, 14 minion waves? So you're kind of like, it's, all right, I'll probably still be in this game. I feel like it's not completely over yet. We'll probably get to that point. Take them a long time. Not a long time, but take them about that time to kind of, dot their I's,
cross
their T's, X their D's. Like, I feel like that's really like a reasonable thing to expect is 7 minutes.
X their D's. I haven't heard that one before. I like it. I'm gonna take that.
Got that one from Flowers.
Your meme is useful.
He cracked me up with it. It split my sides.
It split your sides.
It split my sides, man.
That's
that guy makes me laugh so hard. Oh my god.
That sounds like you have a condition. I recommend you speak with your primary care physician about that one. Oh, Hunky Hank, looking for it.
Yeah, 100%. I would actually just be like, hold on, condense the area, make sure we just defend, not overly defend.
Nope.
Seed things when we have to. But the Elder Dragon is how you win the game. That's how you actually win the team fight, right? Is it gives you just so much power when you get people low. You just blow them up. And that's how I feel like you win a game like that, is stealing that.
On the other side of that argument, the point that needs to be brought up, though, is that we'll give the Dragon Soul to Villanova, but they might not even need it. They're just going straight under the turret. Good stopwatch from Comtra, keeping him alive, but the turret does fall at the end of the day. Comtra onto the back line. They took him down. 8 of 192 will fall. Hunky Hank pays for it with his life, but now maybe BMD can clean up. Maybe they can find the damage to end this. King Mason still alive, still got that uptime, a triple kill to Mags TM, and the rest of the team still alive, though. It's just King Mason, a quadra kill. Can they give him the penta? Here comes Pixel Drum. No! Pixel Drum, 9 times report that player. Nags TM not given the penta kill, but Villanova given the victory. They didn't need the dragon. They didn't even let it go to that Elder Drake. They're just going to end with the Baron buff. Diving under that inhibitor turret, absolutely the correct call, as Villanova will take a win against DePaul. Few more kills, a little bit more time here as members of DePaul are respawning. And actually, Villanova, their health bars are quite low. I don't know if DePaul has it in them, but they're fighting for it. Oh no, Villanova, can they actually put their attention onto the Nexus?
TP.
Brownman Darius is up, but it's tanks. Can they actually take them down? King Mazing back alive. How is this possible? DePaul have respawned and Villanova, they're not ending. What in the world is happening right now? DePaul University with the miracle defend, and Villanova can't close it out.
And now those are some big shutdowns going over. And this is where, oh wait, they got the flash out of him too. And Pixel Drum really low as well. We'll see. This is where you're gonna see Villanova, they're going to go retreat, they're going to go for the Dragon, and they're going to pick this one up and get themselves the Cloud Drake Soul, which is super good on a lot of the champions on this team.
Yeah.
It's really good on Twitch, it's super good on Vlad, and it's also really good on Zach because he gets to reach more people with his ulti. So there's some champions where you're like, wow, the Cloud Drake Soul, absolutely amazing. Like these ones. But then there's some you're just like, that's a Xerath, and that's a Jhin. you literally get nothing from it. You get to root yourself.
Hey, I mean, if you ult and
faster.
then end it and then run,
you actually lose distance because you ulted and rooted yourself for a second.
Well,
so.
it's semantics.
Oh my god.
But Villanova not able
I would
to
report someone in my game for doing that.
You know what? This is my theory. Villanova, Mags TM was so upset that Pixel Drum stole that penta that he was like, no one end. We're not ending this game until I get my earned penta. That would have been, I believe, no, he had 1 kill at that point already. But that would have basically, you know, multiplied his kills that game by 5. 6? 6. That's how math works.
Oh man, there's so many masterwork items coming out here too. You can see Whimsical Melody has 2, the Death Cap, and then the...
Here's another fight though. There's that Dragon Soul going to work for that Vladimir on the back line. Native 192 though does go down. Brown Man Darius does so much on the back line. Can the rest of the team carry from Villanova?
They're gonna
DePaul,
defend it.
they're still doing the damage. The Vayne was untouched that entire time, and DePaul University somehow still in this game. Their Supers on the Nexus. They gotta turn their attention there. Villanova are throwing this lead.
Yeah, and that, I think, was massive from Kamcha and Brown Man Darius. Brown Man Darius didn't even have to use his flash to get in there. So when we see that one again, I think he's able to just make contact with the Twitch. And if he's able to make contact with him, then it's so hard for him to get away without his flash himself. Even though he has the QSS, he's got to use it quickly, get out of there. And the thing about Set is he's going to take so much damage. As soon as he uses his W, it's going to be a massive amount of return true damage here.
DePaul go right for the Baron. Oh, teleport coming in. Villanova don't want to just give this one over, but it's only the Vladimir. He does have the ultimate available. Just jumps right onto King Mazen's going to do a lot of damage here. Hemoplague does get the kill. Please crits over the wall. The Baron's still alive, and Broadman Darius should fall down. Oh, that's heartbreak for DePaul. They had hope. They had a window to make something happen, but Villanova crushed that dream, and with all 5 members up, you gotta imagine this is gonna be the end.
Yeah, and it's 20 seconds though. It's gonna be a long while here. They're just gonna walk this one down. It took a little longer than they thought it would, but they're just gonna be able to walk this one out. Yeah. They got the damage this time.
No Nexus turrets to stop this. No minion wave necessary. It was a little delayed, but Villanova will take their victory over DePaul.
Sometimes you just get a little bit too over-eager. I see this time and time again where you're behind. You have just been getting nothing all game, and as soon as you get something back, you go, oh my God, what do we do? Baron! And then you're just like, oh wait, we're actually really far behind and don't do enough damage to kill this thing fast enough.
Our Vayne's only got 2.5 items.
I'm looking at you, my team from last night. We were behind.
Yeah.
You get a team fight that's good for you. Don't just go for the Baron, man. Just go for it.
Hey, you know what? Props to DePaul. They tried. They went for it, but Villanova were able to edge that one out. And we actually have, again, the native here available for an interview, I hear. So we get to speak with the superstar Twitch carry. Okay, I gotta say, when we spoke to you earlier today, you said you were gonna go even in bot lane. That is not what happened. So
honestly, dude, I don't know what happened. He's kind of trolling. Our Thresh was playing insane. I mean, like the amount of peel. Their Leona couldn't land like any ult on me, so it's really hard for them to do anything when they couldn't get to me. And I think the matchup I chose was pretty good. The Leona is obviously not very good to play Twitch into, but I think that we played it really well. And then I think everyone just kind of played well across the board. I mean, like Ornn, we weren't expecting for him to win the lane since he is playing against like a challenger player. And he actually, at the end of the game, had more farm than him, which is ridiculous, especially since it wasn't even a good matchup. Vlad mid won, which is insane. He shouldn't be winning. And then most importantly, we killed them bot a lot, which is ridiculous, even in the 2v2. So, yeah, there was some smack talk before the game, which is hilarious. They were like, oh, we can't do the interview after because they asked for the winning team to do the interview. I was like, don't worry about it. So.
Oh my God. And it's like, we already got everything lined up for you though. We already did this once. We're already familiar. It's
exactly.
Like, but when those first fights started like breaking out on the bottom side of the map, what were the comms like? Because everybody started filing down there.
So like, are you talking about in the early game or the ones
I'm talking
where
about when the TPs start coming down on bottom side of the map?
Oh my God. So like, that's the one thing that I think we had a big advantage on is like, so the first fight I think we won, and then the second fight we lost. I think there was a big problem because one of our players actually disconnected, our Zach at Dragon.
Oh, really?
And so he was coming down.
I called that.
And he was AFK, and we're like, oh, this is an easy fight. And he's like, I'm like, you know, Pixel Drone or Alan, like, where are you at? Like,
Alan,
and he's not responding, and I'm just like, we're definitely not gonna win this if it's a 4v4 or a 4v3 for them. And so I was like, yikes. Yeah. But I think it didn't really matter because once I had gotten that first kill, that like I was confident that we could destroy him. I had actually never played against him as an ADC, and I've only heard good things. And then, but I was kind of surprised by how he played. So.
Well, I don't want to, draw attention too much to this, but we did see some questionable decision making in the late game in one of those key team fights. It took a little bit longer to end than we expected. You had me on my toes. So what happened at the end there when no one was hitting the Nexus and you're trying to farm for kills instead?
So I was dead there. So
he was dead.
So Silas flash ignited me and W'd me, and I was CC'd by something. Like Leona, I think I got slowed into minions, and I got stuck in minions because great mechanics, But but I think the bigger problem was then after that fight, we still won the fight because they wasted so much, and Vlad was popping off, and like all the time, Leo, like all they wasted, it didn't really matter because we had Zach in the back just running Vayne off. Mm-hmm. And we had such a large lead that it didn't really matter. And so we could have ended, but then we started trying to kill people. I was like, just hit the Nexus. And everyone's like, we can kill him. Like,
well, you needed to get the pentakill. I mean, he was denied it.
Oh, and so then after that one, then we had the fight bottom lane. And when we had the fight bottom lane, Zach was totally, he told me he was autopiloting. So he walked up and let Set ult him into me, which does a boatload of damage and slows me. And so I was just dead after that. So it was kind of tragic. I was kind of sad because I didn't have flash to dodge it. Yep. And I was autopiloting too. So it wasn't like I definitely could have walked back. But then we were like, let's stop trolling. They're trolling around Baron. Let's kill them. And that ended the game. So.
All right. Well, the win feels good regardless, so congratulations. Picking up one over your rivals in DePaul feels great to put yourself a little bit of a cushion above them in the standings. And thank you for taking the time to chat with us today. I believe you have one more game coming up at the end of the day, right?
We're playing Seton Hall, who I think is a second or third best team, so that's going to be exciting too.
All right. I'm excited to hear what happens from that. But for now, have a good rest of your day. Thanks so much.
Have a great day.
Very, very fun to hear the player insight.
I knew it. I knew that the Zach. I was like, he's trolling. Like when they fought bottom lane, I was like, did he like use his E to get into the dragon pick? Because he was just standing there and like he was like off the screen slightly. And I was watching the video. And I'm like, does he really think that that looks like a solo queue play? Like nobody's talking to him. And then he eventually like strolls down there and he like walks out of the bush, walks back in, and then he eventually decides to go in. And I'm like, oh my God. Wait, what is going on? So that makes sense. That makes a lot
DC,
more sense.
The good old collegiate DC. But still, congratulations to Villanova for picking up that win. And for everybody at home, make sure that you join in on the fun by following us on social media. You can see all the updates on the games and how they're going, and maybe comment on how you feel Villanova looked towards the end there. Again, give some flame to Milky Pixel for stealing that pentakill. I'm still not okay with that. Just ethically, really. If a man's about to get a pentakill, give him the pentakill, okay? But make sure that you follow us on there. We're going to send it over to a short break while we get ready for game number 3. You're not going to want to miss it.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome everybody as we return for Game 3, Day 2 of the first week Spring Big East regular season. We just saw a battle of titans as Villanova took down DePaul to claim sole possession of first place at 2-0 right now. But up ahead of us, we got another exciting match as Providence looked to take down Seton Hall. Seton Hall, another one of those top contending teams. But before we hop into that one, Zyrene, final thoughts on that last game. This was the battle of the titans, the two big rivals of the Big East, and historically the two top teams. This time it was Villanova retaking that back from DePaul, who they've lost to the past couple times.
Yeah, it's games like that that make me go, man, I would have loved to see a best of 3 or best of 5 between these teams. So if they make it to the bracket and play against each other, that's going to be an absolute treat. But then there's games like the first one that make you go, thank God it's best of 1s, because you have a completely different type of game in both of those. But I really feel like Villanova, they showed that they were a cut above, and I think even if it was a best of 3, they looked like they were on point today, and they had DePaul's number.
Yeah, the native impressing on Thresh, please crit on the Thresh, native on Twitch, and then also, of course, Pixel Drum on the Zach. 3 notable players in particular that really helped carry them towards that victory. So Villanova, again, top of the standings right now. They're joining the likes of our team St. John's as the second team to get 2 wins, but the differentiating factor is Villanova have yet to lose a game. But here's their updated standings. DePaul dropping down to join the likes of Marquette and Butler, sitting at that 1-1.
Yep, and we'll see if Seton Hall ends up joining them or if they end up joining Villanova.
Well, Seton Hall, if they are trying to join Villanova, they could not ask for a much better opponent right now. They're against Providence, the 0-2 team. Providence had a very slow start yesterday, but it started off really rough because they weren't able to field their full roster right away, so they had to forfeit that match, and then they did lose afterwards. So Seton Hall, again, one of the dark horses to win the whole season. They've looked strong during the preseason. They made it to the finals in the preseason and pushed DePaul all the way to 3 games. So I don't think anybody is questioning who the favorite is in this game in particular. So if you're Providence, what are you thinking about as you approach this game, and what should these players' focus be?
If I'm Providence, I'm focusing on who's going to play. Like, having trouble fielding a roster and having trouble kind of like who's going to play what role, or they're going to be substitutes, that's never something you want to have to think about, because you want to, like, everybody thinks that the game starts when you like load in. No, it starts way before that. It starts when you guys are figuring out who's going to play, when you are building like camaraderie with your teammates, and that's in that type of environment. But even like before that, there's a champion select that's dictated by all of those things. Who can play what? How much have you prepared? And I feel like there's just so much that goes into it. And Providence, they look like they aren't that prepared for today, let alone they weren't even prepared for yesterday.
I wasn't prepared for the name of that top laner. I hadn't seen that before. BD Buttkiss in the top lane, and they also have a substitute in the mid lane. It will not be Eagle 3798 Plane, but the rest of the roster is still the same from the original starting 5. So Nathan Fantastic in the jungle with Trevor and Calahorn on the bottom side.
That's Trevor.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Trevor. I can't get the I can't.
Trevor.
All right, well, if they're going to play around any player, though, it's going to be Calahorn, their superstar support, as I want to label him. We saw a great Thresh play in that last game, but Calahorn this time around, we'll see if he's able to...
Wait a second.
What?
That's not a special talent. I can do that.
And make LP... Well, it doesn't say special talent. It might just be like...
It's a fun fact?
It's a fun fact.
That fact is not fun. No.
Fun for Seton Hall, for sure. But it's good to see some, jokes coming out of the side of Province. I think that when you're starting off slow in the season, you need to keep the morale up. You need to keep having fun with it, because if you lose heart early on, it's so hard to find that later in the season too. So they're punching up right now against Seton Hall. We'll see if they're able to, match the weight class of this team. But Seton Hall, let's take a look at who they're sporting for their starting roster. A lot of names returning here that people will probably recognize from the preseason. Please be patient. And in particular, I've earned this rank, one of the best junglers in the league. Great Ivern player, but also plays a lot of other things like the tanks that are coming back into the meta right now.
Yep, and then my favorite bottom lane.
Burbler Flavor. And Numb Gums. You can't really beat that name combination. That's Burbler Flurber and Numb Gums. Do you think they planned that?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
If they didn't, match
It's a
made in
competition
heaven.
between Seton Hall's bottom lane names versus Providence's top lane names. I think that's what it's going to come down to. But zooming in a little bit closer on how this team plays, Seton Hall historically all around I've earned this rank. The preseason, we could not talk this guy up enough. Such an impressive player. You see Season 10 already a Masters player early on in the season. Business administration major as well.
Oh, yeah.
so
He knows how to administer the business from
that's
the
what
jungle.
that's what you went from a jungle. I was going somewhere different with that one. I was going to say he knows
business,
economy. He knows how to distribute wealth, right?
No,
he just knows how to lead the business.
No,
down.
exactly. He knows how to give him the
It's business time, baby.
Exactly. He's gonna throw down the Ivern bush and just smack some people around.
I don't know what to do with this.
I love the Ivern animation where he's ranged. He's like, ah!
And that's not a smack.
You get a smack.
That's like
you get a smack.
Yeah.
And then when he's melee, he's
the
like
giving
bah!
tree.
when he's melee.
Well, they changed that. He's no longer melee, right? He's just range it all.
I guess so. Yeah.
We lost the
unfortunately.
melee Ivern auto attack animation. He was gone too soon. Feels bad. But he actually got to play Ivern yesterday. We saw during the preseason this champion banned constantly against him. I mean, it's in the name when there's a one trick. Typically, when you take that champion away. Played it yesterday. It looked very good on it. Like, you didn't miss a beat. And they were able to pick up that victory. So I'm curious if Providence is going to have done their homework and it read the nameplates to take that away from him today.
I've RN. Man, he's a registered nurse. Wow. I've RN this rank. Oh wow.
Hey, nice.
That, man.
Congratulate. You got masters and you can administer CPR. That's great.
Oh my god.
Nurses can do much more than administer CPR, by the way. All respect to nurses.
Oh wow.
That's just the first thing that came to mind. Respect your nurses, everybody. They are hard workers. And they're very, very, very smart. I could not do that.
They work long hours sometimes, so
they have to
respect.
Memorize so much.
Yeah, without
Anatomy,
them, I'd probably be dead.
Yeah? Love your nurses, everybody. As we're ready to get loaded into pick and ban for these teams, Providence versus Seton Hall. We'll see what Providence brings out to the table. What would be a nurse champion? There's Nurse Akali, right?
Yeah. Shen. Nurse Shen. Or
yes. Yep.
Yeah.
It counts. It counts. Nurse Shen.
And then it's Ken and MD.
Ken and MD. There we go. Let's just get those three.
That's not a nurse, though. Just kidding.
It's healthcare. It counts. Right?
Wait a second. Not everyone in healthcare is a nurse. wait. No.
There's got to be like a Candy Striper Ivern. I feel like that would be the perfect fit for him, right?
Oh, I would say like Soraka and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Okay, but that fits too
well. Too well. Wow.
We can't have skins be like make sense. Okay. Wow. Have you heard about the Lego Teemo idea?
Wow. What?
A Reddit user was saying this should make a Lego skinned Teemo where he just drops a Lego brick because no one wants to step on a brick, right? Yeah. That would suck.
I'm angry thinking of it.
But I like the idea. The concept's good. There's so many good skin ideas. But let's focus on...
Okay, I got to tell you.
Okay, all right. One more.
Like, Flowers and I used to just talk to each other and just make up really bad skin ideas. Some of them are not okay for broadcast, but the ones that are fantastic.
Okay.
Like Trucker Orn.
Yes, I've heard about this one.
And then a big rig comes at him and he headbutts.
He's got the hat
He puts
and everything.
the trucker hat on.
Yeah.
And he hits it, and then the trucker hat flies off. His cue is like a stop sign that comes up. It's super good. And then when he
billow breasts, he like throws a tin can on the ground.
Yeah. He just he just takes a chug of beer and
I didn't mean that freaking.
He just burps.
We went different ways that way. Yeah. We'll work out our synergies. I mean, we're getting there. It's early in the season.
Idea. No,
it's early in the season. But again, attention back to the game here as we're having a little bit too much fun on the desk. It's serious.
Yeah, no fun allowed.
Collegiate League of Legends is serious business as Irene Providence. They took away Ivern. They listened to my advice.
Hey, tweet us your skin ideas at
at ESL Collegiate. Yep. Absolutely. There's so many. It's like, why even start that conversation? That's just
because it causes engagement. No, I just kidding.
It does. It does, for sure.
I got real meta.
See, if ESL Collegiate social media manager was smart, they'd put up a vote right now, a poll on which skin to make, Trucker Orn or Candy Striper Ivern. Which
Candy Striper?
I'm telling you, Candy Striper. Yeah,
what's a Candy Striper?
It's the one that gives candy to kids at a pediatrician. Like that's. I mean, they do more than that, but like that's
Candy Striper.
Yeah. You haven't heard of that? They were like
said that too. They're the ones who give candy to kids. I'm like.
I feel like Ivern's the only champion that.
You mean a swiper? No, like instead of a striper?
No.
What are you talking about? Like, okay.
I'm losing control of this desk, everybody.
You had
Zyrene,
control?
focus.
When did you had control?
We got to focus here. We got Beady Butt Kiss.
You're done. You're done. Tap out. That's right. We got Beady Butt Kiss. He is actually locking in the new for Nate the Fantastic. The bans, they did ban the Ivern. They did ban the Orange. Yep. They're going to have the Ezreal and the Leona. They're going to have that sunny bottom lane.
Glacial focus from Providence right now. A lot of slows, a lot of CC that they're offering on their team right now. And I like Ashe as an AD carry. I feel like she's something that I expect to see more of, even approaching pro play, especially if you're looking at semi-pro academy level. She just adds a lot of value to a team. And they're hovering to Karma. I'm not sure if they're going to lock that one in. Enchanters are coming back in, but nope, they switched to the Morgana last second. I like this combo too. The Black Shield, very good against the Leona engage. And also, Ashe arrows in, locks down the Leona. Morgana hits him with a Q. You're just able to output so much damage.
Yeah, and they banned the Thresh away, so there was already the main counter to Leona just banned away. Kind of tells what you're going to do, but I'm really confused that the Nunu was the go-to here, because it's like everything else in the entire game is up, and he went, we are going to go with Nunu. And I actually know that Nunu has been like really overtuned for a while, especially his Q when he bites enemy champions and he's below the 40% threshold and heals himself is really, really like, it just creates this large amount of just delta in HP where you just take HP and you gain a lot yourself. Like, it's massive amount.
Feels similar to Set, you know, like that shield that comes out of nowhere. Like, no one expects it.
It's like that. It's just like a Silas W, right? When you're lower, it's going to heal you for more. It's so hard to deal with. If they get a Spirit Visage, that's 30% increased healing from all sources. But he was also buffed just now by the Immolation passive on Cinderhulk. So now he has even more damage when he immobilizes somebody with his E or hits them with his Rolling Snowball, or even his R. Actually, I don't think the R would do it, but the E and the Q, or E and the W would do it. So I'm excited to see this because I think that he is broken, but we see.
This could be
Providence. He's up
Providence.
against Olaf, which is a good test of if something's broken.
That is. But Providence also sitting 0-2. I like that they are going to champions that I would consider more comfort. Something like a Nunu is very simple to pull off. You understand what your point is, your purpose is. You're a front line, you're soaking up damage, and you're controlling objectives. Something like an Olaf, Seton Hall, Ivern, this rank's going to have to be very aggressive and play up in the face, try and get some early leads with a champion like that. But just to catch us up on the rest of the draft, we see Burbler Floiber locking in the Gnar for his top laner. Please be patient. And the answer from Providence is going to be the Kled. So we see Yordle versus Yordle in the top lane. Who do you favor in this matchup? Honestly, it's been so long since I've seen either of these really in the meta, as Diana's also locked in. But in my head, I always favor a ranged matchup into a melee, but this was Providence choosing this.
I will tell you who I favor after 7 minutes, because
that's the break point?
Because I have no god-dang idea what the Kled is going to do in the first few levels.
Yeah.
Because some Kleds go ham, and they do that thing where they will fight you until one of you dies. Like, he's like, you're dying or I am. And he just goes straight in, and then you look up there, like he'll maybe remount, like when he has a tiny sliver of HP, or he's about to remount and he dies, like every single time. But if he gets that first kill, he just snowballs out of control, and it's just so hard to stop him. So I will tell you later on who I favor in this matchup, based on if the Kled inted or actually winted.
Inted or winted? Winted. So either way, it's a tid. I don't know where I was going with that one.
Got to in it to win it.
Got to in it to win it. Final lock in for Seton Hall. They got Silas in the middle. This is our second Silas of the day. I thought this champion was out of the meta. Did I miss something, Zyrene?
He just got buffed to his Q.
Okay.
The chain lash damage. So.
Yes, it does last for one extra tick of damage, right?
No, I think it just does more damage on the Q.
Oh, just more? Okay.
Yeah, maybe you're right, and I didn't see that, but I think you might be thinking of Galio.
I am thinking of Galio, for sure. Okay.
They both are beef balls in the mid lane. They both from Demacia. I got you.
Okay, cool. Well,
she does have like He does kind of have like Galio-looking parts of his arms. Yeah.
Well, it's because it's the same material.
Yeah.
If you read the comics, everybody, the
Oh,
Riot lore.
go.
Let me just fix my glasses.
Wait,
here.
wait. Why is there's a logo of you? How?
Oh my God.
No.
You're not wrong.
We just need to get you an eye patch.
I don't know how we didn't notice that before. I feel like that means I have to vote for Seton Hall. Yeah, Seton Hall's going to win this game because they chose the best mascot that they have. No other analysis necessary. Does Irene care to add
I'm going to
points?
go with that one. Give me what he's got.
I just need the bandana. Oh, my God. I also need to grow out the mustache a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a tid.
By the time that you have the season over, you might have that mustache.
Seton Hall, call me. We can talk something through here, but we're ready to hop into the Rift as both teams are loaded up and ready to go for our Game 3. Seton Hall looking to continue their streak and join that top echelon at 2-0, whereas Providence looking to pick up their first win of the season. Seton Hall starting off with an early grouping here.
I like the way you worded that. I like the optimism. You were like, continue their streak. I'm like, they've won one game, man. But you're like, one game is a streak.
It is.
You have won a streak of one game.
If you check my ranked solo queue history, I will tell you with confidence, one game is a streak.
So you go on win streaks, huh?
I go on win streaks.
And lost streaks.
And lost streaks all the time.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. Yeah, that be the life in Season 10.
It's tough, man. It's a tough life out there.
Yeah, and your support. Oh, God.
Oh, wait a minute. There's some dancing in the mid lane. What? Oh, okay. What is Ezreal doing? What skin is that, first of all?
That's the Battle Academy one.
Okay.
Yeah. He's powering up.
Why did they give Silas that dance?
I don't know.
And how have I never seen that before? I need to get a cowbell, because that was like the same tempo as the Alistair cowbell.
Ah.
Can we not just like do that at least once in this season? All right, if any teams are listening right now, make sure the next time you
there you go.
Silas Alistair. I think you were saying, is it going to be an inted or a winted? Beady Butt Kiss is going aggressive. Please be patient. Gets a really good early trade.
Yeah, and that's the Kled motto. You got to in it to win it.
But we do see the fleet footwork on Please Be Patient, so
yeah.
Theoretically should be able to sustain up just fine. Even pops that early potion, so BD, well, we'll have to keep our eyes up here. How well is he able to keep this lead and, keep pushing Please Be Patient? He's trying to control the wave right now. As you see, he's walking forward, taking some of that harass, but he knows he can remount on Skarl, so that little bit of the health bar will come back, and he hits that level 2 first, so that's the advantage you want. But bringing our attention elsewhere on the map, because it doesn't seem like anything too crazy is going to happen up there. Junglers both starting on the bot side, but we see Ivern this rank on the Olaf has such a fast clear.
So that was what they changed up, is that Trevor is going to be in the mid lane, and then Tubby Lord is going to be the ADC.
Tubby Lord.
Tubby Lord.
He heard Burbler Floyber came in and was like, all right, I'll raise you one name.
It's Tubby Lord versus Burbler Floyber.
Zyrene, we're gonna make it through. You know what? I like I like your energy right now. This is great.
I just get really excited about Tubby Lord. I have to say it that way every time.
Honestly, I'm really excited to say that in the middle of a team fight, but it seems like action not gonna be happening on the bot side early on quite yet. But oh no, Nate the Fantastic caught out here by Ivern this rank. He's got double buffs. Please be patient, trying to chase him down, getting those passive stacks off. Now teleport coming in here from Trevor. I don't know if that's going to catch anybody. Yeah, members of Seton Hall were already able to disengage, but I like that from Providence. Still, they are, playing very defensive and very respectful.
Yep, and then he's just going to escort him, and they're going to get some damage on this.
Yeah, I've earned this rank, can't really go forward and contest that, so it will be a scuttle over to the side of this Nunu.
And the next move is everybody run to the bot side. Who's got priority here? Can you double scuttle? That's the thing, is once you get one of the scuttles, you got to run right across mid and then make sure that you get that second one.
Yeah, Numb Gum's coming up from the bot side just to help guarantee that here from the Olaf. The Nunu's never really going to be able to fight the Olaf early on, but what's annoying is Nunu can just kind of ignore the Olaf and go right for that scuttle. You have Smite, you have your Chop, so you can actually just blow it up. You get the health back, and any damage that Ivern this rank tried to land on you will be healed up. So I still like that from Numb Gums roaming up. And also, fun little jungle fact. I'm all about the jungle fact. facts.
Oh, really?
Irene.
Okay, give me
Yeah.
the because I love the jungle and I love facts, so I'm about to love this.
River
if I
Scuttle.
don't, it's your fault.
River Scuttle loses armor when you CC it.
Yes.
So the Leona providing that Q, which the Olaf can't provide any hard CC, makes it faster for Olaf to clear. Look at that synergy.
Yeah.
In the team composition, you love to see it.
Did you know that?
Oh, is this like a challenge now? Are we going one for one on jungle facts?
Yeah. Did you know that there was never really a good visual cue for figuring out what the scuttle because the scuttle crab, when you CC it, it loses armor and MR. It just takes more damage. Originally, because right now when you hit it, it gets like scared. It like shivers. It's like, oh no, right?
And there's a little shield break.
Yeah. Before it's in internal tests, its whole back shell would turn red.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, it would turn like a almost like translucent red.
We'll get back to that fun fact here as there's action in the mid lane. Ivern this rank going in. Ooh, Miyane takes a lot of damage as Trevor just ignores the Olaf, goes for the Silas, can't actually get the kill. Flash from Ivern this rank, and a follow-up from the rest of the team. Numgums roams all the way up there too. That's 2 kills over to Seton Hall.
Okay. Well, that was just an absolute shellac.
And please be patient. Played patiently, hit level 6, and says, I'll take that kill easy.
So, as we approach the 6-minute mark, it is not going well for the Coletta. I will tell you right
hit
now.
The alarm button? Do we sound the sirens?
Yeah, no, that was that should never happen. So
the Winted Dream, man.
Yeah, that was no jungle interference except for like one time where he had to back up and he was completely fine still. And then Nunu got there first even. Just, yeah, that shouldn't really happen to you as the Kled, even though it's not a great matchup for you. Getting solo killed like that, yeah.
And now down that much CS, has to go for the Ninja Tab. He's still not level 6.
Yeah, he's down 2 levels.
I am not even sure how that happened there. I mean, yeah, he died, but he still made it in time. He's got to be like 1 minion away. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the issue here, though, is...
Needs to be patient. It's going to hit the Mega Gnar. He's got that Rage Bar, so BD Butt Kiss can't really go in aggressively. That Gnar is going to turn into a tank, and he does. So without any damage items, yeah, BD Butt Kiss just going to try and get as much CS as possible here. Try and freeze the wave in an advantageous spot.
I'd have to look at the wave again, because I don't think he actually got a freeze.
He had 3 ranged minions that he was kiting around, so I think that will freeze at least
3 is the magic number if he keeps the 3 advantage. Otherwise, it slow pushes back because it's closer to his turret. So
he is minion made. We'll get there sooner, but action in the mid lane as Miyane steals the Diana ultimate, but takes some damage here. Trevor can't quite get it. Nate the Fantastic so low, and Miyane will barely get that kill. I believe it was a corrupting potion burn that took that one. From bad to worse for Providence. They try and make a play happen mid, but it backfires.
Yeah, not able to take him down. A little bit more durable than they had anticipated, and it just causing disasters here. Like, it's now at the point where Providence is kind of outplaying themselves. And that's not where you want to be in the game. You want to actually tighten that up and make sure that you aren't having mistakes like that. And now it's just going to be, I think, a kill here on Trevor.
Yeah, Ivern this ranks in the neighborhood. No flash on Trevor. He's only got 1 dash. He uses it early. And Miyane goes on a killing spree. 7 stacks on Dark Harvest. 3-0-1, and is going to get a plate. This is a monumental lead for the mid laner.
Yeah, having that many stacks on a Dark Seal early really does set you up for the question of, am I going to buy the Magi's?
Yeah. It's what every mid laner hopes when they build this item. Not every mid laner gets to realize that.
Sometimes I look at things and I'm like, is that Mahais? Or is it Magi's? Is the J and H sound?
I mean, I might be the wrong one to ask, because I've always called it Magi's. Not even like a Magi's, it's Magi's. Like real quick. Yeah, no need to emphasize anything. Between emphasis on the bot side, the Ashe ultimate comes through and emphasizes a kill onto Burble or Floiber. For Tubby Lord.
For Tubby Lord.
Gets Providence on the map, so they feel good about that one. I like that. They're pulling off the actual Ashe ult play, which you love to see. But now on the mid side, Trevor gets a nice push here as Mionhe did back, but I've earned this rank is in the neighborhood. He does not land that axe, keeps the control ward alive. So this means Providence, they have information, knowing that I've earned this rank is on the top half of the map. We'll see what they decide to do with that information here. It's all about the Rift Herald at this point in time. The early Drake was secured here by Seton Hall, so not a lot of reason to be on the bottom half right now, but on the mid side, Trevor again walks too far forward. Here's a roam from the support, locks him down, and Mionhe's on an early rampage, pre-10 minutes. That's 9 stacks on Dark Seals, Irene. Ooh.
He's almost done. He's just like, all right, it's time to buy the Magi's. He's got the Proto Belt. It's 4-0-1. And Seton Hall, you heard him talk about it. The native was saying that, hey, this team looks like they might be second or third best.
Catches out Nate the Fantastic. This is what you want to see from a second best team.
And it's just a slaughter. It's not like, there's not much more to say on that. It is just destroying.
Yep. Nate the Fantastic on Nunu cannot defend himself against an Olaf. The best you can do is try and control objectives and be a beefy front line, but with no items completed. To Ivern, this race completed Warrior, and even went for the free boots, so getting that extra gold efficiency. Now going right for this Rift Herald. I love this type of play. When you take out the enemy jungler, you know that there's no contest from top or mid lane. Just get the free objective. This should turn into plates for the team, and then they can use that plate gold to just continue the snowball.
We'll see where he ends up using it, because he has a lot of time to use it, and it might just be a push down on the top side here, just trying to do it as quickly as possible. Yeah, that's what it's going to be, because the Leona's already here, too.
Yeah.
You got Numgums.
Oh, here we go. Ragnarok popped. Oh! Beady Bunkus presses ult about 5 feet in front of him and will die to Ivern this rank, chasing him down on the Olaf. Doesn't need his signature champ to make a statement in this game.
He doesn't. Did he make it back in time? Oh, cut it off. Oh, he got interrupted, or at least
by the
interrupted
minions. Ooh, rough. But this does mean a dragon picked up for the side of Providence. So while they lose the Herald top side, they lose a kill and maybe two turrets? Nope, just the one turret.
Salty.
But here's the re-engage coming in from the side of Seton Hall. They easily take down Nate the Fantastic. That was supposed to be the beef front line, supposed to be the tank, but he's already out. Now the DPS trying to get on Mionhe. They do get the shutdown there as Burbler Floiber doing his best to be annoying against Tubby Lord, but now please be patient, joining in on the fight, about to hit that ultimate. Meganar has joined, but not close enough. A really good binding from Calhorn.
Yeah, and the Ash Arrow to start that all off from Mionhe when he stole it, pretty decent there. Does go down. He's the most fed member on the team, so he gave over a decent shutdown.
Yeah.
And it went over to Tubby Lord.
And you lost your
a little bit healthier.
Dark Seal stacks.
Yep.
Let's take another look at how that happened, though. You're right, Mionhe goes, all right, I'll take that. Boom. Goes right onto Trevor, and then the rest of the fight plays out.
Yeah, and Tubby Lord really doesn't have much in terms of, he doesn't really have much in terms of mana here. So if he had more mana, he'd be able to actually do a lot more, get a Q up, a W, and really provide some vision for his team, too, if they needed it in those brush. So.
And also the kind of breakout player of the game for the side of Providence, sitting at 2-0, has a completed Blade of the Ruined King. So if anyone is going to carry this game, it's going to be Tubby Lord. Providence have to continue to play around this Ashe player if they want any chance of actually claiming this W.
When the Tubby Lord demands your service, you bow.
You bow to Tubby Lord.
You bend the knee to Tubby Lord.
Submit.
Submit before his tubbiness.
His royal tubby height.
You bow before him, your tubbiness.
Supreme Tubby. As now getting engaged on the bot side, locked down. Tubby Lord, get out of there, man! Oh, can they turn it around? Oh, beautiful flash from Please Be Patient. Had the Merc Treads early odds, the tenacity means that there's not a lot of lockdown
I'm really invested in this. Tubby Lord is not allowed to die.
He can't. We're not going to let him.
Like, he is Tubby Lord, and all of Providence are merely his subjects.
Yeah, they're Providence, but maybe they're just his province.
Oh.
Hey, look at that. That was
merely the peasants of the province.
Well, hopefully it doesn't call them that in game.
Yeah, Tubby Lord just yells at you from
peasant. Bind that man. Bind that Academy boy, I don't know. Burbler Floyber says, I don't even want to be bot side anymore. You just go stop.
Bring me the boy.
They complete the lane.
Bring me
Floyber Floyber. Burbler Floyber.
Burbler Fluber.
Man, these names are so much fun.
Yeah. Numgums. They're great to do voices too as well.
Exactly. Yeah, you get to imagine what they sound like. But Numgum's actually locking down Trevor yet again. And this is the third time we've seen this from Trevor. Just pushing out mid lane, minding his own business. And Numgum says, oh, by the way, you got a support here. By the way, my Silas is still fed. And Myeonhae gets 8 stacks down with the Dark Seal.
It's not going to get much better for him either. Here comes...
they want this? I don't know if they're going to get much for this. Calhorn's here, Black Shield on Nathan the Fantastic, but Ivern this ranks nearby as well. Look at that reach here. Numgums with the Zenith Blade, but good stopwatch. Nathan the Fantastic still going to go down. Calhorn might follow as well. The axe is enough, and Ivern this rank just marches right through Providence.
Yep, and they're able to get that, and you're going to see Myeonhae just go over the wall and get some CS for himself simultaneously. These guys, they're doing real work here on Seton Hall's side, just taking care of business.
This is absolutely ridiculous from Seton Hall. Providence, we gave them the benefit of the doubt again. I mean, 0 and 2, not how you want to start the season, but one of those was a forfeit because they couldn't claim their whole roster. But this is looking pretty rough. Staring down the barrel of an 0 and 3 start. Definitely going to be hard to claw their way back from, but Seton Hall, one of the tougher teams that they could possibly face. Oh, please be patient. 19 KDA, that is impressive.
I believe that's from the one game they've played. I figured it out that it's no longer from their solo queue. I'm like, that is way too high to have.
Yeah, right?
But the other parts are from his solo queue, like the Gnar win rate, I believe. Unless that's, I would believe that's from solo queue. And then, the KDA is from this current season.
Yeah, sitting at 1, 0, and 3. Combine that with the game from yesterday.
We are the desk detectives.
We solved that puzzle. Congratulations, Irene. I tip my hat to you.
Or did the puzzle solve us? And
I don't think that's how puzzles work.
You never know. What if a puzzle is so puzzling that it ends up making your brain fire in a specific way to solve the puzzle of your brain, which then gives you the thought to find the solution to the puzzle. So it actually solved you and made your brain fire in a way that gave you the answer.
I think I can't process this right now, Cyrene.
It actually makes sense if you think about it.
I gotta go home and think my whole life here. Fight breaking out around the Rift Herald here as Providence try and take it. They just can't. A beautiful 3-man ultimate from Trevor, but just no follow-up from the team. They can't get in there and provide the damage after that CC, and 3 members will fall. Seton Hall just keep chasing
Tommy
them
Lord
down.
Run!
Tommy Lord, get out of there, man! Don't do it! Oh, Myeonhae takes him down. Seton Hall claiming that bounty. All hail the fallen king.
I don't even want to watch this game anymore. Just go Tommy Lord.
Well, they made it an ace. Unofficial ace. Nate the Fantastic did respawn. I think it'll be over fairly quickly, Zyrene, as Seton Hall are pushing down their first inhibitor turret. They're not going to make us suffer here in Tubby Lord's memory. Will they go for the full end, though? They should claim this inhibitor. I don't think they're actually going to commit. Oh, they don't even go for the inhibitor itself. They say, okay, 4 members are up. We're down some key ultimates and pretty low on health, so yeah, just back off.
Yeah, they're just making sure that they, once again, make sure everything's just going to go really smoothly for them. No mess-ups.
Look at that deep TP ward, though. They could go for something cheesy here with Please Be Patient. If he goes to this top wave, get some Fury stacks. He's actually doing it on the Gromp. That would actually be really fun to see if they want to go for it, but I think it's just going to be a hard reset for Seton Hall. They have a lot of gold to spend. They need to go do it.
Exactly. They're going to go spend all that gold, just get a little bit more powerful for the next fight, and then they'll push through. Hey, all
hail the fallen king, Tommy Lord.
Wait.
Hey, his KDA is still pretty good.
The one that says trying his best?
Trying his best. Hey, you know what? When you got Trevor getting hard camped mid lane by Juggler and support, and BD Buttkiss not doing the Winted strat, but instead doing the other one, He's trying his best, man.
He's got the only kills on the team.
Exactly.
He got 100% kill participation. He's the guy who's going to be like, report 0-11 mid and jungle.
Is Miyane going to just 1v2? Wait, that double neuter. Miyane! That's not legal! You just took that man's property and used it against him? Just rude.
Sometimes you just end up using the ultimate better than the other person. That's the life of Silas.
Man, 10-1. He didn't get the Mejais. He did not get the Mejais. Miyane, I'm not going to let you end this game until you go back and get that Mejais. What?
And this is like episode 224 from Dragon Ball Z. No, just one of them went a little bit harder than the other.
Yeah, unfortunately, Miyane's put out his best Gohan impression. He had his Kamehameha help from.
Oh, I apologize. Actually, it was number 234 through 256.
Oh, like, right, yeah. Because
a lot of episodes.
Yeah, it was all the charge up. Oh, wow. Okay. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Bot side, look at this. Miyane, you just take the 1v2. Can he take the 1v4?
It's 5.
1v5,
we got 5, man.
Miyane, get out of there, baby. You got no mana. You got nowhere to go. Miyane's taking a lot of damage, but is the team there? The shutdown does come through. It's now a 5v4. Can Providence do it? The answer is no way. Seton Hall, they decimate them 4v5 and run through Providence. They got the Baron. This has got to be the end of the game. It's just Trevor left.
Oh, that's it. And now he's Trevor's having a dance here.
Miyane did get the Mejais.
Yeah.
But he got 4 assists off of that death.
Yeah.
Almost full stack again. We'll take it.
Sometimes you just say, you know what? I don't need the Mejais. That's more disrespect than actually buying it. I don't need this to win.
Sometimes, but Seton Hall, they're going to be joining the top echelon of the tournament right now, being the 3rd team to get 2 wins. Actually, I might have spoken too soon. Providence, they're back up. They're going for, I've heard this rank, he's healing through the damage. Yeah, this game's over. There's nothing that Providence can do. Seton Hall are too far ahead. And Ivor in this rank puts his Chad pants on, says, I'm going to carry this fight. They even get a triple kill for Burbler Floiber, and that's going to be game to Seton Hall.
And Tubby Lord, the sole survivor to watch his kingdom fall.
He tried his best, okay? That's all you can ask for.
That's true.
From your AD
that is
carry.
true.
But that means that there are 2 teams now undefeated, sitting at 2-0. Villanova picking up that win earlier today against DePaul. And now Seton Hall joining them up there. And when we think about the native, he was saying there's 2 teams he's scared of. There's DePaul and there's Seton. And then Butler kind of being in that conversation as well. Now this just makes me so much more excited for when Villanova will eventually play against Seton Hall later on in the week.
Yeah. Today.
Later. Is that later today? Do we get that? We get that today. I didn't even know that. That's a treat. That's a treat to my ears. We get to see that right away. We're going to have one undefeated team at the end of the day.
A treat to your eyes later.
A treat to my eyes later, for sure. But let's break down exactly how Seton Hall was able to snowball that, because that's what this was, right? This was early game leads into good decision-making to just continue pushing their leads. So what were some of the key moments that you think really stood out as indicators for how strong they're going to be against a team like Villanova?
I think I've earned this rank in terms of his jungle pathing was once again on point, kind of just making sure that he was getting the early advantages and just visiting lanes early and often to try and upset them. I think that was kind of the thing that indicated to me that it wasn't just individual skill, it was also they understood the macro game better. Mm-hmm. And I think it's also their willingness to kind of jump in with teleports. I want to see like more strides there, and that's kind of the place that's a little cause for concern, because we saw Villanova, they had no problem using a teleport just even on a Zach blob, right? Mm-hmm. Early game. So I think that's something they need to shore up, but I also think that Seton Hall did a good job of snowballing in general, mostly from I've earned this rank.
Yeah, I've earned this rank. He's been in the conversation all the preseason, already in the head of the conversation for the team in this regular season. But we actually have a treat for everybody who stuck around for the postgame. The entire team from Seton Hall is on a call. Congratulations, Seton Hall, for picking up that victory. All right. So talk to me about. I mean, that was one of the biggest snowballs I think I've seen so far this season. So, what were the key moments for you in that early game to really get things going?
Well, we were thinking play Olaf and press R, and that was the plan.
Hey, it worked. Sometimes the simplest plans are the ones that are the best. Why'd you have to kill Tubby Lord? I mean, he's just trying his best.
I told him not to kill him. I would say, don't kill Tubby. This is what Mike kills Tubby.
The mid laner here just assassinated.
Killing Tubby.
Yeah. It's just not fair. Also, I'm curious. Me and Zyrian were having this conversation. Who had the better names overall on the teams? We got Burbler Foiber versus Tubby Lord, Beady Buttkiss, Numb Gums. Which team wins?
I think it was Providence with the best names.
Yeah,
my name's just a crappy pun. They had like creative names. So
my name's pretty random as well.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. What does your shirt say, by the way? Is that a Santa Sasquatch?
It's Santa Claus as a Sasquatch. My dad got it for me.
Believe that should be the new motto.
I forgot the jersey. So
not even the rest of us. You guys
no, just kidding. Only those two brought jerseys. Happens.
Yeah, we got the jersey.
I like that.
That's awesome.
Also, Zyrian pointed out, do we agree that I should be the team mascot going forward here?
He looks like the mascot.
I need to get like a bandana. Can you guys send me a bandana, like a blue bandana?
You want the eye patch?
Yeah, I'll take the eye patch. There you go. Send it in to ESL Studios. We'll make sure that we wear that.
I want to tell you that they're the better Scribble.io team.
Yeah, we played Pictionary pregame. They're better than that.
They're better than
us.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
What's the Scribble.io meta? I don't even know.
The meta of Scribble.io? Who knows?
I don't like to play that anymore. I've had some bad experience.
You've had some bad experience?
Oh, yeah. Random Twitch lobbies. Don't let them in.
You always got to be careful. You got a big match coming up ahead of you, though, as you're taking on Villanova. You're both the only undefeated teams sitting at 2-0. Only one of you is going to go 3-0. How are you feeling about that match?
We're feeling like we're going to have a good time. Yeah. We're confident. It'll be a fun game. I think win or lose, I think it's going to be a good game. So hopefully we'll win, obviously. But if we lose, though, I hope we play well.
Yeah. One of you's getting benched.
Yeah, right?
The native said that they got the best jungler in the league. What do you have to say about that?
He's just wrong.
Yeah, he's just wrong. He's a new one trick. I can say I'm not a one trick anymore. Zach one trick. I played 60 games of Olaf, so technically not a one trick.
Oh, okay.
So, if they ban Olaf, then I'm back to being a one trick. So, hey, got to do it. Oh well.
What would you rather have banned, Ivern or Olaf right now?
I'd rather have Olaf banned, obviously.
Then you can play Ivern.
There we go.
Yeah, dude, give me Ivern. Give me Ivern. I'll play Ivern if it's open. I can't guarantee that's probably going to happen. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for taking the time.
That's where you go. If you're scared, ban it. It's like,
yeah,
but only if you're scared.
Only if you're scared. You got to dare them. You got to get some smack talk. Oh yeah, before we wrap up, do you have any smack talk for Villanova?
Yeah, it was funny watching them talk smack after we destroyed them last split. So I just thought it was hysterical.
We 2-0 them in playoffs.
Yeah, we 2-0 them, and my score in that one game was the whole team score of our last game versus who did we play yesterday? It was like 17-3. I went 17-3 just by myself versus Villanova. So it was like, the Olaf. Hey, ban Olaf then. If you don't want to play it, well.
All right, well, flex it on to your opponents. I like it. Thank you so much, guys, for taking the time to chat with us, and good luck in your match ahead.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
See ya.
Wow, that was one of the most energetic interviews I think I've ever been a part of.
It was all of them.
The whole team.
I felt outnumbered. This must have been like what it felt like to be Tubby Lord.
To be
completely
all hail the
outnumbered.
king. All hail His Highness Royal Tubby Lord. Yeah. Decreed of victory, but
long live the tub. Okay. We've gone too far.
I think
we've officially gone too far.
But you realize now, anytime that player subs in and plays for the roster, that's all we're gonna care about now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tubby Lord. Good for the side of Seton Hall, 2-0. I'm curious if they are going to be able to back up that smack against Villanova later on today. Who do you favor in that matchup? Just as a preview. It's not going to be our next one. We got Marquette versus Butler, but just a quick preview.
I may change my mind based on draft, but based on game, I really liked what went on with if I'm looking at Villanova and I exclude the jungler DC, I thought they were really clean, and especially against a team that was top team.
All right, yeah, that jungler DC is definitely worried. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the match ahead. But for everybody at home, we got more League of Legends action coming up next. But before, make sure that you join in on the fun by signing the AnyKey pledge, GLHF pledge with AnyKey. Good luck, have fun, reduce online toxicity in gaming, and get that really cool Twitch badge next to your name. I got it. Zyrene's got it. You can join in on all the fun folks that are supporting the cause. And also make sure that you follow us on social media. Hop on Twitter and follow ESL Collegiate so you can stay up to date on all the teams, standings, and the match results if you're not able to catch them live here on Twitch. With that being said, we're going to send it over to a short break while we get ready for Marquette versus Butler coming up next.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back, one and all, to the ESL Collegiate 2020 Spring Big East regular season. We're getting ready for our next game as Marquette looks to take down Butler, but Providence did not pick up their first win against Seton Hall in that last game. Seton Hall decimated them, going 2-0, joining that upper echelon. Is it time for Providence to hit that alarm button? Ring the bells?
I mean, Tubby looked pretty good.
He did,
Tubby
yes.
Lord looked like he was reigning over that team. I think you just need to find, some other people who will click with the team, get them more time, bringing in a new member and, having another one leave. Not always going to feel that great, and you can't really expect to come out with a win. So I would say today, pretty much par for the course for them so far. I don't think they have to hit the alarm button just yet, especially since you play, I believe, 14 games during the regular season, and you've just played 3. So it's not a major deal, and also you played one of the top teams. So
plenty of time to turn things around. But let's take a look at the updated standings based on the game so far today. Those top 2 teams, Villanova and Seton Hall, both 2-0. They'll play each other later today. But right now, we're going to get some disparity in the middle of the pack. We got 3 teams at 1-1, but 2 of them are playing against each other right now, Marquette and Butler. So one will be joining St. John's and matching everybody at that 2-win record. The other will take sole possession of that 6th place spot, being 1 and 2. Again, Georgetown Providence yet to pick up any wins.
Yeah, and we'll see Georgetown later on today, see if they can claw their way up. And I'm mostly looking at the top right now because we had teams coming into today that had that 1 win, and that's funny enough, though they were going to be the ones that play each other.
Yep.
So none of them can go undefeated except for one of them. There can only be one.
But I like that because at the end of our first week, right off the bat, we will have a definitive power rankings based on how the games have gone so far.
Yeah.
We won't have a tie at the top thinking, okay, it's the top 2 teams. Who has it? Well, the top 2 teams right now are about to play head-to-head, so we'll have that exact record. So it'll kind of set the record straight in that department. But it also helps out with those middle-of-the-pack teams, too, to kind of give some separation.
So, what's funny? Just random food for your thought. Think about tournament organization a lot, and a lot of people are like, you should have your finals in your first week, right, of the next season. So it's kind of like, if TLTSM was your finals, first game to open the new season, TLTSM, right?
Yes.
So from an entertainment standpoint, maybe it's good to have it right out of the gate, build up hype, but food for thought. That's when the teams are probably weakest, and you're having them play each other when they're literally coming out of the gate. They haven't gotten used to a meta. They haven't gotten used to the season, maybe even new team members, stuff like that. So it's probably the highest variance match. You should actually have that match later in the season, and then you should have the second rematch of it be one of the very end ones. Just a thought.
Food for thought. Food for
Just
thought.
a thought. But people like to build up hype for that first day, first week. I've been in that showbiz for years, so
and that's where
I understand that. It's all about entertainment.
That's what we're about. We're about having the hypest matches as early as we can so we can see what things look like. But we got some of those middle-of-the-pack teams right away to watch right now. Marquette versus Butler, our next game. Both these teams sitting 1-1, and both of them losing to teams that the other one beat. So it's hard to know exactly what the power level of these 2 teams are. I'm expecting this to be one of the closest matches of the day. But when we compare to how things fared last time, Marquette did get the upper hand against Butler.
Yeah, but that was still a while ago. Like, you're looking at best of 3 from last year, and there's not always a whole lot you can draw from that except for just the remaining members' power level. The people who are returning are the ones that you're going to be like, okay, we kind of have an idea of where they're at, but how much have they actually integrated the new people into the roster?
I'm just looking at Slickmick right there, top laner. That's an incredible KDA.
It's Slit1
I'm gonna call Slick Mick. We'll dive a little bit closer into that roster with Slick Mick on the top lane for Marquette, Vizix in the jungle, Centric mid with Like Mike 42 and Snikers MVP. This is the starting 5, but we do have some roster swaps for this game. Centric, the usual mid laner, moving to that jungle position, and they're bringing in Geeked Bro to the mid lane.
Okay, say that support's name one more time.
Snickers MVP.
There you go.
What did I?
Snikers?
Snikers.
I was like,
Snikers, no sniking.
Can you go to the store and get me a Snikers? I was like, what? I was like, wait, what?
Snickers MVP. No, he's got the yummy, the caramel, the nuts, all the deliciousness. Actually, no, Snickers doesn't have caramel, does it? I need to eat more candy. That's what I'm learning. I don't even remember. But he's not the player we're talking about.
Yes, it does.
Let's focus on Centric. Again, usually they're mid laner, but now moving to the jungle. So what do we think about Marquette? Is this going to – how much do you see this impacting their matchup here against Butler?
I just don't always like swaps that aren't completely intended in their last minute, because you bring a new person in and you're like, we have to finagle this person into the role and make them as comfortable as possible, so you give them what they want priority wise, and then you just move the other person into the off role. So you actually cause 2 disturbances instead of just keeping the person in their main role instead of swapping them, and bring the sub in and have him just fill.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of people cater to their subs and feel like that's the way to do it. I'm like, you can usually keep the core of your team alive by like not swapping 2 people, but okay.
And this is a very important game for them as they want to differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack, go that 2-1, so rough situation to be in. But this is good news for Butler. Also 1-1. They want to pick up a victory here for sure, and this is looking like an opportunity to do so. First of all, I just want to call out their logo. That is amazing. It is a bulldog made out of controllers. So props to whichever visual design individual created that. But the rest of their team, we got Vix Noko, on the top lane with Mac in the jungle. All for Joy mid, very for fun, and won't be banned, running out the rest of the team. Again, I mean, Butler getting props from the native. He was even saying that he thinks that the top 2 teams are Villanova and DePaul, and then second place is, or fighting for that 3rd place is Butler and Seton. So I just because of that and the respect that native gives to them, I feel like this is a very strong team that we're going to have to look out for as we're zooming into the jungle here. Mac in the jungle. Favorite champions, Kazakhs, liking the Assassins. They're not necessarily prevalent in this meta, though.
Yeah, not really the Assassins in the jungle. You're typically looking for CC or durability / tankiness. So I feel like when you play Assassins, they have to be really mobile. And that's why like Lee Sin is kind of an Assassin early. Doesn't really have that like transition later, but I don't find that play style to be that easy to do in higher levels of play. It becomes harder and harder to play Assassins as your elo goes up, and also as people get more organized.
And especially when the meta favors things like tanky junglers, tanky top laners. We've even seen some enchanter supports coming in. So who are you really trying to assassinate at that point? There's not
the
as many
enchanter support. They're free.
That is typically how the assassin has to play, but that's not how you want to play. It's like, oh, I went in, I pressed all my buttons, I killed somebody. Oh, it was the support that was worth like 200 gold, and now I'm dead because the tank locked me down. And
but you're 200 gold richer.
Yeah, true. 200 gold richer. But it seems like both teams are getting ready. So as we're approaching the pick and ban phase, what are we prioritizing for either of these teams? We've seen a lot of priority for Lee Sin early on. Last game, Nunu was the first pick, so it seems like regardless, junglers are what teams are opting for early on. Do you agree with this?
I'm not 100% sure. It's been so far Lee Sin, Nunu. It feels like people want to set their junglers up for success right off the bat. I feel like that's an okay thing to do because you aren't really blind picking anything. All junglers are kind of neutral / they do special things themselves. Or have like unique gank paths, so I don't feel like they really make your composition. Everything else kind of does. And right here, I think the bans are actually becoming a little more common. You have both the Aphelios and the Senna, even though they could first pick either of those. So maybe they want to go for the Misfortune. The Ornn is also still available. And that
I think if you're first picking Misfortune, you gotta ban the Ornn. If you're gonna pick the Ornn, you should maybe ban the Misfortune. Butler has some options here for their final pick. But again, when it comes to Collegiate, it's not always about those top meta picks. So it's sometimes hard to predict what teams are going to do in these situations. It comes down a lot to comfort, champion pools, etc. So they're holding off till the very last second to lock this one in. It is going to be the Misfortune, which signals to me probably Ornn locked in for the top laner.
Yeah, I would say they want that Ornn, but there's still one more ban.
It's a Bard.
Well, I would.
Won't be banned, needs to name change, because clearly that's a ban targeted towards that player, and there's the Ornn locked in for Butler. So, yeah, they're happy with that top priority meta pick. It's one of just the strongest.
So what are you going to get here for that Ornn, Marquette? Because you saw that coming. We saw that coming. We don't even play against this team.
Oh!
So you got to have something to deal with.
They want the Darius. locking it in. So this is a champion that, like, it loves to bully lanes. It loves to get its own advantage, but I don't know how well it can do that against Orin. Orin's just such an annoying tank in the regard that you can't really put it down that heavily in the early game. Or at least it's hard to. It's a very difficult task.
You have to snowball. You have to snowball on him if you want to do anything. You really have to put him behind to prevent him from getting to item spikes. The fact he can buy items while he's in lane, it's on a timer, yes, but it's still very powerful and gives him a lot of uptime and presence in the lane where he doesn't have to ever kind of seed his lane if he wanted to.
But Marquette also lock in the Ryze to pair with that Darius, so a little more late game security. Ryze will scale very well, and also a very strong potential for a 1-3-1 depending on what they grab with the rest of their composition. But what worries me is they're showing their solo laners very early, which allows Butler to counterpick. They grab the Kiana. I'm expecting that to be played into the Ryze as it's not as prevalent in the jungle anymore. And we'll see what they lock in for their last choice here. They might go for an AD carry.
Oh, might be Heimer bot.
I'm not so sold on the Heimerdinger bot lane these days, but it looks like that will be it.
Yeah.
They're waiting till the very last second.
I mean,
nope. Switch to the Varus at the last moment. We got you baited.
Always.
But Varus provides that constant DPS that you want from an AD carry. And this is what we were talking about earlier in the day. This meta on 10.4 seems to be the return of the standard AD carry. A lot of people are complaining, saying, okay, it's only Aphelios Senna and then maybe some mages, maybe some shenanigans in the bot lane. But lately, we've seen things like Varus. We've seen things like Ashe come out. Even, which I think earlier on in the day, there's Ezreal. We saw that played too. So a lot of options right now, and Butler liking this one. Provides some damage, and Varus has always been a lane bully. So if they can pair this with a good support, I like what they're drafting so far.
Yeah, the supports, I feel like that pool's going to get pinched really hard right now. Leaning a little bit towards Morgana is what it feels like here for Snickers. We'll see if they read that. But also, Butler, they may not want to ban too many supports themselves because they have to pick one.
Yeah, and I'm also surprised they grabbed the Varus right away. They could have locked in a jungler instead. Not shown what they were opting for on the bottom side, but they do grab that early, which means that Marquette can answer. The Morgana would feel great because if the Varus tries to engage with that ultimate and you're fast enough on your Black Shield, you can prevent that engage from coming through.
Yeah.
But Butler not taking your advice. They're taking away more supports. That's a Braum ban, and there's an Nautilus ban for Marquette. So a lot of these tanky supports that like to provide a semi-front line for the team off the table.
Yeah, you'd want to get Leona off the table here too if you really wanted to just eliminate all of those tanks.
See if Butler decides to do that, because if you take away the Leona, I don't know like what's really left. We've seen Morgana played so far. It's really going to come to, I feel like we're going to have to see enchanters at this point, unless somebody goes for like a Pike, maybe a Blitzcrank. There's the Morgana ban, so Leona is available.
Well, that is potentially unfortunate for Marquette, but I think they really wanted the.
Do you pair?
I think they really wanted the Morgana because as soon as I was talking about as soon as I saw the Thresh ban, I was like, oh, it's probably gonna be Morgana, right? But so Butler is thinking that's what it's gonna be as well, and they actually get first round of what they want support wise.
So the Lee Sin locked in for Marquette. They're opting for the jungler instead of the support, trying to take that away because both of these teams still needed to lock in those two champions. And Butler, we'll see what they answer with. It's the J4. We saw this matchup in game number 1 today, and it was heavily Lee Sin favored. I'm curious if Marquette's going to be able to do a similar thing against Butler here. But what the J4 does offer is a little bit more presence in team fights, I'd say. Once you get away from the early game and you start grouping up, you can lock members down, and it's the Yuumi lock-in. Technically an enchanter, I guess. Not the one I was hoping to see, but it's locked in.
Yeah,
there we go.
You don't like her?
I just,
you don't like Yuumi?
As a support main, I hate playing against this champion.
Okay.
As long as I don't have to feel the prowling projectiles personally, then I'm fine. So we'll be all right. We'll get through this. Chat.
I actually really like Yuumi. At first I didn't, but then she really grew on me, and I felt like she's unique, but also not like she's actually pretty interesting to play yourself because the hopping around between people instead of just backpacking one person, as soon as you start hopping off of people and stuff like that, it feels much more dynamic to me. The nerf to like having the cast windup of Wing actually feels pretty bad now. But if you're able to just backpack a single person.
We have different opinions of what is fun, I suppose.
So like, things you can do on her is like, if your AD carry is getting ulted by a Caitlyn, you pop off, eat it, and pop back on. Yuumi is literally a pseudo shield where she uses her HP against skill shots. Lee Sin Qs, pop off your AD carry immediately, and then pop back on. And just like legitimately, you should be absorbing skill shots as much as possible that aren't CC.
Yeah, that's the mark of a good Yuumi player, I would say, is being able to pull that off. It's a hard mechanic to actually do, especially because it's not intuitive. You're thinking, okay, I'm the squishy support. I'm meant to be on top of somebody, keeping them safe. Why would I put myself in harm's way?
Because you're literally invulnerable when you're on someone, so.
Exactly. There we go. And, I mean, when we think about predictions here, I'm about to do it. I'm about to predict the Yuumi. It just
you saw Pyke was the other
feels wrong.
The other one, right?
It feels wrong. But I like what they were able to do with the rest of their draft. I feel like getting that Ornn, it's worth so much for me personally that alone already said, okay, they've won the draft for me, and then the rest of the composition. I think it's coming together, and I'm also favoring a lot of what Native was saying about this team. He said Butler looks strong. He thinks that they're going to be one of those teams kind of punching up as one of the dark horses in that kind of third place discussion. So, yeah, I'll give it to Butler.
I'm gonna give it to. I'm gonna give it to Butler as well on this one.
Okay.
At first, I wasn't completely convinced, and I'm still at that like 57-43 type area in terms of like how far I'm leaning that way. I just think that Ornn is so powerful right now that even if they're behind, as long as Ornn is giving out masterwork items, he's literally printing gold.
Yep.
Right.
Pretty hard to beat that, right?
Yeah.
And also just the ability for the Varus to try and find picks, the combo of a J4 and a Yuumi. You think of things like Orianna J4, but I've seen a lot of professional players pull off J4 engages while Yuumi's on top of you, stuck in the Cataclysm, and you just take the entire ult. There's really not much you can do about that. So with those combos in mind, we'll see if Butler's able to pull it off. We're ready to hop in to this game as these teams look to cause some distance between each other in the standings, both sitting at 1-1. And both would love to end their first week ahead, joining that top echelon with those other teams that are 2-0. Butler on the blue side, Marquette on the red, and no early shenanigans, but I do love to see plays like this that signal an early game objective from a team. We see Mac goes in, drops that ward early, backs to get the sweeper lens, so just gives him some free vision on the map and allows him to potentially go early for a gank. You can sweep out to see if any wards were dropped by the enemy laners, and if they weren't, hey, congratulations, you can actually go and pull off some cool plays.
Yeah, I actually do this every single game. It's a bad habit of mine, so if I ever play against somebody who actually knows me, I will always run up to that pixel brush or to the Raptors, ward it, recall, and swap, because it actually comes up right after your buff spawn. So even if you watch it, like right now, buff spawn, boom, it comes up. So if they even put a ward at your buff, you can just sweep it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's incredibly useful.
Yeah, that
like,
is.
If they went through your jungle and like walked through like your red buff area, you can just sweep that whole thing while your AD is around, right? And give them you give them something to do while they're walking away if there's a ward nearby and stuff. So it's actually
it's those little things in the early game where it doesn't work every time, but if it does, I mean that's an advantage for the team. So why not go for it? But Mac actually gets the leash on the bot side, going for the Krugs next. J4 is actually pretty good at clearing that. He's one of the few champions, few junglers that's proficient at that camp. Oh, good pullback from Snickers. Won't be banned. Takes a lot of damage. He doesn't actually want to reconnect onto Very for fun. But that could just be that cooldown, you know, nerf, not being able to hop back on time.
Yeah. He's got the Yuumi emotes with him.
Oh boy, the flash forward by Snickers ignites down as well, but this is what Yuumi does. Varus, able to sidestep that hook. Heal has to be used by like Mike 42 as well. Snickers MVP in danger, but both of these teams looking for the kill.
Yeah, that was actually really clean there. The nice sidestep, very for fun, kind of showing off here, but here comes Centric
on the side, no flash on Very for fun. He's gonna take all this damage. Can he sidestep the hook? The heal comes out, the move speed helps him out. Good from for fun, holding on to that summoner from earlier.
They need to call out that there was no red buff on him, so Mac should go for an invade here because that was a full blue side clear Lee Sin, and there you go. You see Mac going for the invade, gonna go get the red buff. There's no collapse here from Then from the Darius.
And it looks like Centric trying to get some invading on his own if he can, but can't quite find it. We were talking about Slick Mick on the Darius top side, getting really pushed in by this Ornn, despite those stats that we saw at the bottom of the screen there. Vic Snako doing a fantastic job on this Ornn, pushing in Slick Mick. Should be able to just get some more priority for Mac. This allows Mac to not only take the red buff, but also the Krugs, because he knows he's got backup if he needs it.
And just has to hold up here, but don't think they'll go for a dive that early with these champions. I think it's a little bit too risky. So yeah, he'll just go for the Scuttle Crab. The Lee Sin, no items purchased for either of them, so he may try to make contact. Not sure though. I think he would try to just avoid right now at this point in time as Lee Sin.
Oh, look at mid lane. Good trade for All for Joy. This is what happens to Geeked Bro with the rise, but now at Rome from the pike. Beautiful hook. Ooh. Flash from All for Joy. Has to get out for that one. Put that summoner spell down. This puts a big target on the back of this Kiana.
Yeah, he having no flash, even though you're still a mobile champion, it's pretty easy to gank you because one of your mobility spells is point and click, and the other one requires you to cast, jump, and then cast again. And you kind of root yourself for, you know, quarter-second cast times when you're actually using the ability. So, Kiana running away, not as effective as Kiana diving by nature of DE.
And it felt good at first for the side of Butler. They had that advantage in the mid lane. All for Joy got that trade. Geeked Bro low on mana, but Geeked Bro goes for the back, teleports back to lane. So even though you're down basically 10 CS, now closing in as he picks up this wave, at least Centric was able to catch a lot of that. But regardless, Butler Mac is still doing a fantastic job in the jungle, way ahead in jungle clear over Centric. A lot of that from the invade, but look at the bleed coming in here from Slick Mick. He might be able to take him down. Yeah, Ornn's got to be careful. You have a lot of damage with your Brittle, but that bleed over time does so much. But look at the roam here. All for Joy coming up. No flash means that they can't quite go for it.
Yeah, but that just puts so much pressure on Slick because there's this big minion wave that's being stacked against him. He wants to recall. Ornn has already bought the Bomby Cinder and hasn't had to recall and use teleport to get back to lane. So he's going to try to push this, I think, try to force the TP to come out from Slick, and then he'll recall himself.
And just the changes to Bomby Cinder, he's able to push that wave so fast right now.
And the TP didn't come out. He didn't take the bait.
Oh, but look at the bot side. Flash from Butler Mac. Tries to get that damage in with the CC, but they can't land it like Mike. Barely alive.
Yeah, just barely. I mean, he still had flash available, and his heal is coming up, but yeah, he still had another way to kind of get out of it. But Mac, not level 6, not able to put a dunk down, but he will go straight for this dragon. And that'll be the first one of the game.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's reaching for the play. But regardless of play, we'll continue here onto the Dragon. They're able to push off Marquette on that bottom half. They have to catch that wave under turret. Like Mike's too low, so they're just giving over this early objective. Butler will feel good about that as he's picking it up, but they feel better about it. Kill mid lane. All for Joy can't get it. Oh, so close.
Yeah, it looks like he used the Supreme Display of Talent and tried to all in there. But even with the Ignite, even with the ultimate used, and maybe a good use of it, like shoving him into a wall, it was so close.
Yeah, Geeked Bro barely able to get away. Did have to burn flash for that, though. So that means you could always look to make the play happen again as All for Joy. Your Ignite will come up much faster than the flash of the enemy mid laner. Again, more action on the top side. Slick Mick is playing aggressive against this Ornn. You have to, as Darius, though. You cannot just be passive and let him farm up. You need to make something happen.
Yeah, you need to find the opportunity where you just keep trading back and forth using Qs and trying to make him run out of mana, because he's just going to, if he gets like Catalyst or if he starts going for some of those builds where you just stack armor, it becomes so difficult to deal with him. And he's already started doing that. He's got the bombies. He's got the armor coming through already too. And I feel like when this happens, you have to just have the long fight where you get 5 stacks on him and try to kill him. And he got the flash there.
Yeah.
So that signals to me that Slick is actually getting really good hooks off here.
Yeah, I thought if he had enough bleed stacks, he could have flashed to follow and throwing down that Nox and Guillotine, but I don't think he had enough to really get the full amount of damage. But Butler Mac has blue buff, has the red buff, gets pulled back in, but here comes Orn, has to flash defensively, call the Forge God used. Can they complete the dive? That was insane damage, and first blood picked up by Viznikov.
Yep, he just hit him with one part of it and got him with the other too, so broke the brittle. He did all that extra damage too, so TP's right back into a kill.
Vix Noko, by the way. That name, I don't know if I'm going to call that right once. We'll just call him Vix. Vix for sure, but on the bot side, more action happening here as the Yuumi Varus fighting Ezreal Pike. Who wins this one? Very for fun's getting so many autos off. 1Q should get it. Oh! Mike barely able to live, but this is that all-in again on the mid lane. Geeked Bro, no flash available this time. All for joy, one auto should do it. He doesn't need it. Throws out the Q and gets the kill.
Yep, and we were afraid of that happening even just a minute ago. The supreme display of talent allows him to pretty much 1v1, and the Rise had flashed away. The Rise had tried to get out. Got out successfully the first time, second time, it's no cigar.
Yeah, soon. Didn't even need Ignite that time. He just waited for the ultimate cooldown to come off. Had a few more long swords this time around. Gets the push and has Moby boots. So things are going great for All for Joy. You got to imagine he's backing for a Tiamat right now. We'll be able to shove in this Rise and then get around the map. Actually goes for the lethality first, valuing the solo kill threat more than the roam potential. Oh, bot side.
What did you think he was going to go for?
The Tiamat.
Oh.
For the clear potential. But now on the bot side, oh, hey, okay, Centric. Turns out the Sonic Wave a little wide. And here comes Pike. He still wants it. Gets the hook, doesn't land the follow-up CC, though. And Centric's just going for the Lee Sin emote as well. That's great.
He's got the perfect emotes on. He's got a Yuumi one. He's got a Lee Sin one. Like, this game was made for this dude.
Butler University find themselves in a good position on Summoner's Rift right now, 2,000 up with that early dragon. But overall, this has been a much slower game than we've been conditioned to, Zyrene. Earlier on in the day, it was action after action after action. This one's a little more methodical, a little slower. Seems like a lot of the action happening around the mid and top side as opposed to bottom where we have been seeing it so far, but not for lack of trying. The bot laners have been duking it out quite aggressively, but All for Joy going for a very deep invade. Oh, you don't have any backup, though. There's no one else on the team. Is able to get out, though.
Yep. Does have the invisibility. Does have the way to cloak himself, so would still be able to stay alive for quite a while. And oh, nice dodge there.
Yeah, it's so hard to get onto so many members in this game. I think pretty much everybody has some kind of mobility except for Varus and Rise and Darius. Other than that, I mean, pretty much everyone can just got to jump around. Hard to land that hard CC onto anybody. So it'll be a test of skill shot landing. As again, Slick Mick trying to get some damage here on to Vic. Can't quite find the full amount though, yeah. He's getting those bleed stacks, but he's just not accomplishing much. He's down 20 CS.
Yeah. The fact that this Orin is winning this matchup is just kind of a testament to
Butler, Mac, what are you doing?
Powerful the champion is right now too.
Has to flag and drag back to safety.
But Dragon is coming up, guys. Where are you?
He's right there.
Where are you? Like, this happens all the time. You're just like, guys, Dragon. Like, you got no vision.
And they just catch out the jungler. Yeah, Mac goes too far forward. As his top laner was walking down to join, that seemed like it would have been Butler's fight if they had just waited a little bit longer. But well played from the side of Marquette. They catch out the jungler out of rotation, claim a dragon for themselves.
And it's the Ocean Drake that'll be coming up. Ocean Drake, I think, is probably the most powerful Drake from just a standpoint of not soul, but individual Drakes. I feel like it is I think it's statistically proven that a single Ocean Drake is the largest win rate jump on average than having a single Cloud, Mountain, or
Infernal.
Infernal, right?
Just in terms of stats, but here's another play on the bot side. The flash hook from Snickers, but very for fun.
Ooh.
Just outputs massive damage there, followed up with the CC of Won't Be Banned, and they turn it around. They might get more. Look at like Mike. He's very low on health right now. Has the flash of the kill, though.
above him. Lee Sin's above him.
Yeah, they don't know that Centric's right there. They flash forward. The auto attacks. One more should take him down. Oh, very for fun. Gets the kill, and that's Yuumi, everybody. Giving him the speed, giving him the heals. Do they want to take down Centric? He's trying to back right now. Oh, this is so greedy. Probably projectile stops the back. All they have to do is stop it. They don't have to kill him. No, he's able to jump back to Snickers if need be. But so many turret plates should go to the side of Butler right now. Oh, God, they dropped the Herald too. That's going to be first turret picked up from the side of Butler University. A fantastic transition to the mid game right now. It was all action top side, but look at that. More as another solo kill here. Beautiful from Vic. I was just going to say all the action was happening on the top half of the map for the beginning of the game. Nice to see it on the bot side. And Vic says, there's still action up here, everybody. Don't forget about me.
I think it's hard to forget about it. So we'll see as they reset here, because it's only, like I say it's only, because we've seen so many large advantages even just today in the past 4 hours, 3 hours. It's like 3,000, 3,500 gold advantage. Not a massive amount. You're looking at like 4,000, I guess. Yeah. 3 or 4.
It's not insurmountable.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
But at 15 minutes, it's still quite large to have compared to people's total, like gold totals. But you're basically getting to the point where people, you see it here and there. It's like, oh, the mid lane's up 600, AD's up 1,000, support is down 300. Then it's the top lane is like 1,400.
Look at it.
Jungle is like 1,000.
Yeah.
You're seeing large discrepancies in that area, not so much that mid lane.
All for Joy.
And that's who this is right here.
Does a lot of damage with free to play up talent. Good heal from Slick Mick. But you just see how annoying All for Joy is. You just have to show up in the enemy jungle, walk around, and there's nothing that Marquette can do. They don't have somebody that can really walk up to him other than the Darius, but we saw what happened there. He already took a lot of damage. There's the Prowling Projectile trying to stop his back. Slick Mick gonna have to walk all the way back to his lane just to stay alive, because Mac is here too. Butler's playing a pretty clean game of League of Legends, but this might be Marquette's fight. They have multiple members up here. It's going to be a 3v3, but they don't land the hook, and they can't really find and engage unless it's leaked in. But there we go, Cataclysm in. Slick Mick does dodge away from the Varus ultimate, but still goes down regardless. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Snickers gonna get locked down. So does Centric, and they fall in suit. A double kill for All for Joy.
Yep, All for Joy swoops in, able to save the day in quotation marks. And just
I'm helping.
Yeah,
no, kill secured.
Secure the day. Yeah, the day has been secured, and so have the kills.
Oh, looking at those turret stats. No turret plates taken by Marquette. Okay, Zyrene, I was going to say, I did say earlier, I thought this might be one of the closer games that we have today. And while that, for the most part, has been true, it's ramping up right now. Butler just looks leagues ahead. There was a few good plays from Marquette. They did get that pick onto J4 and then the Dragon, but other than that, it's been all Butler.
Yeah, they've been doing a wonderful job of pretty much controlling what they need to and rotating. I think the rotations have been the most impressive part to me. They're pulling people out of their side lanes immediately, getting the bottom turret down, getting objectives going to the top side of the map, and making that unexpected play that's a little bit harder to react to because you don't expect the person to be there. But you can even see the double kill is almost instantaneous there from All for Joy. But then there's all of this, all these kind of shrooms and stuff you got to watch out for.
And unfortunately, the late game win condition of Marquette is just not online. We saw how much damage Geeks Bro did there. He had an opportunity to unload some spells on Very For Fun. It didn't do anything. This guy is sitting on a tier and Aegis, or not Aegis,
Catalyst.
Catalyst, there we go. So he just doesn't have any AP in his kit. He's just got the Sork shoes to add a little bit of Magic Pen, but I don't even know if I like that more than the Merc Treads into the team he's against. Or even Tabbies against the likes of all the AD.
I'd be like, Tabbies would be what you would get here. You could maybe get like a Frozen Heart later, but
could be a fight. Golden Forge got used. All for Joy with a beautiful Supreme display of talent onto 3 members. And this fight is over before it even begins. No one falls from Butler. Multiple kills over to the squad, and they get the Dragon.
Yeah, that was just really clean. And there's no Baron to even go for, and they're just going to go straight up mid. They're going to put down the Rift Herald. That was actually pretty styling there from Mac. He went and used the EQ as he was using it, and this is just going to take that turret. They're going to shove this down, get another bounce off too, and they're just going to keep going.
I think he even did a little dance at the end there.
Yeah, he did. He did the Jarvan dance.
Yep.
Pull back, leg forward, give him the kick. One more.
And the Rift Herald will get another charge. Boom! That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it always feels bad when it's got like a little bit of HP and you're just like, somebody get there, somebody hit it.
Run!
But
Oh, that was an adorable little icon. The double poros. Oh, there's a cat. What?
the double poros, is that the one where it's like giving it a head pat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that I use.
I don't have those. Man, I miss
Yeah, I use the head pat one when I want to tell my my enchanter supports they're doing a good job.
So me, basically.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm like, oh, that's a good enchant.
Good job. Good job, Lulu. Marquette, they're looking for it. They're trying to fight back. They haven't given up yet, it seems, but they just can't find anything. The J4 is mobile. The Ornn is tanky. And then the Bears always have a Yumi on. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, I feel like, first and foremost, you're going to need some type of healing reduction eventually. Got to make sure that Yumi doesn't do much more. But otherwise, it's going to be so hard. You picked this Darius to deal with this Ornn. You gave Ornn over. Ornn, I don't think, has really lost today.
I don't think so either, yeah. And Darius so far today is 0-4-1.
Yeah.
In all the games played, which is 1. It's a sample size of 1, but
yeah, I mean,
for all the coaches out there, take note.
I mean,
I feel like if you're going to play the Darius into the Ornn, I wanted to see a gank. Like, you have the Lee Sin, somebody that can go up there early, but it never happened.
I think the biggest issue that people have when they have a winning matchup, like a Darius versus Ornn, or something that can actually fight, they make the mistake of going, because I'm the winning matchup, I am now going to shove you in. And that actually just destroys your lead. That destroys your natural lead. What you should do is you should make the enemy like threaten to fight him at all times, and then make him kind of push the wave slightly, and when he does that, just freeze it. As soon as you can freeze it on your side of the map, he's out of the game. And that's the whole point of having the winning matchup, that when you take fights, you win, but hold on.
This is the final fight potentially of the game as the inhibitor turrets are starting to fall. 2 members die from Marquette. Call the Forge God to engage onto Snickers. They even take down Geeked Bro. It's a 2v5 last man stand here for Marquette as Butler University showing why they're given the respect of Native from Villanova. They've been looking clean so far in this game. They don't want to actually go for the game. They're just going to clear out the top jungle and maybe even go for the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they have that 11,000 gold lead. They're ready to go. Team captain, Mac, the jungler.
Oh, hey, oh!
He loves to cook.
They all went different directions. It's like a piñata.
But I like that. I like that fun fact. He loves to cook. I wonder what his favorite dish is to cook.
Based on the enemy team, I don't know. There's really no like. If it was like Tom Kench, I would have said, I don't know, like fish. Fizz would have been good for that, but steal attempts are possible here. Pike, fun fact, can ult onto the Baron and do a lot of damage. The true damage still goes through, but that's really the only chance that they have.
They gotta
I don't
burst
think
it.
they're going to go for it.
And
Butler aren't actually taking it down. They do get it. There we go. Now Slick Mick gets exhausted. He's on the front line. Oh, he dies. There's nothing he can do.
It's gone.
He's not tanky at all. He went for the Triforce. Now here's the re-engage. Cataclysm onto 2 members. Has to flash away from like Mike, but you can't help out your mid laner. That Rise goes down. Butler chasing down the last couple kills. Mac with the help of a Yumi. What are you going to do? You can't get away from this.
You're going to die. That's all.
You're going to die.
That's the only option. That's it. It's all done except
No, and all for Joy with the style points. Makes it a clean ace. Butler University will claim the victory. They march in the Baron-empowered minions, and they will join the upper echelon of the tournament, joining the likes of St. John's at 2-1 as Marquette fall down here to 1-2. Do they pat the stacks? Do they go for the final kills? They're just clearing the minions. Do they want to let the minions in? No, okay, they're going to end it. There we go. Congratulations to Butler University for claiming another win today here.
And that puts them at 2-1, which means that at the end of the day, they'll at least be tied for second place.
Exactly. Regardless of what happens in this next game, they're both 2-0. One of them will be 2-1, so there'll be a 3-way tie for second place at 2-1. It's important to note. So Butler feeling good, and I mean, it is those top 4 teams that we kind of were talking about coming into this. I don't know how much Butler was a part of that conversation originally, but they're definitely in the conversation now.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like, is you're kind of getting an idea of, not too much has changed. It looks like Villanova's top dog with DePaul, and then You also have Seton Hall up there as the top 3, and then you have the funny part here is there's only the wild card of St. John's, which we talked about before being a wild card in kind of the preseason. Is they were the team that was actually beating everybody at first, and then they had a slump later. So the aside from that, it's like Butler looks like number 4. Then you'll have St. John's. Then you'll have Marquette, and then Georgetown and Providence. So it's like kind of already kind of shaking itself out, and like you can kind of guess what the whole bracket's going to look like already.
Yeah.
And we're only 2 days in. We're 3 games in.
That's what's surprising me is it's mirroring a lot of what we were expecting, but the key knockout or the key standouts rather being St. John's and Butler. I think that they're impressing a lot in this early part of the season. In terms for Marquette, they still do have another game coming up later today, and keep in mind they did have that role swap. So we were talking about the potential effect that can have on a team. They definitely seemed less coordinated, having their mid laner go to jungle and having a substitute mid laner come in. But for their game later today, who knows? If they have their full roster again and they look a lot better, then I think that there's still a lot of faith in them. And I think they're going to be one of the only teams that plays a full 4 games over the weekend.
They're the only team that will play 4, I believe. Georgetown, they're the only team that will play 4.
Yep, but we do have an interview with one of the members of the winning team. We got the top laner, the Ornn player, Vix Noko. Vix, first of all, you had to choose a name that was that hard to pronounce.
I mean, it's one of the characters' names that I keep over all my games, so I just kind of kept with it.
Where did it start from? What was the first game?
World of Warcraft.
Hell yeah! No.
Respect, respect. I mean, I can't really speak for it myself. I've actually never played World of Warcraft.
Really?
But yeah, I respect the legacy.
Yeah, that's where mine's from.
Yeah? Really?
Back in the day, yeah.
Okay, what class did you play?
I played Priest.
Priest.
Ooh.
So.
Okay.
Nice.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool. Talk to me about that matchup in the top lane, because they picked the Darius into your Ornn. They left the Ornn up the whole time, and you bodied that guy. So is that how that matchup is supposed to play out?
That's exactly how the matchup is supposed to go. I just think that the Ornn Darius matchup is it's not an easy one, but as soon as one of the champions gets behind, it's super in favor of the other. So if the Ornn gets any bit ahead and I was able to get first blood, then I was just able to snowball for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I felt like there was never a time where you were really in danger of dying in that top lane and just constantly getting pushed in. Not even that much jungle attention up there, but the first blood definitely helped out. And then you got that solo kill on him too. So in terms of just strength of Ornn, is he definitively the top laner right now? Because we've seen him go undefeated today so far.
Oh, yes. I would say just because he's able to not only extend CC with the Brittle, but also do % max health damage with the Brittle, I think that just puts him leagues ahead of any other champion in the top.
Yeah, and then buffs to Sunfire. Just why? There's a lot that goes
like
in there.
Free 2,500 gold. So
yeah. That's a lot. You're turning a lot of heads right now. Butler is the team sitting at 2-1, so you're joining up that top clump right now. We're going to see kind of what happens between Villanova and Seton later on today. But how does it feel to start off the season so well, and what do you think the ceiling is for this Butler squad?
It feels really good. Just being able to get 2-1. We were hoping for 3-0, but just being able to keep pace and, claiming that first spot is where we're aiming. But, everything we can do to get there is what we want to do.
Okay, well, thank you so much for taking the time. Also, just quick note, whoever designed that graphic behind you deserves a raise. I just want to give it a shout out because I love that logo so much. But thank you so much for taking the time speaking with us today, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Great, thank you.
All right, great to hear. Yeah, Ornn is busted. That's what we learned. Ornn is very strong. Yeah. And he had confidence in the team too, thinking they were hoping to go 3-0. And I think that, honestly, they're making a good argument for themselves as being one of those top teams that we could have seen go 3-0 based on that performance.
Yeah, they definitely looked good, but you can kind of tell by how they close things out that they know how to snowball, and that's a good sign for teams that you really want to say are like in that top echelon. But it's going to get really dicey later because I feel like there's 5 teams that could potentially be in that top 4.
Yeah. There's a lot of competition for Butler at this point in time. We'll see if they're able to keep up with that competition going forward, but those questions will be answered later on in the season. Next up, we have one of the defining games of the entire split to see who's going to take first place at the end of week 1. But before we head to that, make sure that you take the GLHF Pledge. Join us with any key to reduce online toxicity. Get that cool little Twitch badge next to your name so you can show it off to all of your friends. Let them know that you did take that pledge. I did. Zyrene did. I got a little pin. It's cool. It looks good. So make sure that you do that and you can help us all out. Also, make sure that you hop on social media, hop on your Twitter account and follow ESL Collegiate so you can stay up to date with all of the action, all of the teams, and all of the standings going into week number 2. With that being said, we're going to send it to a short break. We'll be right back with the highlight game of the day. Villanova look to take down Seton.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back, one and all, for the ESL Collegiate 2020 Spring Big East regular season. We just saw two teams duke it out, Marquette versus Butler, and Butler coming out ahead in that one, joining the 2-1 squad at the top of the standings, and joining them will be the loser of this next game, as we got Seton Hall taking on Villanova. The highlight match of the entire week, and one of the hypest matches that we're going to see all season, honestly. I'm happy that we get this one so early on. Both these teams have looked so dominant in their wins so far.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for this one in particular because I feel like Seton Hall, they're the team that kind of came up a little bit unexpected earlier last year, and they ended up having a top 4 finish, but they fell a little bit short. And then in the preseason, they actually rose up. So it's like, what level are they actually at here?
It's going to be answered today, as one of these teams will continue 3-0, one will go 2-1. Villanova even name-dropped Seton Hall as one of their top competitors right now, along the likes of DePaul and Butler. And we see the updated standings right now with the only teams that are undefeated continually in this tournament. DePaul is still sitting at 1-1. They have a chance to play, I believe, maybe later today. If not, then next week to kind of join that top if they can pick up another win. But again, nothing too surprising here. I think when we just zoom out overall to what we expected based on last season, based on the preseasons, I don't think there's any names that are really jumping out and surprising me other than, again, St. John's and Butler. Still question marks, still happy that they're up there in the standings in the top half, but it's looking like a little top heavy in this tournament so far. We had a lot of teams at that 2-1 mark.
Yeah, and because you have a lot of teams at that 2-1 mark, it's mostly top heavy because I think I'd say it the other way, where it's like, I think it's bottom heavy, where like the people who are going to be at the bottom are going to sink really hard, because I think the level of the collegiate scene in the Big East has just gotten better over time. And if you haven't continued to get better yourself, or kind of even recruit or look for talent and kind of gather the right players and the right pieces, or even get your roster situated, you're going to sink pretty quickly, because I think a lot of the people who are in this have come to play. You see them in, even just club rooms, right? In rooms that have computer labs. So I think that these clubs are getting more and more serious about it, and I think if your school hasn't, then it's going to get left behind.
We're seeing two trends. The teams that have a lot of school commitment to the teams themselves are succeeding, and the teams that are struggling to field their original starting 5 roster are dropping down. I don't think there's any big surprise there. When you don't have your starting 5, you don't have the players that have been screaming together, playing together, you're obviously not going to look as good. But two teams that have been looking fantastic so far, Villanova and Seton Hall. Let's take a look at their matchup against each other here. I mean, again, I am so excited about this, but last time it was Seton Hall favored, despite the fact that Villanova feels confident and like they can take Seton Hall down here. Keep in mind, this was back in the fall, so it's been a while, but still a 2-0 victory for Seton Hall. I think that they can come into this thinking that their record is looking pretty good.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, because, like, you look at this and you go, oh, Villanova got 2-0'd, but then it's like the native, it went 5-2-9. It's not like a losing scoreline. Like, this was one where
of the 80
you
carries.
Definitely had the 80 carries having to work overtime in this.
And the meta, I think, suits bot lane focus very well right now, so both these teams will feel good about that. But let's zoom in a little bit on Seton Hall here and take a closer look at their roster. We already saw them play earlier today. We got Please Be Patient in the top lane. Another one of those Orin players. He likes to play that champion. I've earned this rank. He got the Olaf earlier as the Ivern was banned, but either of those look terrifying with Mianhe, Burbler, Floiber on the bot side, and then Numgum support.
I was like, we actually going to say his name? Burbler, Fluber.
I like Floiber.
That's not how it's spelled.
I feel like there's some language that an EU makes an oi sound. Fluber.
Maybe it's the Kangas language.
Maybe it's the Kangas language. Let's also look at one of their key players. I've earned this rank. Very vocal player. If anyone saw the interview that we had with the whole team earlier, he's the one talking the smack and leading the team.
Administering the business.
Administering the business. And a tough player to ban out. I mean, if you take away the Ivern, he's going to play the Olaf unless you grab that. If you take away the Olaf, he's going to play the Ivern. So that means if you want to take him off of either of those champions that he's found a lot of success on, you're going to have to focus 2 bans, and then that opens up the rest of the team.
He also had other things, too, that he played in the preseason. I'm just trying to remember. I think they might have been like Zach and there's a few others. I think you can play like most of the champions at a proficient level. You don't get to Masters just playing a single champion. Well, sometimes you do, but
if it's a champion that never gets banned like Ivern, it's possible.
Exactly.
It's possible for sure.
But I know that he knows his way around the jungle and the champion pool, so.
Okay.
Game sense does transfer over for jungle as a whole. You just plug and play for some of them.
And especially when you're that high skilled of a player, playing with such strong players around you and enabling them. But let's take a look at Villanova, their opponents on the other side of the Rift. Definitely looking like the highest competition for Seton Hall right now. Again, we saw them play earlier today too. Whimsical Melody top lane, Pixel Drum, the pentakill stealing jungler, and then Max TM in the mid lane with Native 192 on the bot side with Please Crit.
Yeah, Please Crit actually was playing out of his mind on that Thresh, and the native even talked about it. He was like, he was just peeling so hard during the first few fights. Like, he was the reason they won the early game, which allowed them to win the entire game. And they even won so hard that he was able to get to a point where he didn't even have to play that well for the remaining parts of the game. And he gave him, like, there was that botched fight that happened in the bottom side, but it didn't really matter that much because they had already set themselves up for success. They almost lose the game because they're like not able to close. The Baron is what's ended up being done. And so there was all these kind of things back and forth where it did feel like they had to kind of lock it down at the end.
Yeah, they over-aggressed a little bit towards the end, and if you're going to over-aggress against a team like Villanova, or sorry, rather a team like Seton Hall, I don't think that you're going to have as good of a time doing that. So temper that aggression a little bit and play around the objectives is the name of the game. But we're going to see exactly how they play as we're ready to load into pick and ban both teams. I mean, we talked about the issue of jungle for Ivern this rank. When we talked with Seton Hall earlier today, they were confident because they claimed Pixel Drum's a one-trick. All he plays is Zac, so that's taken off the table right away, and now I'm curious what Pixel Drum is going to fall back on after that's off the table.
I mean, I'm sure he can play Jarvan. So every jungler can play Zac to some degree. I'm just saying, if you can't play these, you're not a real jungler. Like, you can play Zac to some degree. But at the very least, you understand Jarvan, Elise, Rek'Sai. Like those
Jarvan,
are the,
Elise, Rek'Sai. And if you can play Zac, you understand those. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying every jungler should understand how to play Jarvan, Elise, and Rek'Sai at a high level. If you're like Masters, be able to play those three, and you're golden. And then you kind of add like Zac, Gragas, and Lee Sin. If you're like mechanical player, you definitely add in Lee Sin, and you can sometimes favor Gragas because he's sometimes better Lee Sin. Then Lee Sin's actually sometimes better Lee Sin if he's in the meta. But basically what I'm getting at is you know your way around a few champions that have basic jungle abilities, like getting over walls and whatnot, like Jarvan and Rek'Sai, and you'll be able to play those. All you have to do is be in the right spot. Literally, you could do no damage, have the least damage in the game, just as long as you contributed CC to the beginning of the game in the lanes, you're going to win that game.
And the last jungler available right now is the J4. It's locked in here for Seton Hall. We saw both of the teams taking the advice, taking away each other's junglers' mains, and I like Villanova finally banning the Ornn. We don't have to watch that champion anymore. I was getting kind of sick of it, and honestly surprised that it was being left up from the red side this whole time.
Wait.
That's the Yasuo. This was banned against Villanova in their last game today, but we don't know where it's going. I mean, the native is a Yasuo main, so it could be bot side, and it does pair very well with the Nautilus. Oh, boy. I don't know. I don't know what to think about this.
So I know that the native 192.
It's so hard to tell.
The native 192 came into Twitch chat and said in all caps, "They are trolling."
They are trolling. Well, they're a little bit ahead of us right now, just because of the slight delay. So I'm not sure what that trolling means. There's a Leona locked in with the Ezra. Okay, so
it's probably I timed it to about the point where he probably said that about the Yasuo. Yeah. Gragas, yeah, exactly. Like I was saying, like you at least play Gragas, and this combo is so deadly.
The Gragas to pair with the Yasuo, the Nautilus with the depth charge, and the dredge line hook. So many knockups to pair with the Yasuo makes him a very, very strong TPS threat. and they still can put him technically anywhere. I mean, Yasuo back in the day could be played top lane. Definitely viable in the mid lane, and if you want to pair with the Nautilus, I still don't mind that in the bot side. But they would be playing into the Leona and the Ezreal. Leona does have a lot of engage potential into the likes of a melee bot laner like Yasuo.
Yeah, Leona is considered one of the counter supports to it, even though her Zenith Blade is countered by his wind wall. It's more so like he's going to be trying to dash around your team. You just press Q, stop him in his tracks.
Q, R.
Yeah, it's like Q, E, and then R, right? You want to stun him and then root him before he can wind wall and all that good stuff. So, yeah, you definitely want to play the Leona into it. It's actually quite good. And now we're seeing the final few picks here.
Mordekaiser locked in for Villanova as Seton Hall banned out the Malphite and the Vladimir, so this leaves another solo laner for Villanova. Still not showing if it's going to be mid lane or bot lane Yasuo, and I love that from them. It gives them such an advantage in this draft right now. So Seton Hall has to guess, basically, where that Yasuo is going to go, which means they don't get the counter pick that they would ideally hope for.
Yeah, and that's Aatrox. Okay. There's a lot of flexibility here with that Yasuo, so it's ended up kind of being like it's a triple flex because you have a Yasuo main playing bot lane, but you also have a person who can play it in mid and also top. So,
and there's a Sylas lock in too. So Sylas, I guess, is their pick into the Yasuo if they want it, but I feel like it's going to be Yasuo bot side. I already don't hate that 2v2, and Sylas is a champion that when I think of somebody you can counterpick into, I think he's actually pretty rough right now. If Villanova wants to go for something that can just lock him down. Oh, that might... Okay, Camille could go mid, or it could be the Mordekaiser mid. We're not quite sure about either of those.
It's definitely Yasuo bottom.
Yeah, that's pretty much guaranteed. But that's another knockup here for Yasuo. The Camille, the hook shot technically knocks them up. So does the Mordekaiser with the hook pullback. I believe that Yasuo can ult off of that. So everybody's synergizing with this. And so far, they still have a few seconds to change if they want to, but they have native 192 on the bottom side with that Yasuo. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun to watch. A lot of eyes are gonna be on that bottom half of the map from very early on.
Yep, and this, I absolutely love this. It's a lot of activators for that Yasuo, and because you have a Yasuo composition, you want to gravitate towards it. So like you said, the bottom lane focus here is the name of the game, but the mid lane looks like that's a lot of wave clear for both sides. Both teams are gonna want to get there, and I wonder what this is really going to look like, because if both teams know that bot lane is the focus, are they all just going to keep showing up and fighting, or are they going to just play keep away and both teams are not going to engage and just try to farm up? So it can go either way in terms of extremes, and it's probably going to go one or the other. I don't think it's going to land in the middle with some fighting and some farming. I think it's going to be either all fighting or it's going to be all farming.
And the difficult thing is my eyes immediately go to bot side, but that's a lane with the Ezreal, so technically it could be difficult for action to happen. And the other lanes are all volatile. I mean, we got the Aatrox versus Camille. Whoever gets an early lead there can really start to push it, and same with the Mordekaiser versus the Sylas. So volatility across the map means that it's very hard to predict who's actually going to come out on top here. I don't know. That's a tough one. I think I'm going to have to give it over to Villanova. I like the fact that they finally got the Yasuo. It feels good for them to actually lock that champion in when it's been banned against them earlier on, and just for that reason, I'll throw it over that way.
Yeah, I'm also going to go with Villanova here. Doing pretty well on the day right now with predictions. I think I'm 3-1. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what? I haven't been keeping track. I don't know.
It was I think it was the first one. I went with Georgetown instead of St. John's.
Yes. So. Yeah.
Yep. Otherwise, been pretty on point. So I'm going to go with Villanova here, and I feel like I owe a lot of that to the fact that I think from their game that they were a little cleaner than everybody else in terms of getting their lead. The execution at the end, I think they just got sloppy. But even having a DC in the middle of your game and losing a fight outright, but then immediately being able to fight again, they showed me that they know how to not just snowball a lead, but to avalanche that and to actually just make this huge cascading effect happen. So they're the kind of team where even if there's no gank opportunity, they will find the right force to push under turret and make it a gank opportunity.
I also just realized I didn't vote for my team.
Nope.
I hope they still send
me
the
yourself?
I hope they still send me the eye patch. But we're ready to hop into the Rift and have all our questions answered. The only two undefeated teams still, both at 2-0. We'll see who's able to take an early lead in the tournament this year. 2020 season, all on the line Well, actually, it's still week 1. It's a little early to call
A little
that
ahead
one.
of yourself.
But week 1 standings all on the line here. That's enough gravity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
You definitely want to come out the gate swinging, and going 3-0 feels amazing. If Villanova's able to do it, they also did it through some tough opponents. They would have taken down both Seton Hall as well as DePaul, 2 of the teams that would theoretically be their heaviest competition in this tournament. So the fact that they're able to, bulldoze their way through, that would give a lot of credence to their name. But they still have to win first. They have to take down Seton Hall if they want that esteem.
Yep. In this game here, it's going to be brawling. You can tell immediately. Because I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer me. It's not a rhetorical one.
Is it? Yes. Yes, that's my answer.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. Don't even need the question. Oh, look at the mid lane, though. Maxium has to flash away early on. Villanova getting put behind.
Yeah. And now, look at topside. He's going to try to put this one behind.
Uh-oh. Pixel Drums here. Both top laners still level 1. Whimsical Melody. Oh, please be patient. Getting caught out on the wrong side of the minion wave. Yeah, there's nowhere to go. He tries to get the knock-up. Can't quite get it. Who's going to get the auto? Flash from Whimsical Melody to get that first blood. Definitely not necessary, but I guess you didn't want to give the healing. Didn't want to give the potential of an outplay, and does secure the kill regardless.
Yep. If he gets the shield, he can actually start recovering HP decently. But yeah, that'll be a back and a TP. It's actually a really good call there. But yeah, question is...
Miani can stop it. Yep.
So I can tell you, this is going to be a brawling game, because how many Conquerors are there in this game?
Let's count them up. Well, oh my god. Wait a minute. Holy moly. That's 7.
Yep.
7 Conquerors, 2 Aftershocks, and a Predator. Come on, Pixel Drum. The Conqueror Gragas. Pull it out, man.
Excluding supports, everybody in the game has Conqueror except for one jungler. That means fights are going to be long and people are going to be healing a lot. Just everybody is going to fight. Like, literally, the Ezreal has Conqueror. And I know that Lethal Tempo Ezreal became a thing for a bit. And is still actually pretty popular right now. But when you go for Conqueror, it's mostly, I'm going to be poking, and then I'm going to be engaging, and I'm going to be fighting. So having the uptime on that, we'll see if it serves him well. This is going to slow push. You're going to have Villanova push a big wave out. And, oh.
Spotted on this ward. Backing here. Maxium did go for that TP back into lane. Oh, over the wall goes Ivern this rank, trying to engage onto Pixel Drum. The only one without the Conqueror has to flash over the wall. Flash answered by both the jungler and the mid laner. Now Maxium could be in some trouble trying to get some damage onto Mianhe. Can he get the final auto? He's got to go for it. There's the shield. Just one click. Just get him. Oh, no! He can't land it. And Mianhe with the outplay earns that kill.
The passive, too. He was so close to actually killing him with just the passive. It was so close. It was ridiculous.
Oh,
like
but on the bot side, Numgums gets hooked by a please crit. Again, Leona still tanky enough, has to flash regardless. Okay, Zyrene, I think they're delivering on the hype of this match so far. We're not 5 minutes in. There's been 3 kills and multiple summoner spells blown. These teams came to fight.
And you saw that both junglers were fighting level 2. They realized their job as junglers just gank. If you're not on your main, it doesn't matter. You understand jungling, go to a buff, go to a gank, get in there, affect that lane.
And what I loved about that was the fact that I've earned this rank despite Mianhe being low on health and Maxium and Pixel Drums being full health at that time. He still had the confidence to go in, trusting that Mianhe would follow up. That was clear communication, but now Numgums, no flash available. Gonna take a lot of damage in the play, trying to get to safety. There's a wind wall coming out. Numgums does fall as the teleport completes. Mianhe trying to turn it around, jumping onto please crit. The Nautilus almost goes down and will fall to Flurble. Now, they've earned this rank coming through. Mianhe trying to heal up. Doesn't even need to. That's a double kill to Flurber.
That's one of those situations where you're like, should they have stood their ground and continued attacking the Silas, because he was so low. Even though he did end up getting to a point where he was having to disengage, he just re-engaged immediately, and it was just Pixel Drum on the retreat. So you'd have to look at that one and be like, okay, maybe there was an opportunity there to really get that kill, and then maybe collapse on Israel or push it back. But
we got to take another look to see exactly what happened.
Yeah. Good wind wall there. Pushes it towards the Ezreal, prevents that damage early. Then the chain comes in. The heal comes out. Not enough. They get the airborne. Then he gets hit there. That was it. No, that was 100% it. He did. Yeah, they could have killed him. They could have killed him. The native jumped out as Pixel Drum body slam. So his target was the Sylas was stunned, and he instead
an auto Q.
Out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I even think like maybe an auto, and definitely a Q would have been a kill there, but
yeah, maybe a little bit of a mis-synergy between the Yasuo and the Gragas. Not what you want to see to start off the game, as these two champions require a lot of synergy to work together.
And the funny thing too is, if he had used the body slam to get away instead, he probably would have like been able to get away.
One of those situations where if they were both on the same page, it would have been a good outcome either way, but because they weren't, it was, I'm not going to say disaster, as they still were able to save Native 192's life, but it
less than ideal.
Less than ideal. There we go. That's a good way to put that one. But they are at least able to recoup, get that dragon on the bottom side, so Villanova fighting their way back as they find themselves in a slight gold deficit, but it's important to note where that gold is. Most of that going over to Seton Hall on Blurber Floiber. This Ezreal going to be scaling up pretty quickly here, but on the top side, I mean, the difference is pretty much the same.
Look at that for I've earned this rank.
1 death total. That's a 39 KDA. Wow. That's intense. Pixel Drum not on the Zac. Gotta say, not looking as good. Maybe there was some weight to that. I've earned this rank saying he was a one trick.
Maybe, but you just have to wait till they get to that mid game and they start having the Yasuo be a carry. But also, I gotta say, I don't blame the native for getting out there, because I know what he's kind of balancing is the weight of the team's mid game on his shoulders. Because if he dies, the team doesn't really have much team fighting outside
here.
of that.
Oh, no, it's going to be Please Crit going down. Yasuo has the mobility, but cannot say the same for Nautilus. Please Crit falls.
Yeah, and he's just not getting the attention right now. You can see that the jungler, this is what happens when you go for some ganks and they don't work out. The 0-2 jungler is feeling like he has to go do his camps. He's like, I'm so far behind, I just have to do some camps to get gold, because if I run into the Jarvan, he's got a whole Caulfield's Warhammer over me, and it just feels terrible. So he's going to go to the top side again, and we'll see if he's able to get something here.
Be patient. You got to be careful right now. Your jungler just showed bot side. He's walking way too far forward. Flashes, doesn't get out, has the World Ender, trying to stay alive for as long as possible, but a beautiful explosive cast means that he should go down, but he's healing up. Can he actually turn it? Oh, he gets away. Doesn't get the kill, but defends his life.
Yeah, that was, I'm not sure. That was a little bit questionable there. And once again, Pixel Drum on a different page. It was, I thought it was like a really strange / late ultimate from him to knock him in that direction, because I don't think he went as far as he could have. And you had a lot of time inside of the Camille ultimate to really set that one up and send him flying back.
Unfortunate there. I think Whimsical Melody also canceled an auto attack during that, so.
Yeah, but you also got, it's actually super good for Please Be Patient, because he had his TP, so he doesn't lose much, and he got both flashes. So you don't have to worry about a flash body slam tip or anybody else on the map. They don't have to worry about that at all.
Yeah. There will be a slight window where Whimsical Melody could look to Hextech Ultimatum while World Ender is down.
Here comes I've earned this rank.
He just took some chunk right there from this Aatrox. That Q does so much damage, and with I've earned this rank, they're pinging him danger. Control Ward does spot him out, so Whimsical Melody should see this coming, but honestly, they could potentially look for a dive here. They don't want to go for it, though.
Yeah, and Whimsical Melody is just going to move back and just pick up that CS. He's not going to extend forward, because there's a possibility that I've earned this rank is in there. And meanwhile, Gragas actually, they know where Gragas is. There's some pings on him right now. Leona is actually going right to him. Numgums.
Yep, he takes the camp, but now the mid laner's coming in as well. Flash forward, and he's locked down. Pixel Drum can't get out of that one. Mags, though, in the death realm, trying to take down Mianhe. He's about to respawn with the help of Yasuo. Oh, the Nautilus just queues into the wall, doesn't hit anybody. Native cannot find the knockup that he needs, but there's the combo. Hits 2, shut down for the mid laner as Mags gets a double kill, and Villanova turned the fight around. That's a triple for Mags TM.
Yep. he just ends up walking right to where he needs to go. And then the Jarvan ultimate, not that great. People get locked in there, and they take so much damage from the Mordekaiser in that fight. And then the Yasuo was able to get a good setup there. I believe that was Please Crit, kind of delivering the goods again. We'll watch him here. Watch the Nautilus. I think he's the big reason that they're able to get this off.
Depth
he
charge.
walks up. Here it is. There's depth charge across 2. It almost was 3 people, but he aims for the AD carry, and it knocks up the 2 people near him that allow them to get those kills. So honestly, really good setup there. And that's what Please Be Crit has been doing all day. He's the setup for his AD carry.
Unfortunately this time, or I guess still fortunate for the team, they got the kills, but those ones going on to Mags TM. The Mordekaiser being the one to carry.
I don't mind that at all early over the Yasuo, because I think that you need to establish a lane of control, which is what they've been trying to do this entire game, whether it's top lane or mid lane, and then get the Yasuo kind of in these fights and fed. Because if Yasuo is if you got all your eggs in the Yasuo basket, that basket, I mean, might go 0-12. You know, you might drop the whole dozen.
Oh my God.
So
that's a lot of Yasuo games, Native. Somebody's got to check on this guy's mental, see if he's still all right. Most assists in the Big East, though, at 37. Again, yeah, that assisting player. I think most of his kills throughout the whole season must have come from that last game played. I mean, this is only the 3rd game, so it makes sense. But, yeah, wait a minute. 37 assists over 3 games.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. He's helping.
Impressive stuff right here, but Mianhe with the roam, trying to get onto Whimsical Melody, steals away the Hextech ultimate. It's traded right back as Whimsical Melody trying to get away, but there's nowhere to go!
Yep.
Gets dunked by Please Be Patient.
And now they got to make a play on the opposite side of the map if they want to do anything, because that wasn't even, the issue with that is that wasn't even a jungler. That was your mid laner roaming. And that's why I was talking about, I don't mind like the mid laners getting some gold early from kills, because you want them to be a part of these fights. Oh, he's caught out.
Pixel Drum. He's able to land the knockup. That's important for Native, though, and Native can get that kill. Now the Yasuo could be in some trouble, but they're locking down the Leona. No W shield. Oh, it's still up. Just goes down. Now the extra damage can go through, but Verbal or Floyber is doing so much damage throughout this entire time. Now comes their mid laner.
Wow.
They don't actually get the kill.
The Native is really conservative. This is probably the most conservative I've ever seen a Yasuo player play. He landed that knockup, he walked 2 steps forward, and he decided against it. And just said, you know what? I'm going to leave him like that. And just walked away. And instead of even, like, that's the thing is, this guy is obviously limit tested, quote unquote. I will call it that. He has limit tested Yasuo a lot. And he needs to no longer do any more limit testing to know that he cannot kill that Ezreal. He cannot kill that Leona fast enough.
He didn't have a completed item, so I think it's wise to back up. Yasuo is not the best champion in the early game. You really want to hit that 100% crit before you can really start pumping out that damage. And now with that first Fan of Dancer completed, he's maybe going to be a little more confident going forward. But it's just rough that Mags took all that time to come down bot side and didn't really get anything for it. They haven't yet cashed in on those kills that are on this Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser also went for the Ninja Tabby, which is interesting to me. You're not getting that extra tenacity against the likes of the Leona lockdown and the Sylas, but I guess you can help out, keep you tanky against these AD threats.
Yeah, but the thing is who's he going to be dueling, right? He's not going to be dueling Leona.
No.
So there's no reason for him to ever buy anything for the Merc Treads. If he really cares about any stun that comes by, he'll get like a QSS eventually. But I think there's no reason for him to really get Tenacity. And also, I don't know what his runes are, but he probably took Legend Tenacity against the Leona. So one thing that I do when I have like a Conqueror jungler is I will go against CC.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Mianhe. Oh, look at that. He actually steals the Mordekaiser ultimate. We got 2 fights in the Death Realm.
You know what the best part is?
Yeah, they can both see each other, but Mags TM is actually able to get the kill here onto J4. Aatrox joining in on the fight. Mianhe goes forward, trying to heal up as much as he can. That's a double knockup coming in from Please Be Patient. Whimsical Melody just can't get the damage. Mianhe's still alive. No! The flash forward. Everyone's missing their abilities, but at the end of the day, it's Seton Hall coming out ahead.
Oh, man. And down bottom, there's also a bit of a fight, too. The last breath was used. The depth charge as well. And you can see that the heal came out from Burbler. Oh, no. The invisible Ezreal cues the spectator bug.
Uh-oh.
You can never tell where they are.
Uh-oh.
As a caster, it's impossible.
Wait a minute.
No man has ever been able to see these. They're so fast.
Wait, you don't see them? I can see them.
What?
Yeah. I think that's a you thing.
Wait a second. You see them?
Yeah, absolutely. Boom, right there. Yeah, yeah. I'm telling you, I got really good vision.
Yeah, it's true. You got the glasses.
Mm-hmm. These let me see invisible objects. This is, I think, a setup to get a kill, if I had to imagine.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't have the Yasuo ultimate, so they can't actually pull it off. End of the day, the bot lane has not been going the way that I think Villanova would have liked it to, especially not the top lane. Oh, the engage from Pixel Drum. I don't think he realized that the team was there to follow up, but there they go. Ivern this rank finally falls down. Now please be patient, complete the teleport. That's so much damage, so much knockup, and CC, but please be patient, still alive, running away, but Mag says, where you going, buddy? Get back here, takes him down. Mianhe still once more in the fight. Ooh. They take down Native 192. Please be crit should fall as well. That's a double kill over to Mianhe, and now it's Villanova in full retreat mode. They're not going to be able to get away. Mianhe with the beautiful roam earns that triple kill.
And there's just been a huge issue in that top lane, and Seton Hall have been taking full advantage of it. They've been able to roam their top laner down, get him into these fights and not lose too much, and it really has made all the difference here. This will be the second dragon for Seton Hall, who are now off to a 3,000 gold lead, and this push and pull, this tug of war is starting to come to a point where we are seeing some emerging players here. Mianhe, 6-0-6, and then you also have Burbler, who's 3-1-3. You got to give it to that Silas, though. Mianhe, he's really got some good ultimates to steal here. If he wants to do damage, he can send out the Gragas ultimate and separate the team. If he wants to single someone out, he's got the Nautilus available to him. And he also, if he really wants to single somebody out, the Mordekaiser.
Mianhe having a breakout performance right now. And Mags TM, despite doing a lot of damage, despite getting that output, has just been struggling to make the same amount of impact here. We see Mianhe complete that second item, has the Luden's Echo, so the wave clear is just going to be insane. I do like the itemization for Mags TM, though. Probably building towards that Morellonomicon, trying to output that Grievous Wounds to both the Aatrox and the Silas, two members that will be very useful against. But the Liandry's is typically the power spike for this Mordekaiser, where you can output an insane amount of damage. So I feel like, while I do like it, I think it is very gold efficient. It's just rough that you have to build it against this team.
It's a little unfortunate. It's kind of a gold sink that you don't want to have to get. But you have to do it against this team. There's just, and you got to consider there's also 4 Conquerors on the enemy team as well. And they'll be popping those and getting some heals from it too. So yeah, it's really smart to actually get an Execution. I would say it's the opposite. It's real dumb not to get one at some point. The Morello, or at least a Grievous Wounds.
You have to prevent all that healing coming through, especially when we're thinking of the Conquerors from all of the members as well. Even that J4 and the Ezreal will be doing some healing, but I don't think you want to take this fight here from Villanova. They're trying to turn it. It's going to be a full 5v5 on the bottom half. Beautiful engage here from the side of Villanova. They actually do so much, but look at that Aatrox knock up onto 4 members. Seton Hall will take this fight. A double kill to Burbler Floiber, and they even get the jungler under turret, or rather the mid laner. That is just crushing for Villanova. Seton Hall say expectations be damned. We are the team that are going to go 2 or 3-0. Whew.
Yeah, they are playing actually so well right now. Watch Mianhe in this fight. He steals the Yasuo ultimate, and then there's the Yasuo ulti, and then boom, he's like, there's my ult. Yep. And he Yasuo ultis, keeps them in place, and the Aatrox Q is so good in terms of the damage as well. That Whimsical Melody, he's like, I'm outie. He's like, I'm out. He just rolled right over the wall, and he's done. He's had enough of this. That 4-for-1, he's like, that's not going to be a 5-for-1.
Doesn't want to give over. I didn't even catch that the Silas had taken that Yasuo ultimate. That is an insane combo to pair in that kind of situation. Everyone from Villanova clumped up. They thought they had the fight, and I thought that they might have had it too, but unfortunately Native 192 Yasuo only landed onto 1, I think maybe 2 members. Just wasn't the same amount of impact as Seton Hall. And yeah, Seton Hall running away with this one so far. We see almost identical builds on J4 and Aatrox right now. but just looking at the gold advantages across the board, their key carries are in such better positions. Burbler, Floiber on the bottom side, as well as mid lane with Mianhe.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for Villanova to crawl their way back from this one. And Zyrene, I know you're on my side with that prediction, but I'm feeling pretty rough about that one right now.
Yeah, I still feel like there's chance for them. There's only 4,500 gold down. Even though kills have been going over in structures, it feels like this lead hasn't gotten too much larger. I think it's going to come down to the Dragon Soul, and there might be a fight that has the straw that breaks the camel's back, but right now people are looking towards that Dragon Soul that would give them that large fighting edge. And this is the thing, is the teams are trying to find that one perfect team fight here, that one perfect fight where you can set up. And there's Mianhe.
Oh, he might be caught out. Oh, there we go. Whimsical Melody jumping in, has
caught.
The ultimate to lock him down and traded right back. But Mianhe, you got OT with you. The explosive cast for the kill. It's exactly what Villanova need right now. They find a key pick. They have 5 members around this dragon. It's going to be spawning in about 30 seconds here. But they lost their control of the mid lane.
Yeah, they lost their control of the mid lane. That's just going to be a mid lane push. They don't need that many people there. They can just have the Camille do this. Camille has the Executioners now, and they have the Morellos, so they're ready to kind of take over that. But now Yasuo's going to rotate via
go
the lane.
for the next turret. They don't have to back off. No, they are going to.
Because they're getting collapsed on here. They're getting 3-man from the bot side, and then they're going to have 2 in the front. And the Drake is coming up in just a moment, so they want to kind of maintain this position instead of have everybody recall.
All right, so Seton Hall have to respect it. Back off. No teleport on Mianhe means it. They'll take him a little while to get here. They might go for the steal.
There is a ward. He can go for the steal if he really wants to.
He really want it. He's over the wall, but there's the knockup. Can they chain the CC? Oh, there's a stopwatch. I don't think I've earned this race. Getting out of that one. Mags gets the kill. And Dragon secure plus a 1 team fight. I don't know why I've earned this rank. Win for that.
This is where you go to Baron and you try to get another fight. You have good ultimates available. You still have the Gragas ultimate. It just came back up. You have the Mordekaiser ultimate. You have the depth charge. Even though you don't have the Yasuo ultimate, you still have the tools to start a fight, to force a fight. And that's exactly what they're going to do here, is they're going to try to make... Wow. They're going to try to make Seton Hall just panic.
Baron. Teleport coming in. Please be patient on the top half.
Yeah,
Aatrox has done so much, but the Baron is very low. Can they actually take it down? A 3-man knockup. Pixel Drum still on the Baron. It's a split decision from Villanova. They're not actually taking it down. It's stolen by Burbler Floiber, and I don't know if Villanova even wins the fight after. They might be able to take down Aatrox, and they do.
Wow.
The 3 members fall. Numgum's going to try and stop some backs here. Look at Mianhe. He's got the Baron-empowered minions trying to go for the end, and everyone's backs are stopped. There's no way Mianhe can actually take this. Yeah, Whimsical Melody is back. Pixel Drum, in a lot of trouble. Please crit, though. Also, Splash is about to come up. He's walking over to Max TM. That was such a good play from Seton Hall. I don't know how that Ezreal stole it, but that was a game-saving play.
Actually ridiculous that he got that steal. I was like, that's it. You're gonna smite it.
Oh, no.
But they put enough pressure that he had to smite early.
Yeah, there's nothing for Max TM to do. He just gets locked down. Too much damage threat between AD and AP. Please crit flashes. I don't know if you're still getting out of this one. Dredgeline trying to get to safety, but over the wall comes Mianhe. Can he land this Q? Another Dredgeline. Oh, can he get out? No, the knockup's there. I've earned this rank. It's the kill.
Yeah, and it was just so surprising to me because I personally, as a jungler, absolutely hate the half calls because you're still trying to do the Baron, and some people are peeling off, and there's one person who's not peeling off with you, and you're both on the Baron. It's not enough damage to burst it. It's going to go down super slowly. You lose so much DPS on it because your DPS just allocates to the champions. And I feel like it may have been, I'll have to watch it again, maybe had so much pressure on Pixel Drum that he had to smite early, because if you get a lot of damage on you from somebody, you smite for the HP back. So he may have done that instead of just miscalculated the smite.
It's hard to know without going back and checking out a replay, but regardless, Seton Hall feels great about that. They get the Baron, they get the middle inhibitor, and they even pick up some kills off the end of it, which nets them another 5,000 gold lead. It was swinging back in the favor of Villanova, but this is exactly the type of game that we wanted to see here. These are the top 2 teams in the league, and they are delivering on a match right now. Neither one feels leagues ahead of the other. This has got to be the closest match we've seen all day. So far, it's been mostly swings one way or the other, but Villanova are making Seton Hall fight for it. Seton Hall looking for a pick, though.
Yeah, the issue here is Mags is falling behind. He's 2 levels down. He's about 30 CS down as well. He's gotten some kills, yes, but the 2 levels down is going to be massive. Mianhe has been doing so much work for his team and has just established a large lead that you're going to have to try and make up at some point in the game. And we now have a 1-3 Yasuo. You know, when we talk about kills, deaths, we never include the assists. Don't look at that. That line doesn't matter. That 9 might as well just cover that on your screen. He's 1-3. He's getting there. He's getting to that 10 death power spike.
He's doing his best right now.
I mean, he could be trying harder. It could be straight down mid, you know?
Honestly, that's the fastest way to the enemy nexus. That's what.
That is true. That's why they play mid.
Exactly. That's the NA strat right there. There's no faster way to end the game than by just running it down. I've earned this rank. Ooh.
Yeah, I was like, you know what's fun is when you die one time, it doesn't make your KDA go anywhere, but you die a second time and it halves it. So it's like that would have gone straight down to 20 immediately. It would have been like, oh, yeah, here's your 19.5 KDA. Doesn't look as good as the 30.
But that shows how strong Villanova is. No one has been able to challenge Seton Hall to this extent so far this season. Yes, it's only 2 games, but sporting a 39 KDA is just insane. And now dying 6 times this game really brings that number down. Still impressive KDA regardless.
Yeah, true.
It's important to note, but this is so hard for Villanova to be in this situation. They have constant pressure mid lane with all these supers coming in, and there's another dragon about to spawn. It's not dragon soul point right now, so Seton Hall, I mean, Villanova, you don't necessarily have to fight for this. You could get this over if you want.
They still want to try for it.
Oh no, but here we go. Seton Hall are the ones that actually start the fight first, and it's Native that goes down. There's no follow-up from the explosive cast because Yasuo was already out, but Whimsical Melodies by time on the bot side. Mags, the one going against Mianhe. He should be able to take it, but I've earned this rank makes it an unfair fight, and he goes down. Mianhe's still alive, still survives, and this could be game. Look at the super minions in the base. That's a double kill for Blurblur Floorber.
He should TP.
Yeah, teleport coming in from Mianhe, although
oh wait, here comes
very
the
low on health. Picks up might be able to kill him.
Uh-oh.
He's got to get around the minions, though. I don't know if he's got it. Mianhe just healed so much!
What did he...
That's insane. That's the shutdown, and Seton Hall will definitively secure first place at the end of week 1. The only team to go undefeated still. Native trying to do what he can, but cannot find anything. The Nexus will fall, and Seton Hall take the win.
I get it. When he said they're trolling, he was talking about his team.
Oh, really?
We're trolling is what he meant to say.
That makes more sense. The performance on the Yasuo, I don't think it lived up to the hype. We saw Yasuo bans against them, and that's what was delivered. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that Mianhe did such a wonderful job in that game of really controlling and using the right ultimates at the right time. He was even just, he got so far ahead from good ultimate selection and usage and basically picking his tools for the fight that they won a lot of fights off the back of that when he had the last breath and was able to just kind of, I think, swing the tides in their favor every time he was using an ultimate correctly, or I guess in the best way possible.
And the Aatrox constant 4-man, 5-man knockups, that was insane during those team fights. It was a treat to watch that happen. So Seton Hall, I mean, they're making a name for themselves as the team to beat right now, taking down Villanova, putting some distance between themselves and the likes of DePaul as well. Feels great, but we actually have the whole team yet again for another interview. Welcome, gentlemen. I didn't realize we'd be seeing you this soon, but you took down Villanova, and hey, you banned the Zach. It all worked out, right?
Yeah. Is anyone really surprised?
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like, we all knew the outcome. I mean.
I feel like this is a bad time. This might be a bad time to bring up our predictions going into that game. But
yeah, what did you guys think about the composition that they had drafted when they picked the Yasuo and Nautilus immediately?
Free win.
Yeah, free win. Yeah, not gonna lie. I think it was funny that after Mordekaiser got his triple kill, Native was like, GG easy, and then we just proceeded to just destroy him.
Yeah, he typed GG easy in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I thought it was
and
funny.
then lost every fight from there on.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's rough.
That's a big yikes.
So
it is a big yikes. That's an oof.
That's an oof.
Oof meter large.
I saw one of you in the back. I don't remember who it was, but you were flexing in the last interview. Was that you? Which I'm sorry, I don't. Who were you in that game?
That's
I'm Numgums.
Numgums. Flexing. That's not what I expected there. With a name like Numgums. Hey, okay. Hey, you chatted out on the Rift, though. I gotta say, I think we should get a clip of that to really cement your victory in the 3-0, flexing on your opponents. But that felt like domination. I mean, it was closer than we saw in previous games today. But we reached a point where it just kind of snapped and you ran away with it. When did you feel like you for sure had the win?
I think it was at the Mordekaiser triple kill. Even though we lost that fight, like they used so much at that point where it was like Mordekaiser's their whole team and his whole champion design is based around a 1v1. Like we're the stronger team after that point anyway. He denied all the gold from their team, and at that point we win. So it's like it doesn't matter who he takes out of the fight. Even if he kills them, the 4v4 is still going to go our way, and that's how it went, and that's why we won. So yeah.
Wow. For me, I thought you guys won when the Baron got stolen. So I was just like, oh yeah,
that was all him. That was all
yeah,
him.
I was so surprised. I actually have no idea how that happened.
Actually, that was that was a wild turtle. Yeah, that was a wild turtle. Flashed into the Baron pit.
Yeah.
And that's how the just keyed in. Got the Baron.
Yeah, why not? It worked for you. So congratulations, Burbler, Floiber. And it's good to see. Just so everyone at home also knows, everyone give your in-game name so we know what you all look like.
Please be patient.
Please be patient.
I'm gonna earn this rank. And
Numgums.
Burbler. He's the coach.
He's the coach.
Yeah, I'm the coach. I do pick ban and yell at them.
And yell at them. It's a good job.
Yeah. I'm Burbler, Flubber.
I'm Miane.
Miane. All right. And is it? How do you pronounce it? Burbler, Flubber?
Yeah. So the thing is, it was Flubber Burbler before when I was a top main, but now that I got put into the ADC position, I just flipped my name into Burbler Flubber.
Burbler Flubber. Okay.
Imagine losing to an Ornn one trick on ADC. Oh. It happens. It happens.
I mean,
it happens
just
to the best of us.
Does anybody have any lotion? We gotta apply that to some burns later to Villanova. Ooh. All right. Well, congratulations, gentlemen. Any words to say as you completed the first week and are in first place?
I think everything that's said has already been said.
Yeah, I think yes. Thanks ESL for giving us this opportunity. This is great. We love doing this. This is a lot of fun.
You guys are great.
I agree. Awesome. A lot of fun. So I can't wait to continue weeks forward.
Well, we can't wait to see more of you, and I'm expecting that eye patch in the mail sometime soon, okay?
It's coming.
It's coming. All right, good. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us today, and congratulations on the win.
See you later.
GG easy.
GG easy. Oh, well, hey, they're definitively the #1 team right now, 3-0 in the standings. No one else can claim that.
Yeah, absolutely, and nobody else will ever be able to, for the rest of the season, claim an unscathed record. So right now, they're the only team that has that claim and could potentially just go undefeated.
Yeah, and we gotta check this with our stats team, but I believe that no team has ever gone undefeated throughout the regular season in the Big East for the
that sounds right.
regular
Yes,
season.
that sounds right.
I know for sure last season there was no team that was undefeated. So
Mostly because best of threes and stuff like that. So
true. But we'll see if they're one of the first teams that can actually pull that off. Make sure everybody at home join in on the action by taking the Any Key GLHF pledge. Help us fight online toxicity. Get that out of our games. Get it out of our Twitch chat. Make sure that it's all a good and inclusive time for everybody on and off of the Rift Online. You get that fun little badge. And also make sure to follow us on Twitter at ESL Collegiate so you can stay up to date on all the teams, all the standings, and all of the matches. That being said, we're going to send it over to a short break and be back for our final game of the day as Georgetown takes on Marquette.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back, one and all, for the ESL Collegiate 2020 Spring Big East regular season for our final game of day 2 to round out the weekend. We got Georgetown taking on Marquette, and we just saw one of the most exciting games, one of the closest between the top teams. Now we get to see the bottom of the standings duke it out. This is Georgetown yet to pick up a win, sitting at 0-3, taking on Marquette, or 0-2 rather, taking on Marquette at 1-2. So Marquette will be one of the only teams that we see with 4 games completed by the end of the weekend.
Yep. And I feel like they'll give us actually a pretty good idea, because right now they're going to be playing the team that's second to last and could potentially be tied for last. But if they end up losing this just puts them in a position where they're like, okay, well, now we're more games in than anybody else, and it's looking like we're getting pushed down to the bottom.
Yeah, Marquette really want to pick up the win right here. Georgetown, I mean, either of these teams have a lot of motivation. When you're at the bottom of the standings, every win means so much. Georgetown, if they get this win, they still got to climb ahead of them. Marquette, at least they'll kind of join that clump that has 2 wins under their belt. They'll even up their record, and that will feel great for them going forward. But in their game that we just saw against Butler, they didn't look too convincing to me. Georgetown, neither looking very convincing. So I think both these teams are in positions to show any improvement that they can make on the day, what lessons they learned from their last game. But also, I want to watch and track throughout the rest of the season to see what kind of changes they make systematically to their rosters, to their in-game decision-making, to their drafts as well. Both those teams leaving up Orn did not help them out.
Yeah. I think the Orn is just, it's way too powerful, and I hope people just end up spending one of the early bans on it. It ruins games. In solo queue, it's like, it's the ban I will always do. If somebody bans it, I ban Echo. Like, those are my 2 things that I just don't want to see in solo queue. And the thing is when something is so powerful in solo queue, it's not always super powerful and competitive, right? But Orn is both.
Yeah, it's the best of both worlds, right?
He prints money.
It's
he literally
insane.
gives people money.
And he's a tank, and he's an assassin, and he's a frontline, and he's a backline diver. And
worth of combat stats.
I don't know how to feel about him.
Free.
But you know what? Let's not be too toxic.
Anyway.
Right now, against the champion, Ivern Irene. We both took the Any Pledge. Make sure that you take the Any Pledge as well. The GLHF Pledge, rather, with Any. We're trying to get 1 million signatures by the end of the year. And we're getting there. We're getting there with the help of all of you in Twitch chat and everybody who's going online and taking the pledge. But to hear more about it, let's hear from some of our friends who have already taken it.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face to face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF Pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
GLHF, everybody. Make sure you go on and sign to take the pledge. You got to hit that 1 million by the end of 2020. And I think we're going to get there. Honestly, we're getting close, and we're just starting off the year 2020. I think the preseason kind of front-loaded us a little bit there. But have you tweeted it out yet?
No.
No? All right. You got a lot of Twitter followers, Irene. We got to get those out there. Got to use that social media influence for good.
I only use it for evil.
All right. You do
and
well
memes.
with
evil and memes.
You're an Evil Geniuses fan, aren't you?
No.
No? No, not really.
No.
Okay. FlyQuest, the trees?
No.
I don't get you.
Are you trying to like figure out what fan I am?
I am. That's my secret mission all day.
I am
It's
a casting team
probably
fan. That is my
TSM.
favorite team.
It's TSM, isn't it? You
No.
disgusting.
What?
All right, well, let's take a look at the match ahead of us today. We got Georgetown to take it on Marquette. Georgetown yet to pick up a win. 0-2. I lost my pen.
Yeah, no.
I got another one. This one's red. This one, it gives me even more power.
No.
The more pens I throw, the more appear in front of me. Oh, there we go. Now we got 2. Let's take a look at the matchup. This is one of the only best of 3s that we've seen all day that went to 3 games last season. It was pretty close, but Marquette did edge out as 2-1. And I mean, again, looking like the favorites right now as they still have picked up a win. They have had 1 extra game to play, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is the one that's really going to tell me the position of Marquette. Are they a team that's 2-2, or are they going to be 1-3? And
yeah, do they match the middle of the clump,
spots, right?
or do they fall down to the bottom? Kind of.
Yeah. That's the thing. As the standings start to clump, like you just said, you have to find a way to separate yourself from the rest, and ideally, you rise.
Yeah, that's what every team's hoping for in the regular season. But first, let's zoom in on Georgetown to take a look at their roster. The team that has yet to pick up a single win. They've been sporting some really rough KDAs throughout as they have gotten decimated in both of their games. But I will put an asterisk on that, saying that they played against Seton Hall and St. John's, 2 of the teams that are looking like they're at the top of the standings. I mean, Seton Hall, of course, at the top at 3-0, and then St. John's at 2-1. So when I think of how Georgetown's been losing, it's been against these top-heavy teams that theoretically should be crushing them regardless. So I don't know how above their weight they're punching here against Marquette, but I feel like if they're going to pick up a win, it's going to be against a team like Marquette.
Yeah, and I think it's not like if they're going to pick up a win. It's like this is one that I would start pushing towards. It's a must-win for them if they want to have a chance at going to the top 4. Because the teams right around them in the standings, you have to kind of climb up and push them down below you to rise. So I feel like this is not one that you can afford to lose now, especially if this is a team you might be tied with later. You want the head-to-head. You want to at least have a chance at a head-to-head record.
Yeah, you can't climb the ladder without stepping on some rungs. But let's take a look at the other team, Marquette. On the other side of the rift, they have picked up that first win, and some players did impress me in that last game. I feel like Slick Mick had a rough performance on the Darius, but the rest of the team, like if not for that orange top lane into the Darius, I felt like nothing was really crumbling or falling apart completely. There were a few misplays here and there, but it felt so rough having the Darius go like 0-4 in the early game that they weren't able to really do anything else. So I don't know where I am with this team, like how hot I am on them, how cold I am on them, because I just haven't had enough insight into how they actually want to play the game.
Yeah, it's one where we're still trying to, like, that's the whole thing that we're talking about here is we're just trying to identify strength right now and try to eliminate strength of schedule where it's like, oh, you played a weak team, you played a strong team. Like, where do you actually stand? And that's what standings are all about is you're supposed to play everybody and get to that point where we understand the relative strengths of the teams. But we still don't know, especially for these teams right here,
who's going to be the starting players. I think that's an important point to bring up because Centric was switched to the jungle. They brought in a substitute mid laner, but we haven't received confirmation if it's going to be their starting 5 roster or if they're going to be sticking with that roster they played earlier today. But I credit a lot of their mistakes to the fact that they didn't have their cohesive unit. They didn't have their starting 5 for that first game. Now it's later in the day. There's a chance that their original jungler's been able to show up and actually compete now. That will give them a huge edge against Georgetown. So as soon as I see Pick and Ban come up and I see the nameplates for the team, that's really going to influence how confident I'm feeling about Marquette.
Be a little careful on that because I think the nameplates and champions don't always reflect the ones in the game.
They don't always, but I did hear from the voice in my head that it is the starting 5. So we do have the full Marquette roster, and that's huge news for Marquette and for their fans. This means that they will be at full strength coming in here, and we'll finally get a view of what that looks like against a slumping Georgetown, because theoretically now this should be heavily favored for the Marquette side.
Yeah. In theory, like you said, heavily favored, but you never know what's going to happen with these early games when people are still trying to figure out the roster situation.
So early in
it's
the
always a little rocky, but
yeah. And we don't even know if this is going to be Marquette's roster for the rest of the season. I mean, sometimes I feel like it can be a curse when you have to substitute somebody in. Sometimes it can be a blessing in disguise. You have an opportunity to try. Yeah. All praise Lord Tubby. We got to get off that. It's just so easy to just get back on that hype train. But you have the opportunity to try out other players, try out other styles as well, and sometimes that's what you need, especially if your team towards the bottom of the standings. But we're ready to hop into picking pans as these teams are ready to show us what they've been preparing against each other. Sligmig played the Darius last time and is a very strong proponent of the Darius in terms of solo queue. Likes to play that champion a lot, has many games on it, but against the Orin really did not impress. So I don't even know if Georgetown needs to be worried about that at all.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be worried about Warren in general, but if you're worried about the Darius, I would say you just play better, Forehead. Like, you just gotta be you just gotta.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Get through the lane phase, and you're fine.
But they do take away the Urgot, so they're focusing these top laners that can have that impact and have the ability.
That's Pike.
That's Pike. That's Pike.
Yeah.
What?
It's the Project Pike splash art.
You're absolutely correct. Wow. They got me. I think they got me in the preseason with that too.
Yep. That's the thing. You could get me once, but you never get me again.
You don't get fooled again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's that saying.
George Bush. I think
fool me once, shame on.
Fool me twice, won't get
shame
on
you. Fool me twice, and I won't be fooled again.
Yep, there we go. Georgetown.
Iconic.
Focusing all their bans on the bottom half of the map for the first round, taking away the Pike, and then 280 carries in the Aphelios and the Misfortune. But they leave up the Orn. Marquette say, we felt that last game. We lost the Darius into it. We're just going to grab it ourselves now.
Yeah. If somebody finds a counter to this that works and is reliable and doesn't really hamstring your team by having whatever it is on your team, let me know.
Let you know. Wait, you're the one that's supposed to know this stuff ahead of time and tell me.
You know where I get my information? Other people, of course.
Oh,
how else did I learn Ornn was broken? I watched other people play it.
You're not an expert on every single champion in the game? You don't play all 146 champions every day to learn what's meta?
I've played all of them, but I'm not.
Fun fact, I have not yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I am missing 24 champions that I don't own.
That you don't own?
That I don't even own. I know, but I'm getting there. I'm trying. Every time I get the blue essence, I go for it. But bringing our attention back to Georgetown, they're locking in some of their champions. They get the Zoe and the Echo. I would assume it's Echo Jungle, but that recently just got nerfed. The Parallel Convergence does 50 less damage now to Jungle Champions.
Does not matter.
Really?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I mean, that's a big amount of damage to each Raptor, to each Krug.
It doesn't matter.
All right.
Like I told you, Ornn is my #1 ban. Echo is my #2 ban. It is just disgusting.
It's a lot of AP threat, though. So when you look at the tanks on the side of Marquette, they're feeling confident right now, which means Georgetown needs to pick AD somewhere in their composition. Clearly, the bot lane should have some of that. But also top lane, they can pick something into the Ornn, and if they want it to be an AD threat, sets available, they could go for that. We've even seen things like Renekton sneaking its way back into the meta here and there. It seems like it's always offering something for a team and the ability to really dive onto backlines and provide that CC threat as well as some AD pressure. But nope, they're going for that set. I feel like that's just the obvious pick here for this team. It's available. It's that 80 damage that you want. And with two beef balls like Sejuani and Ornn, that's a lot of damage that you can actually get on the opponent if you're able to ult them.
Yeah, and just I was telling you actually, whenever I play Sejuani and there's a set on the other team, I try to position myself in an awkward angle to him, and I had times where he's charging at me, and I'm like, the 80 carries behind me, and I'm like, no, and I'm charging, I'm running diagonally, and he starts running with me, and we're just running away from the team fight. I'm like, no, man.
Your team's like, where's their front line? Where's their Sejuani? You're like, I'm saving your life.
I'm your sideline, bro. Not your front line.
I got her flank. But if for anybody who doesn't know, the reason that is the correct move, and Zyrene is correct in that decision, is that the more health you have, the more damage Set is going to do to your team if he ults you and carries you into them. It's like your heavier bowling ball. Think of it that way. If a bowling ball falls on your head and it's 5 pounds, it hurts. But if it's a woman riding a giant pig,
oh God,
that's heavy. It's a pig, right? It's a giant Oink Oink, something like that?
I
don't even know.
It's a boar.
Boar is.
I love the firecracker skin though.
That is great.
Dude. Okay, so.
Oh no, we're back on skids.
So, I have never had that feeling before in all of my years of playing League of Legends, ever since the beta. I've never been excited about a skin. I've never actually been really excited about a skin coming out.
Okay.
Right? I've seen those, like, it's like, oh, here's the patch notes, here's the next skin, and I'm like, whatever. Like, this next patch, I actually lost it because they're releasing Hextech Sejuani and a Rek'Sai skin. And the Rek'Sai skin has chromas. Ooh. And I'm like, the chromas actually are really cool. And for Rek'Sai,
You're a Rek'Sai one-trick, basically.
Well, I was,
or used to be.
I was Rek'Sai's lead playtester.
Oh,
so
really?
she's a very special place for me, so I will always return to her. But legitimately, I love that champion. And when I saw her release skin, I was like, oh, I don't want to play that. I don't really like that skin at all. And then when they did the pool party one, I was like, oh, this is pretty cool because you ride a jet ski back to your tunnels. Then they took the tunnels out, and I was like, where's my jet ski? And I was like, this skin is garbage. Get it out of here. And so I was
jet ski, no interest.
Never wanted to play that skin again.
Well, you got a new one. You got a new one you can play
and
around
it
with.
looks sick. So I'm probably gonna be spending so much. You know, production's gonna give me money. It's just gonna go right back to Riot. So it's like,
hey, that's a good strategy. I feel like maybe Riot could just pay with skins.
Oh,
that's something. But we have a final view of both of these teams' compositions. Georgetown were able to even it all out. They got a lot of AP, a lot of AD, actually a ton of AP right now. I'm looking at the Karma support as well. We've seen this hovered earlier today. Never locked in. Enchanters, I'm hot on them. I'm happy that they're back. I mean, I'm a big Enchanter player as a support. So the George Foreman style of play, as I like to call it. Yeah, well, technically we coined that earlier today, so I've called it that twice now.
You can give me some credit for it. That's fine. I don't mind.
I'll give you some credit.
You can actually take full credit for it if you'd like. Because if it flops, then...
no. True. Yeah. Then you don't have to worry about that. But I like the damage composition that they were able to draft with everything, and I'm not as big on Braum anymore. I feel like he does provide that zone of...
you going to drop the cosplay then?
Okay, so
you're gonna stop it at one point.
This is the thing. Everybody thinks that I'm like an Ornn main because I'm bald. I get it. I'm bald and I have a mustache. Okay.
Braum main.
Braum main. What did I say?
Ornn.
Same. Yeah, similar. They both got mustaches.
Both
but I'd rather play Ornn because he's got the full beard. All right. If you're gonna go for it, go for the full beard.
True.
But let's bring our attention back to what we just saw there. I like the damage graph, the damage composition overall from Marquette. Yes, they left up the Ornn, or rather, sorry, no, I had that switched around.
They have the
I had that switched around. Marquette has the Ornn. I'm giving it to Marquette. Ornn takes the win every game, right? I think it's foolish to not just go and based on exclusively that.
Yeah, I think I like that as well, and I'm pretty big on Sejuani. It would have to be the Echo that really gets something done. So yeah, I'll give it to Georgetown on this one, actually.
Ooh.
The more I look at it, I'm looking at it and going, even though they have Ornn, I feel like Set can do well, but then the Zoe just has such a good range, and if the Zoe's playing well, the LeBlanc should never have a chance at reaching them. And then they have Ashe and Karma, so I feel like even though they're up against the Freljordian comp with a lot of frontline, the Zoe poke is going to be the way to win this game for Georgetown, and I feel like that's very doable.
Well, we'll see if they're able to pull that off. I'm also valuing heavily that Marquette has their full starting five this time
to
around.
be honest, you're probably right, like percentage-wise, but I actually think that Georgetown, if they play it perfectly, I think that they win.
So what is playing it perfectly for this Georgetown? You already mentioned Zoe landing poke.
Yeah, it's using Set as a split-pushing side laner with Trinity Force so that Ornn can't really join fights. If Ornn joins fights, you lose turrets. You use Karma as a disengage tool. You use Ashe to scout if people are rotating. And Karma constantly speeds you away, so you disengage. So Ornn Horn, it's like everybody scatter, and Set will be in the side lane just pushing. So it's a 4-1 composition with using Ashe to kind of scout if people are rotating to you and just avoiding all engages while Set gets turrets.
See, every time you explain the compositions, I feel stupid for voting against them. But we'll see what happens.
No.
We'll see what happens. You make it sound so easy.
Marquette's composition is literally Sejuani, Ornn, throw your stuff at them,
go get them,
try to hit somebody, and you have a lot of chances. It's very easy. It's big. It's basically as big as the lane, so it's easy to hit these guys. You hit the Zoe, he's probably going to die. He doesn't have a lot of front line, so that's how you win, right? So I feel like it's completely doable for both sides, but I actually feel like the Georgetown one is harder to play against.
We'll see what happens on the Rift as we're ready to load on both teams into the game for our final game of the day. It's been a long ride to get here. We've seen a lot of League of Legends actions, and I'm excited to round it out here. We got two big, well, I guess if you count Braum, that's like three. Like three bowling balls for set to throw.
Somebody in chat asked if you could pronounce the Karma's name.
If I can? Oh, yes. Easy enough. Sonia Semyonovka. Sonia Semyonovna. There we go. I got it. Second try. You know what? Out of the 4 times that I have tried to pronounce that, I've got it 3 times. So I'll take that.
I just started singing Lion King.
Hey,
Sonia! That's what it looked like to me right off the bat, dude.
Patebs! Wait, what? Patebs has yet to get a kill this season. 0, 9, and 9. Wow.
Wait, he's the Zoe. Can I change my prediction?
Nope, it's too late. It's too late, Irene.
Just pop the graphic up and change it
somebody,
on this
somebody
stick?
clip the Twitch clip from before.
Can he do it?
I have, you know what, I think that depending on how the game goes and if Marquette's able to run away with an early game, again, it's all about the mini games. It's about seeing what can Georgetown do outside of just win. But on the Zoe, I mean, we've seen this matchup a lot, especially in professional play. Both of these champions are very, very popular in the meta right now. But while they can do similar things, they do it in very different ways. Zoe finds picks and kills from really long range and from controlling Fog of War. LeBlanc, while also controlling Fog of War, has to get up in your face and put herself in a little bit more danger for that. But I'll get back to that point later. As topside, Visnik hits level 3 early. Gets a nice flash out of Vanilla Ice Cream to set. Put behind, and this is just what Ort does. How is this champion so strong?
A lot of things. He's a percentage HP damage. He's got a lot of CC.
You can't kill him.
You can't kill him. He can buy items in the lane.
Does so much with the kit, as well as providing hard engage that's from a safe distance too. That's something that, you know, like a Maokai, you have to get up in their face if you're trying to engage. Sejuani to an extent as well. Whereas Orin, one of those champions that can just stay very far away, safely engage with fairly high consistency. Ooh, good from Like Mike to actually get that cannon minion. Across the Rift, though, we see strength in different areas. Bottom lane's pushed in, Hyung Min Kim, and Sonia Semyonovna getting that, but on the top side, Shifty Crescent bullying out Visnik from the jungle.
Yeah, and that's kind of how that matchup goes, and I'm glad the Echo's taking at least some advantage of it. He has Dark Harvest, so ideally he'd want to get that Dark Harvest sack and start stacking it up for later, but not quite enough damage to get to that point. But now it's time to go to the other scuttle.
Yeah, you can just go right there. You already took the first scuttle, and we see Visnik's not actually even trying to contest this. They didn't see Shifty Crescent come over, but I feel like that's just some good jungle knowledge, thinking, okay, he's probably going there. He knows that I'm low on health, and there's not much you can do about it. With your bot lane pushed in as well, you're not even going to get help down there. Oh, I like this from Shifty Crescent as a jungler. Keeping the scuttle. He's just trying to get out. Oh, this is just, I feel bad. Oh, he got out. Run. Run, little scuttle. Nah, he's dead. Oh, my God. Topside, though. What is happening here? Slick Mick. Very low on health. There's a redemption coming in from Zoe to keep Vanilla Ice Cream topped off right there. I don't know how much that's going to be useful, but it's something.
No, that's useful. That's useful. He still has a potion, too.
Oh, look at that. Slick Mick going to go for an early
what are you gonna make?
purchase.
Ruby Crystal?
Yeah,
Ruby
there
Crystal.
we go.
Look at that. Look at that. So that. It gives you the HP, too. So
basically, yep.
It's broken.
It's like a free potion, but it's a potion that will stay there when you back and turn into something else. It's not a potion. That's the secret. It's but it feels like it in that lane, up in CS over his lane opponent, Vanilla Ice Cream. Neither of these top laners had great games in their first showing, I'll have to say. So I'm excited to see who's able to get the better of it in this specific matchup.
What are you buying?
What you looking at?
What are you buying?
Who you following?
Vanilla Ice Cream.
Probably into Trinity Force, going for the Phage. I would. Oh wait, no.
What is he buying?
Ah, that's a good point. He's going the lethality set.
No. What is he buying? I asked you what he's buying.
He's bought 2 longswords.
Okay, you're right. You're buying.
Was this a
what
rhetorical
is he
question?
ultimately buying? Like, that doesn't build into Black Cleaver.
Nope.
That doesn't build. It's one extra longsword than he needs.
Hey, you know what? He wants it. It's not always about need, Zyrene.
He's gonna build?
It's about desire.
He's gonna build Death's Dance.
Maybe. He could, honestly. Oh, but I mean, that extra AD is not helping him out right now as he gets bonked by this one.
He didn't even return damage. Come on, bro. Nah.
You know what? I'm calling it right now. It's lethality. He's going lethality set. I'll put money on this. Oh my God, that's twice in a row. I call the Forge Gods available. I think Sick Mick can actually take this. He doesn't use it. Huh. He was in the fight. Sometimes players a little slow on the level up, but here we go. Call the Forge God used now. There's the shield though, but
dead.
The brittle and the flash. Auto solo first blood for Slick Mick. Shifty Crescent now trying to catch in onto this level 6 Orn, but he just can't get him. The slow was enough. Slick Mick with the slick plays.
It was Tiamat.
That would make more sense.
That,
Look at that.
makes some sense, but
hear me out.
No.
All right, never mind. Let's talk about bot side.
I'm great at improv, aren't I? Look at that. I thought we're supposed
just
to
gonna shut that point down right away.
Yeah,
I know it's no good. I know it's not gonna lead anywhere, and I agree.
No,
So,
I'm being a nice guy.
good point.
I just don't want to watch you dig a hole.
You don't want me to look foolish for Twitch chat. I appreciate
Exactly,
that.
dude.
You know, you're a caster that
Yeah.
watches out for your friends.
I tell them when to
appreciate that.
shut up so that they don't make
All right, Twitch chat. I'm getting bullied by Zyrene right now. You heard it first.
Okay, I
Shut up.
took the any key pledge. The GLHF.
Well, you're not wearing the pin, so.
Well,
do you fully represent? Blue buff should go over to Patel. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, there's a Sleepy Trouble bubble, though, and Sonya over the wall. That's a lot of poke on a Vizix. Shifty Crescent. Wow. He wants it. Yeah, that red buff might be secured, but there are so many members of Marquette around. I don't know if Shifty Crescent wants this. Oh, can he get over the wall? He doesn't have his dash, but it should come off cooldown shortly. Yeah, and he gets out safely. Dragon aggroed, and it seems like a poke fight right now. You were talking about this, and this is what we had seen mostly from Georgetown, is a lot of poke coming out from Zoe, trying to prevent members from Marquette from walking forward and contesting things like this dragon. If there's just the threat of a Zoe bubble over the wall, sometimes it's hard, but they got that ward down, so they know it's not being taken.
yeah, looks like gonna go back in for that control ward.
He really wants it. Vizix is there with ultimate, but doesn't want to throw it out. They know the Shifty Crescent has that dash, has the ultimate available as well, but he's getting hit by this dragon. How did he aggro that?
What did aggro that?
I have no idea. Maybe when he dashed over the wall, it just automatically connected onto the dragon. I didn't see that.
No, he went to the ward. Doesn't have any splashes.
All right. Dragon confirmed biased against Echo. I think that's what we're learning.
Q is returning. I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know. Well, whatever.
Doesn't amount to much at the end of the day.
Yeah,
No focus on that early dragon from either side. It's just fighting for vision around it at this point in time.
Yeah.
Prepping for the future play. And this is exactly what Marquette wants to do. They're pushing in here, but both of these teams just doing the dance right now. Vizix low on health. I don't think that that's conducive to winning a team fight around this objective.
He was spotted, so.
Yep, Shifty Crescent can't catch him. I think if you just wait in that bush for a little longer, he might have even had the kill, but
yeah, maybe
doesn't go for it.
He
just wants the Dark Harvest stack, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, like, that's something I think is undervalued, is people don't actually go just straight for stacks.
Sometimes it's worth it to go a little out of the jungle pathing way to make sure you get that early on, but Shifty Crescent finally walking away from this dragon. He's got camps on the bot side to clear also, interesting to note, so we'll see if they're able to keep that control. Oh no, top side. Vanilla Ice Cream taking a lot of damage again. Call the Forge God is available, and now with no shield.
There we go, that was a real combo.
Look at that.
He used the W.
And he walked away from the Orn Pillar.
Yes, I mean.
You can't just stand on top of that, guys.
Sometimes you be pretty slow, so. Oh, don't. What you got? Nice.
Cloth armor. Solid.
Chainmail.
Oh, he got the chainmail there? Ah,
Yeah.
I missed it.
He just upgraded.
Shifty Crescent went all the way to the top side, and now he's looking for something here onto a sick, big Vanilla Ice Cream. Trying to get that CC, but Shifty Crescent just can't get the damage yet again. Oh no, this is going to kill him. Is this the damage? It's not quite enough, but Vizix is in the neighborhood.
Oh, wow.
Slick Mick, low on mana. Can't really do much here. Oh, Vizix
dodge it.
away. Oh, beautiful from
Nice.
Shifty Crescent. No, what did you do? Oh, Vanilla Ice Cream. I think he could just walked away and been fine, but now he falls. Shifty Crescent might fall as well. There's the Sejuani passive. They just got to get a little more damage. Oh,
his toes.
Shifty Crescent with the last sliver of mana gets out.
Just by the heels, man. Able to just roll right out. That's like Echo Cinematic all over again. Yeah, it was good. Honestly, needed to be a little bit better with the way Vanilla Ice Cream was executing on that. I'm pretty sure you can get the first move after you R to E somebody or even just W right after, because you give a slight stun to the person that you just dunked, so you suplexed. So I would, I feel like if you just input it and you just go for it, you're okay. But a little bit off the same page there.
End of the day, nets a kill over to the opposing side, and also turret plates as well. So Slick Mick on the Ornn is so powerful right now, up a full 13 CS, plus that kill, that Bomby Cinder, and all of that armor. I don't know if Vanilla Ice Cream's ever going to have kill pressure on this Ornn.
Yeah. Now look at that. He looked like he was like Tiamat time, and then he went, no. Black Cleaver time.
Did he sell the rejuve feed?
No, he bought it,
undid it,
and then he undid it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes me feel a little better.
Yeah. He's got the mobile fire guide up.
Yeah, but here we go. Slick Meg might just be able to take him down. The damage. It's too much. It's just like, I feel it in my soul every time.
I mean, I like how Ornn just claps him like,
yeah.
It's just like, bam.
They need to make, you're talking about Trucker Ornn. What
Yeah.
if they make like one of those chef Orns where he's got like 2 pots and he just kind of like bangs
Oh,
up.
what about one of those monkeys that has the symbols?
Circus Monkey Ornn.
Yeah.
They did actually set up a poll on Twitter. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't Candy Striper Ivern, though. It was Candy King Ivern, which is basically already a skin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
I did. Oh, no, I did know that.
Yeah. That's the one where he eats the gingerbread man.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty tragic. It's just a slaughter.
It's survival.
Is it?
I mean, he's hungry.
Gingerbread is not survival. That is.
I mean, what if his veins are like, he's just pumped sugar through his veins?
You don't have to eat something that's alive.
I mean, you're talking to the vegetarian here.
True. I don't really have the moral high ground right now, do I?
Yeah, no, not to make that statement.
You had to go there.
You don't have to eat something
You
that's
had to go there, Cyrene. All right. I see how it is.
Okay. God.
I
Dude.
eat meat, and meat is good. That is my statement.
But what if
right now.
gingerbread men taste like candy meat? Okay.
That's that quote's gonna go down as one of your highlights in your career. What if gingerbread men taste like candy meat? All right, let's take a look at the action that's happening around this dragon. Still hasn't been claimed, but there's a teleport coming through.
Oh boy.
Petebs has taken a lot of damage right there, but the teleport completes here from the Ornn. Call the Forge God used to knock up 2 members. Only 1 kill goes forward for Marquette, but this should net them their first objective.
Yep, and that's going to be the set in the top lane, just smacking away, and they're going to get that objective for Marquette.
It's an early Drake, and it was a 5-man play there. This does give, I mean, just like, best case scenario for Georgetown right now. Vanilla Ice Cream gets some much needed time solo on this top lane. Try and catch up a little bit in the CS department, but unfortunately there's no more turret plates, so he doesn't actually get any of those, but there's a lot of damage to that turret.
Yeah, but getting solo experience without anybody kind of around is good, and they're going to go straight Rift Herald afterwards, so the objective-focused gameplay here. He's going to back. He's real spooked right now that somebody's going to be there. They know he backed off, and they're just like, okay, we'll just take this.
Free objective here for the
Oh,
side
wait.
of Marquette, but
Wait.
this could be Georgetown actually contesting. There's the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Is this going to be the first kill for Petebs? Oh, no!
Oh,
the
no.
Raptor stops
Wait,
the Q from going through. Who gets the Herald? I don't even know who got that one, but 1 kill over Vanilla Ice Cream now gets another one. This might be the fight that Georgetown
Orange
needed.
got it.
That's 1 for 1 so far. Oran's
wrong
got
line.
it. Oh, wrong LeBlanc. And I don't even think Patebs was the one to get that kill.
Yeah,
We'll see once it comes
that went
back
over to
up.
Orn.
Yeah,
Orn
there we
has
go.
it.
Orn gets the Rift Herald. Vanilla Ice Cream gets Georgetown on the board with their first kill, and at least they fought for that, and it didn't go terribly. It's signs of life for Georgetown, but this should be first turret going over. There we go. Slick Mick drops it down immediately and cashes in.
Yep, the one person that I feel like they don't really want it to go to because...
Oh, no, the eye close.
Come back here,
Go get him.
Shelly! Shelly!
Ah!
There we go.
All right, it worked out.
Whoa. That little purple thing on the minions, the little balloon, is the Zoe
Yeah, on the
W. But it was like all the
Dark
way...
Guardian one.
Yeah, it was like all the way in the top lane was set, and when he pulled the minion wave in, it like yoinked the balloon to it too. It had it had actual like balloon physics where the string went first and then it went after, and I was like, wait, what is? Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not Baron buff. No.
No.
That's
I was like, that thing has Rift Herald? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you remember the old Rift Herald? That's kind of what it looked like on Champions. The original one.
Yeah.
Just gave you a buff.
Yeah, it was like a purple sheen. Everything was a hand glow. Sheen, Trinity Force,
everything.
Iceborne Gauntlet.
Glow and everything. Oh my god. Vanilla Ice Cream. Oh no. Uh-oh. Wait, is this a chase down? Slick Mix got the help of Vizix. There we go.
Yeah.
Glacial Prison, Arctic Assault, Call of the Forge God, and a beautiful chain of CC. Marquette running away with this one.
And that combo is even more brutal because of the brittle.
What?
Yeah.
Look at those stats on Orn.
Yeah.
And I agree. It needs more skins. Yes.
Needs more skins.
Is the new Elderwood one coming out, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What? Is there
Yeah.
another one?
I've seen a picture of it at least.
Elderwood would be actually not bad because what you would do is you could like. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh
Wait a minute. Do they catch him? Patebs trying to get him.
matter.
No. He's got the Billow's Breath to prevent the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from connecting the CC.
Yeah. So yeah, for like that, for like a Elderwood, his Q could be like a tree, just sprouts a tree.
Yeah.
Right. His W is like he just.
Maybe like leaves that are
There's
blowing.
like a bunch of like leaves.
I think he's got like a big, kind of like Bard Elderwood. I think he's got like a big leaf beard.
Yeah, like a wooden beard that's all like curly and stuff. And then his E, he just charges, and then his R, I guess he calls like a herd of like wooden sheep or wooden.
Bunch of like forest squirrels come over. But look at the bot side, action happening. Young Min Kim actually still alive, but not for long. Wait a minute. The sidestep, the moves.
But look at how much he can tank that. That's
Vanilla Ice Cream is able to survive flash from Slick Mick, but he still can't get Young Min Kim. Is this going for Georgetown?
He's too tanky.
What the hell?
W.
How are they still
Vanilla Ice
alive?
Cream, you need to W.
Wait, Slick Mick, he's trying to get the CC, help out his team, disengage, but there we go. But Debs, he doesn't get the kill. Slick Mick should go down. Shut down for Shifty Crescent. That was huge for Georgetown, fighting their way back and getting their first gold lead of the game.
Yeah, it's just a slight gold lead, but still, the fact that they're able to get that, they'll get this turret, and they'll potentially get this dragon, depending on how soon it comes up here. Can't tell because it's just the gray timer, but it looks like they'll get some resets in. Yeah, it's going to be reset, get a blue, clear waves, make sure that mid wave isn't just crashing into that mid, and that top wave is actually going to be the problem. They might have to sack Dragon here because somebody has to go top.
Yeah, that top lane's looking pretty juicy, but seems just like a split call from the side of Marquette. That was definitely their fight to win, and they botched the execution. We saw Slick Mick run past his whole team that he's meant to be a frontline for and try and dive under turret. He was so close to killing Young Min Kim. Young Min Kim was like under 100 health for that entire fight pretty much, but end of the day still able to survive. Really good sidestepping and positioning there, and then the rest of his team's able to capitalize on an over-pushed Marquette that were way too far into the jungle, not coordinated in their assault. So let's see what Georgetown's able to do with this. They now have a 1,000 gold lead for themselves. Patep still hasn't got a kill. I'm waiting for that to happen. We gotta have like some kind of graphic, some kind of celebration come up with that buzz. Whew. Air horn. That's
yeah.
Buzz, yeah.
What is? How much HP does Orn have?
That's so many little ticks. What the? That's a lot of ticks for Vanilla Ice Cream as well. But here we go. Orange trying to be that frontline Carl the Forge God coming through. Smack. The Arctic Assault. Vanilla Ice Cream does so much damage with the rest of the team following up. Ice Cream tanks for so long. There's the kill for Patebs and a follow-up for Young Min Kim. This fight's going all Georgetown all day. Then the Zoe over the wall providing the vision. Young Minkim gets the final kill. That's a triple to the Ashe, and Georgetown run away with the fight.
That was the ideal ultimate there for Set. I was looking at the HP of Ornn right before, and I was like, how much does he have? It looks like he has 2,900, 2,800, and you just see all those little ticks. And then he's like, you know what? Here we go. I got to suplex him. Boom! Right into the Kaisa. And then he turns around and does the full true damage up the tanks and hits both of them, hits 3 people, I believe, total, and then the Kaisa just has to run. And even though he gives his life, he absolutely just decimates that team fight right off the bat. That's just using the Ornn like that, and you saw like the HP difference. Like Kaisa has almost no HP. He almost one-shot her.
Yeah, and what a turnaround for Vanilla Ice Cream in general. That singular play, the laning phase was going horribly. Losing the 1v1 to the Ornn, getting ganked as well, losing that first turret, but a play like that can turn it all around. Their team had a 1,000 gold lead, now sitting at 2,500. And they also get their first dragon of the game, so Georgetown fighting back.
Teb's got his kill!
Yeah, I know, during that fight. It was great. First kill of the season. Now, I believe 1, 9, and 15 as the overall stat line. Hey, you know what?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
There. But congratulations, Patebs, for picking that one up. I wonder, does that mean Sonya got a kill before his mid laner?
I don't know. I don't know.
We didn't have a stat about Sonya, so we'll wait to hear about that one. But this is a great position for Georgetown to be in regardless. I feel like they had a slow start to the season, 0-2, but getting this kind of momentum in this important of a game must feel amazing for the squad. This is exactly where they want to be against Marquette, one of the teams that is also struggling in the standings currently, and definitely a team that Georgetown should be hoping to take down here. They just got to put the final nails. Well, I guess we're not even at the point of putting nails in the coffin. They still have to not let up and give back this lead that they were able to wrestle away from Marquette.
Yeah, and the Ornn is actually like printing gold though is the thing, because he's upgraded his items. As soon as he gets Abyssal Mask, that will upgrade too. So he'll be at a point where he actually has a little bit over 2,000 gold of free combat stats on him, and then he'll start just printing 1,000 gold every time he levels and like giving it to people. So,
but how much extra health do those give you?
Ooh,
because Set will be looking at that thing, and that's my guy. If you don't have Billow's Breath up, you are gonna be my ticket to that back line. So it's all focused on Vanilla Ice Cream if he can get that same plate that we saw earlier.
There it is!
Yeah! And a 1.7 KDA.
Hey, it beats being a 1 KDA.
I like it. Thank you, graphics team, for throwing that up there. Patebs. And also doing great right now. Has the Luden's Echo and building towards that Rabadon's second. So Patebs in a fantastic position to just one-shot these squishy members like the Kaisa and the LeBlanc. But first you got to get past these tanks. It's difficult when there's an Ornn and a Sejuani and a Braum in your way.
Oh, man. Like, the set, like you said, is kind of the key to victory with using the Ornn. The backline really has to watch where they're standing. But also, like, this set, you got to get your itemization together, man. Like, what are you building? What is he building?
Sterix Gauge?
That don't have a Giant's Belt.
It doesn't?
Nope.
What is
that is Jarm's that is Jarm's Fist, Pickaxe, and Ruby Crystal.
Warmogs.
So what's the longsword and the cloth armor for?
Guardian Angel.
Fighting in garden.
That's not even being built.
I know.
All right.
Are you okay?
You know what? I don't play set. As you can I told you, I'm an enchanter support player.
I
can talk to you about bard builds all day.
Okay. Yeah, just get the rapid fire cannon, Luden's Echo.
That's actually like one of the worst ones you could do. But it's fun. It's really fun.
Really? That's one of the worst
You
ones?
have to be stomping in order to pull that
Yeah,
off.
I've been carried by a few bard one tricks that use that build where they're like rapid fire, Luden's Echo, and then they just like
auto, like half the
like,
health. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's conditional on team compositions and how well laning phase went for you. So you can build it.
Rapid fire really messes with people though.
It does.
They
sure.
they get people caught out real good.
My personal favorite is just the full wizard bard. You go Proto Belt into Lichbane.
Oh, it's the multi-class.
Yeah.
It's the bard wizard.
Exactly. You just
I'm a 5th
Proto
level.
Belt in, Q, auto, and they're dead.
I'm a 5th level bard with a 5th level in wizard.
In total, I have no 5th level spells.
Oh.
No 4th level spells at that point either.
Yeah.
For all those D&D players out there.
Yeah.
5e, of course. I don't know
Yes,
about
yes,
the other editions.
Yeah, 3.5 got really convoluted. I honestly think the the Warriors handbook really kind of was when it got too much.
Yeah. How many handbooks did they have?
3.5.
It was a lot.
Too many.
That was before my time, though. But bringing our attention back to the game, it seems like it's another dance around this dragon. For a long time there, it was just struggle for vision control on either side of the rift. Right now, Georgetown have full control of the top jungle, but they don't have control around this dragon. And that's the important part here. Do they actually want to go for a fight? They just try to reset. Patebs trying to get that damage. Look at that shock! But they're set on the back line trying to get that damage. Just so much true damage on the members. But Young Minkim gets locked down and goes down. 2 members fall here for Georgetown. Can they keep the fight going? Shifty Crescent gets the spike kill. Ult's back, but the rest of his team's in trouble. Patebs, get out of there, baby. Where you going? Oh, the shutdown. All members falling for Georgetown. It's just Shifty Crescent left alive. I don't know if this Echo has it in him to carry this fight. It's a 1v3. Snickers looking for it. Can he get the Winter's Bite? It does land. I don't think there's any follow-up here. Shifty Crescent, no, you have no business defending this turret. You back off. You get out of there. There we go. All right. He retreats wisely.
Yep. It's the Ornn is just printing money. The Luden's Echo got upgraded. Look, there wasn't a back here from Set at all. Even though he does grab the Sejuani or the Ornn and pull the Ornn back into the team, it's not as much damage because it just pulls them into a bush. There's no follow-up. And the rest of them get CC'd. And Slick does a really good job of getting everybody kind of caught out there afterwards. And yeah, it does just trail off into these little skirmishes. And we're, once again, like that's the thing is, half your team wants to fight. That's the set. The other half of the team is going, bruh, like, wait for me to arrow. Wait for me to poke them down.
Wait for us to group together because Georgetown, they were all spread out throughout that entire fight.
Yeah.
They didn't have the ability to really focus onto one member of Marquette. So while, Vanilla Ice Cream did an insane amount of damage, the rest of the team wasn't able to position accordingly and actually take advantage of that.
And Marquette is doing a really good job of kind of just staying in there, even though the kills are 10-9. They're doing really, I was thinking it was going to be Dead Man's Plate because I was like, that's what the greedy people go for. And
mystery solved, Zyrene.
Yeah, I'm like, that's what the greedy people would go for. And I don't think Thornmail's a good buy here, and there's no crit, so Randuin's Omen is a little bit of a waste. And I was like, he's probably going Dead Man's, so. And he's maybe going Sterix next.
Helps him get that little extra oomph if you're able to, ult the Ornn onto the Kai'Sa, one auto on the Kai'Sa.
You know what I hate about that build, though?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
I hate that.
That's it.
Because look at the enemy team.
I see a lot of AP. Not a ton of AD.
Ornn, basically magic damage. Percent HP magic damage. Sejuani, percent HP magic damage. LeBlanc, magic damage. Kai'Sa, percent missing HP magic damage.
You're building HP and armor. Makes sense, right? Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's go for it. Let's send it. Let's send this team fight. Slick Mick wants it. He calls fall to Forge God, but look at that interrupt from Vanilla Ice Cream. Beautiful from him. And Kai'Sa's lockdown takes so much damage. Vanilla Ice Cream almost takes him out himself, and no one's touching Young Minkim. The set has traded his life. Center trying to get that damage. Members of Marquette still alive, but their health bars are struggling right now. Centric is the threat, though. This little block, full health. They take 2 members down. Marquette will disengage.
Echo kind of lost his mind there. He had, I don't know if he had Zhonya's, but he had Flash and he had ulti, and he didn't get to press either of them. And he wasn't really stunned. He just kind of went in and tried to burst him, didn't do it, and didn't press the button either. So,
tough situation to be in for the Echo, but
yeah, sometimes you just spaghetti the whole keyboard.
Sometimes you're so busy trying to press your other buttons that you don't have time to hit that R button.
Yeah.
Just the 0.25 seconds it takes to press that down is enough time
even
for
pros
the
get it
Kai'Sa
wrong
LeBlanc to blow you
pros.
up. Yeah, it's tough to do. But that does mean a team fight victory for Marquette University. They wrestle back that gold lead. It's back to even right now, and this is still anybody's game. I just want everyone to know that while it feels like the Orin scaling is going to get a little out of control, theoretically should just win.
Why?
Why?
Vanilla.
Yes.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Vanilla ice cream. Vanilla ice cream.
Minute.
I know you're going to watch this at some point. You're a really great guy. All right?
With a name like Vanilla Ice Cream, that's a given.
Yeah, like, you got a sense of humor. You got a lot of things going for you. You got to, like, just make sure you're making the right choices and turning the brain on.
There were so many ways you could have ended that sentence that wouldn't have been that bad, but I'm happy you chose that way as the fight breaks out. Like Mike, onto the back line, doing so much damage, but no one's falling yet. Pateps finally does go down. Call the Forge Guide uses this to re-engage that they need. They're trying to go on to Sonya. Like Mike, still on the flank, still on the side, looking for that damage. Vanilla Ice Cream should fall here as he's trying to tank up as much as he can for the team. Does so much, he takes down Centric. Set is a champion in League of Legends, everybody. That was insane.
That was just a huge amount of burst there, and that's one of the things Set brings to the table is just a large amount.
He doesn't need the magic resist, Aiden.
I mean, if he's gonna go, if he wants armor so badly, just go gargle a stone plate. It increases the damage, the true damage that you can do with people.
Yeah.
Increase your max HP, and that's what it's all based off of. So, you don't need. There's zero.
Still got that longsword.
But there's zero. Yeah, but that's worse. He's not. When is he buying a pink ward? There's no room.
But the 10 AD. Cyrene. If he didn't have that 10
Don't
AD,
talk to me for the rest of the broadcast.
I don't think Centric goes down.
No.
Just play devil's advocate, Cyrene.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just play devil's. See, that's the great thing about being a play-by-play caster. I don't have to have an opinion on any of this. It's the safest job.
Sorry, you don't have to have a real opinion.
Yeah.
Right, no, I'm kidding.
True.
No, well, I just.
Shifty Crescent. Oh, the backstop.
Yeah.
I think the pillar spotting stopped his dash. That was kind of a funny interaction.
Like one, it's not even a good set build. The build order is god awful.
Well, let's take a look at the rest of the builds. Because I also want to draw
I'm talking about this one. Bring it. I
want to draw attention to the issue I have with Marquette's build is that no one's building or upgradable items themselves. We've seen this happen a lot lately, even in pro play, where people just don't build any items that he can upgrade.
Can't you upgrade Zeke's?
Maybe?
I believe you can.
Do you want to?
I mean,
is that really the play? Given the extra
I don't know. I think you can. I think you can.
The support items are Locket and Redemption. I'm not sure if
you're
also
right.
on there.
It was Redemption was the one. I was like, wait a second. No,
I knew those two. I didn't remember the others, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can do Zeke's. Because I'm like trying to remember.
I only know that
I was like, what is the name?
Sometimes I'm barred. I'm like, why do I have an upgraded Redemption? What is my horn doing? This is not gold efficient. I mean, it feels nice. I'll take it. This is that poke we were talking about earlier on in the game. This is what Georgetown needs to be landing if they want to win these fights. In the straight front-to-back team fight, it's really difficult for them to actually win those. But if they can get the poke down first, it feels so much better. Problem being, the tanks have Warmogs completed now. Marquette can easily absorb this and then just back off and heal up.
Yeah, it's a big counter to it. And I don't know. I'm still, the set build, like, it's terrible. It's One, it's terrible as just a set build in general. 2, it's terrible as a set build in this game. 3, even if it were a set build, the order in which he is building it is terrible. 4, why does he still have Doran's Blade? Why did he ever buy Doran's Blade? Why does he have that still?
You know what?
It actually...
Would you have been happier with the lethality build?
I'm actually tilted, yes, because at least then it's a different thing. And this is not like, because that's like, oh, I'm like, I can respect that he's going a different way. I'm like, this is wrong. This is like actually not a good use of your gold. And he hasn't bought a control ward at all. He doesn't have room.
I think Zyrene's broken. I think we broke him.
He still has his Doran's Blade.
Yeah.
And it's 35.5 minutes in.
Okay, to be fair, the Doran's Blade is at least more gold efficient than the straight longsword. But
it doesn't build into anything, and... Okay, go ahead, sorry.
He could still go lethality. Hear me out.
Okay. Okay.
I'm excited to see what he builds next, just so I can see your reaction. That's all I care about.
It's going to be Randuin's. He's trying to build Randuin's. Anyway.
You think so?
I'm over it.
Hey, he could be going into the...
Wait, that's a little too soon for that. That's a little too soon for that,
The
sir.
Baron's not going down that quickly here.
Yeah, that was a little too soon to give away that you know.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
So it does mean that Georgetown's able to push him off. And I'm going to say I am calling Vanilla Ice Cream is going to be building not a Randuin's, but instead into the Frozen Heart. I'm calling it right now. Frozen Heart received those buffs. Pretty strong right now.
What?
And it will slow down Kai'Sa's attack speed, right? You know, that's simple.
I would rather he build a Thornmail than that.
I would agree, but I mean, I'm looking at the item
I'm
that
just
he has
saying,
in
like,
his
out of the terrible items he could buy off that, terrible for this game. Because no crit, so Randuin's is going to do jack diddly.
Yo, Platebs! That was his real flash.
Yeah.
I didn't even see which direction he flashed.
I don't know. But yeah,
I would hope away.
It's going to do jack diddly if he builds Randuin's. If he builds Thornmail,
Could you say
there's really nothing to actually...
diddly squat?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
He's going to do squat.
He's going to do squat.
Which...
Speaking of squatting, Ord likes leg day. Going in onto Patabs. There we go. That's the pick that they needed. Marquette finally giving us some action in this game. It's been a slow slugfest so far, but this might be the final fight here. There's going to be long death timers. Estonia will go down. The rest of Marquette engaging onto Georgetown, but Vanilla Ice Cream, he's going to look at all his armor. He can't go down. Yeah, I mean, he's still pretty healthy. Here we go. Ultimate's available. He's not grabbing anybody quite yet. He doesn't want to dive that far into the back line, and he's so low on health. He's got to back off.
I just want to see the boom. That's it. That's all I care about on set is, I guess, 3 things. 1, big booms. 2, setups. And 3, set puns.
And 4, building control wards.
No, I just care about that in general.
No, you don't
like League of Legends. Like, it's actually like you should be doing. If you're not, you're trolling.
True.
Like I will report you.
All right. Well, we'll see how we don't get that stat at the end of these games, unfortunately.
What set puns can you think of? Because I joined a game, like first day of set, and I just
wait a minute.
I beat people up, and I just started saying things.
More Pateb stats.
In all chat.
Reading, you're missing.
What is this now?
Content.
Ooh.
Good job, Patebs. He picked up 1 win.
Before Collegiate, after Collegiate. Join now. And you too can increase your KDA. Doctors hate him. Increase your KDA by 0.5.
He's
How does
definitely,
Pateb do it?
Hey, you know what? Pateb is scaling. That's what he's doing.
True.
Got the Rabadons, got the Ludens. Void Staff, interesting this early on. Not dealing with an incredible amount of magic resist, but enough.
Oh, wait. Vanilla Ice Cream.
What?
He bought a Spectre Scowl.
Look at that. Still
All
has
right.
the longsword.
I am satisfied.
Still has
sorry.
the longsword.
I am satisfied.
Oh, God.
He has left me satisfied.
He's left you satisfied. Oh. All right. Well, it's just that point of the day, isn't it, Zyrene? The game's definitely slowed down. Dragon Soul is picked up here by Marquette University, but they're just not doing much with it. This composition, theoretically, should just not die, right? I mean, they got 2 Warmogs on 2 beefy boys. And the Dragon Soul.
Yeah. And Dragon Soul and 3 Ocean Drakes.
Yeah.
On top of that.
That's absolutely disgusting, but maybe they'll get picked out here.
Wait, did he just tickle him?
Yeah, you can't really pick onto the Orn. Uh-oh, Sonya. Getting it away. The rest of the team coming up here. Oh, the Ash Arrow. Nope, that was the other team. Never mind, but doesn't matter. That's members from Georgetown falling left and right. Patebs trying to run away right now, and I think Vanilla Ice Cream will get out too, but with 2 members fallen, it's got to be a miracle steal here from Shifty Crescent if they want this Baron.
They literally do no damage to that Orn. He is so tonky.
Yeah.
What is he now? He's 4,000.
Shifty Crescent.
4,500 HP on the Orn?
Probably around there. Shifty Crescent has the smite, but here's the fight. Oh my God! A huge burst coming in here from the side of Centric and Like Mike, and just like that, that's a double kill. That should guarantee the Baron. Shifty Crescent had to flash away for that. Oh no, wait, is he gonna get in? He might get it. Oh no! Oh,
I mean, he did get
over.
in. He did get in.
He doesn't have the ultimate. He doesn't have the flash. I don't. Oh God! He's done. He's done. If he had gone right away, he actually had a chance.
Yeah, I mean, he had no vision though. So.
Yeah, true.
he had no idea. But, man, we got to talk about how Marquette has been doing, because it was a rocky game, but they were just able to control us through objectives. 100%. It was actually quite easy for them to do by really having no contest on it. The Ash arrow goes a little wide. LeBlanc goes in, blows him up. That's on the bottom right here. Now, not able to really get much done on this side. They jump over, and then they decide,
watch Centric.
We'll come right back around. Right back around. And yeah, so Slick Mick has been doing an amazing job in this game. Centric as well, and then Mike, it's kind of the same thing for him too. I've been watching Snickers a little bit. He's doing a good job of putting himself in between the damage. He's at that point now where he's just so durable, it doesn't really matter. He can just stand in the front as long as he uses the shield correctly.
On Zoe duty, you know, just preventing Zoe from landing that poke, along with Vizix and Slick Mick. So this Marquette's composition seems so good against Zoe, and look at that engage. Sonya's already down. Re-engage onto the bottom, under the turret. Patabs, the burst from Centric, and out like Mike goes deep. Gets that kill onto Patabs. It's just Vanilla Ice Cream, 1v5, can't take him down. So Shifty Crescent left to try and defend, but with Baron buff on these minions and the Ocean Soul, you got to imagine this is game.
There's a 5,000 HP Ornn, I think.
Marquette University.
Look at him. Oh,
looking to get their second win, even up their scoreline at 2-2. It was sloppy, it was messy, it took a while, and it took a 5,400 health Ornn, but my God, did they do it. Marquette University will take down Georgetown in 43 minutes, and they will claim their second win of the season.
And it, honestly, for Marquette, it's exactly what they wanted. They wanted kind of that buffer for themselves to start competing with the teams that have 2 wins. They just lost to Butler, who moved to 2-1. Now they find themselves at 2-2 and still kind of competing with that pack. So even though they dropped down to a team right next to them in the standings, they ended up not slipping after they fell.
Yeah, and when I look at how this team performed compared to the 5 players that they had competing against Butler, I definitely think that this one looked a little more cohesive, especially their drafting. I liked what they were able to grab in the draft. It felt very standard, very meta for right now. They had clear engage tools, clear disengage tools, and clear damage threats. The one thing I'd say is it felt like it took them a long time to make decisions. Yes, they were controlling objectives. They got that Dragon Soul eventually. They got the Baron eventually. But overall, they still had some sloppy plays and allowed Georgetown opportunities to come back into the game. So when I'm thinking about that for Marquette, I'm not sure what letter grade I would give them for this performance right now, but I still think it's an improvement based on what we saw earlier in the day.
Yeah, I would agree, especially up against Butler. They had kind of, I would say, like, the top lane Darius, not too impressed by it. The top lane Ornn, the fact that they lost to Ornn and then went, wait a second, played it themselves, and really, I feel like that champion is so strong. Mm-hmm. Like, we saw he had 5,500 HP, and he still had a whole item slot, like, not even a Ruby Crystal, and a whole item slot left to buy. Like, that champion can get up to ridiculous levels of Tonki.
Yeah, especially when you're upgrading all of your own items. But we do have the victorious AD Carry standing by for an interview. Congratulations on the win, man. Great to see it on the board. Kind of joining up with that clump 2-2. So right off the bat, what were your thoughts? That was a slugfest of a game. How are you feeling, stamina, energy-wise? What's going on?
That was definitely a blood rush game. Not Tyler One sponsored, but that one gets the blood flowing. You know, our win condition was just late game on the Kaisa and looking for picks, and we got the lead there. Did a really good job of objective control, and we didn't throw and we didn't die, so it worked out pretty well.
Nice. You can't ask for much more than that. There was one moment in particular I want to rewind to. This was earlier on in the game. Set was able to kind of turn your Ornn into a bowling ball and crash down on top of you. After that moment, what was communication like in team fights? Was it just constantly okay, watch for the Set. Where's he at?
It was a little bit of a mess. You know, I was just kind of like, okay, I gotta remember that the Set can just take my front line and just push them right into me. So I tried to use the Kaisa ultimate to get away from that, and then in later times when he wasn't going for me as much, when he was kind of behind, then I realized I could try to play it a little more offensively and really just get on their carries as Kaisa, which is what I try to do.
All right, now, Cyrene, do you want to introduce the build of the set?
No.
No, you don't want to talk about it anymore?
I don't want to talk about that set build.
Yeah, I don't know about it either.
All right, well, regardless, feels
I'm
good
done
to pick
flaming him. I flamed him for like 5 minutes. I'm good, dude.
So we saw earlier, Marquette, you didn't have your full roster for your first game of the day, but then this time around you did have the starting 5. How much different does the team play, especially when you think about communication? How much different does it feel to have the actual starting 5 compared to bringing in that emergency sub?
Well, yeah, it's better for sure. So the guy that we had playing jungle the first game is kind of like off-roll jungle. The neat thing we have about our team right now is we have like 2 players for top, mid, and jungle, so we can kind of like interchange them based on what we need. And everyone's contributing. It's really good. It's really fun. Just having a great time so far. I mean, 2-2 is not too bad.
Yeah.
Not a bad way to start the season, for sure.
Yeah.
After that week 1. So looking ahead, how confident are you about this team and your prospects going forward? Because we're seeing a large clump of teams that are 2-1 and now one that's 3-0. How far behind do you think Marquette realistically is compared to those, despite the end of the week scoreline?
I don't know. We need a little more practice. So we got all the guys going about like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So we really just need to get into scrimmages and figure out what team compositions we're really set on running. I think that's what we need to focus on a little more, and just integrating a good team-based game.
Yeah. For myself personally, when I win games, I don't have as many takeaways, but when I lose a game, I usually learn the most. You guys lost to Butler earlier today. What was your biggest takeaway from that Butler game?
Oh, that one was a pretty one-sided stomp. So I don't know. We just realized that we kind of just threw the early game a little bit. I think our bot lane played pretty badly in the early game, and we're trying to focus on carrying through the bot lane with carry champions. And I don't know if Ezreal Pike was what that really entails. And I don't know. It was just a bad early game, so we got to polish that up a little bit for sure.
All right, well, your next match that you're going to have is going to be against St. John's later on. Another team that's looking pretty good. They're sitting 2-1 currently. First of all, what are your thoughts? And second of all, do you have any smack talk for them going forward?
Well, St. John's, we actually just played them, I think, yesterday. So
according to Battlefy, Battlefy might not be updated, but that's
Battlefy might be wrong.
Okay.
I don't know, because the Battlefy seemed a little wrong. But we played St. John's yesterday. They gave us a heck of a fight. Our bot lane won though, so but we lost the overall game. We were playing for our win condition, didn't get there, but they're pretty good. I don't know who we play.
It is confirmed to be St. John's, so that is your next match. So after losing to them yesterday, what words would you have for that opponent?
I don't know. Invest more resources in your bot lane because they need it.
Ooh.
That's probably what I would say.
So it's advice. You're giving them advice right now. All right.
Give a little advice.
I thought it was going to be like a mental game. Maybe that is. Maybe that's the call at the end. You're getting in their head. They're not going to do it.
Go through top this time.
Yeah, exactly. We can't listen to his advice. He's the enemy. That wouldn't make any sense. All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, man. Congratulations on the victory. 2-2 to start off the season. Feels good to get those wins.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, great to see some success for that team. And now we have 2 teams. We have that one team that hasn't lost yet in the top in Villanova, but now 2 teams at the bottom at 0 and 3. Seton Hall. Yes. Thanks for the correction. Whereas on the bottom side, we have Georgetown as well as Providence, both at 0 and 3. And taking a look at the standings currently, this is how it all shakes out. DePaul, we've yet to see them play as many games as the rest of the teams, but we'll see more of them later on in the season. We expect them to rise through the ranks, so while they're put in 6th place right here, I don't think that that's even close to where they're going to finish.
Yeah, I completely agree. This is a team that has a pedigree of being in the finals, in those top spots, not really missing playoffs at all. So DePaul, I think they will be up there. They looked good. They had a good run today, but lost to Villanova. So I think that this is a team that, like you said, the scoreline is just going to lie to you. They really, they have not shown anybody what they're capable of doing so far with so little games.
So we'll see how that shakes up going forward. Just to recap the day, were there any surprises for you, Zyrene? I think the two closest games that we had were Seton Hall versus Villanova, and then maybe even that last one felt pretty close. But overall, in general, I felt like the favorited team did win. So at the end of the day, what did we learn? Were there any teams we undervalued, any teams we overvalued?
I think for me, it was just how impressive Seton Hall looked, because I think that team, at least for me, was the one that kind of came out of nowhere to really be top dog, because they weren't number 1 or 2 last year.
We were thinking like third place, fourth place.
Yeah, third place, fourth place. But they showed today that they are number 1 and that they can even compete for that top spot, and that it wasn't really a fluke in the preseason, that they actually had just improved, and now they're here to really play and make it a conversation instead of a coin toss on who's going to win the finals, who's going to be there. Is it DePaul? Is it Villanova? No, Seton Hall is in that conversation now.
Absolutely. Great to see them with that success. But that is it for the show today. Make sure that you hop on Twitter and follow us at ESL Collegiate so that you can hear what the schedule is going to be for next week and stay up to date on all the teams and happenings here. With that being said, thank you for all the production crew that makes this happen. There's so many people behind the scenes that we don't get to see, but thank you to everybody that's part of the show. Thank you for everybody watching, and thank you for the teams for competing and providing the insight. Make sure that you tune back in next Saturday for more Big East action.